Press go live. Press go live. Press go live. Okay. Hi, you with Super Chuffer? I'm Scott. It's Super Chuffer. Midnight. It's always midnight. This is your right ear. This is your left ear. Tank fly, boss walk, jam, nitty gritty. You're listening to the boy from the big bad city. This is Alan Hot. This is Alan Hot. Do you like that? Wasn't much of a. It wasn't much of a. I just thought, before I sat down, I thought that in my brain. I thought, that's fire, transport, bomb, nitty gritty. You're listening to the boy from the big bad city. This is Jam Hot. This is Alan Hot. And then I was like, what? Tank fly, boss walk, jam, tank. And then I had to get it on the words. So I did my research. Had to get it on the words. It's tank fly, boss walk, jam, nitty gritty. I never knew that. Back in the day when I was a kid, it was always tank fly, I knew it was boss was in there. Tank fly, boss walk, jam, nitty gritty. I kind of knew it. But I didn't know officially it was tank fly, boss walk, jam, nitty gritty. Don't really know what it means. Anyway, tank fly, boss walk, jam, nitty gritty. You're listening to the boy from the big bad city. This is Alan Hot. And it's not right at the same frame of zone of, I'm not going to be doing friends. Say that I am crazy, that I'm wasting time with you. You'll never be mine. Ooh, just be good to me. People always talk about reputation. I don't care about your other girls. Just be good to me. Good one. Well done, Jojo. Not watched him at all. Just heard what he's been up to. Good one. Big ups in chat. Big ups everyone in chat. You're all in chat there. We'll build up the numbers as we run. What we've got going on today is we're going to launch the art competition today, officially. So if you've got entries for the art competition, because Alan did an art one. So when we look at his art one, my chair is particularly creaky today. Everything's been moved around in this room, so it just is. Look. Alan's art competition will officially launch today. If you're watching this at the very start of the episode, you'll be looking out for it. Officially now, right? It's the 25th of... Let's have a calendar. Calendar, official. Calendar, just show me the Google calendar. It's officially the 25th. In one whole week, it will be the 1st of September. In 2 whole weeks, it will be the 8th of September, yeah? So this is the art competition closing date. Art competition closing date, the 8th of September. You now officially have 2 weeks to get your entries in. There are 2 parallel events. We will talk about it all a little bit later, but there are 2 parallel events. You are going to get a £100 prize winner for the winner of the competition, and I want to use the pictures on t-shirts and mugs and merchandise for the channel. So by entering the competition, you sign your rights away to the licensing of the picture. If you win, you get £100. I won't use your entries if you don't win necessarily, so you don't have to sign your rights away unless you don't win, I think, unless we have a discussion about it in chat and everyone agrees, and so do you. We're going to aim for the winner t-shirtable image. Now, I can't sell images of Alan. I can't sell this one, for example, because it's Alan's face. He owns his own face. So we're looking for artwork that is not Alan based. Anything open, totally open. The whole world of the Super Chuffer Empire. Anything you can think of. It can be Alan based, but it can't be his face. That can win for the t-shirts. If you do Alan's face, it can go in the competition under a special entries category where it can't win the competition for the monies, but we will still judge it and highly and laugh at it and love it, okay? So there's 2 parallel competitions there. There's the pictures of Alan's face, which can't be on the t-shirt and you can't win £100, and there's the art competition entire for any kind of art that we can use for merchandise that you think could be good for the Super Chuffer channel. It could be my face, it can be anything else that we can use legally for merchandise, and that will be the one that is eligible to win the £100. So between now and, what did we just say, 25th of September cut-off time, and your entries will be made via the Discord. Okay, they will be made via the Discord. We've got a space called the Angry Alan Art Space. It already exists. People make their Angry Alan art, okay? It already exists on the Discord, so I'm going to get the invite for the Discord I'm going to copy that, hassle the mods if you need the Discord link, hassle the mods, and the mods, what I want you to do is I want you to put something like hashtag entry 1 or hashtag entry 2, like, you know, hashtag entry for your, like, you're only allowed to do 2, one of Alan's face and one of something for the £100. So hashtag entry, and I want the mods to fucking look out for it. Please, can the mods look out for that in, like, maybe at the mods, maybe at Dover and Dolly's mom, at Slinky Socks, you know, at the mods in the Discord when you do your hashtag entry, and they will collate those, and we'll look at them on the, try and make them big enough to go on a t-shirt, art-wise, resolution-wise. You understand that because you're the art people. So that's the art competition officially launched. We'll talk about it more when we talk about Alan's artwork, Grift, a little bit later. And I'll give you a quick overview of what he's been doing this week, and then we'll go into his Patreon streams. That's what we're really going to be looking at, the Patreon streams. So this is like a wrap-up of the week for Alan and his content, his new study group concept, which I think is awful, by the way. I'll explain why. I'm just a little bit about this creaky chair. It's actually, like, you'll have to tell me in chat if you think the chair is too creaky and annoying. A lot of you say you can't hear it, but I hear it and I think it can be heard. So if you feel the chair is too creakish, the other chair is just over there. I'll show you. Big steps forward in the room this week, in a way. Big steps forward in a way. So this is what my room looks like. That's not toilet roll, it's kitchen roll. You need it in case you spill things. Well, this is just a green screen, isn't it? So what do you mean it's what it looks like? It's what it looks like. It doesn't look like that, it's just a green screen. Oh, is it? Oh, is it? So this is a little bit of housekeeping before we start. Oh, is it just a green screen? I'll show you something then, right? I'll show you something. Filters. This will annoy me now, though. Oh, is it just a green screen? Well, it used to be a big paper green screen on a big bit of paper. I'll show you some stuff quickly. It used to be... Where's me with the camera? There. It used to be this. Big paper green screen. There's the other chair I was talking about. It doesn't creak. That's the rest of the room. But I've changed it for these curtains, which is good. Now I've got curtains. What it means is, if I don't want to use a green screen anymore, I can just unveil from behind the curtains my little streamer shelf with my stuff on it, and I can sit in a room now with, like, a background. I'm not going to pull these curtains wide now because it's annoyed me trying to get them set up today. They've got creases in them, and the creases make it not good for the green screen. But see that dark line there? That'll be a problem. I have to get rid of that. And so I have to pull the curtains and tighten them and move them around and, like, you know, jiggle. I'm only going jiggle, it folds. I want to see you wiggle for show. And I make my green screen like that. And then, like, it's interesting to me that Alan uses a green screen to pretend that he's in a room, but he's actually in a room. So now I've got green screen, hooray. So that's an upgrade for me. I've got, like, a more serious green screen in the room. It's a good thing. So as you saw with the rest of the room, what I did was I put everything over there. We've also had a meter put in, like a electricity meter put in, so everyone can check how much electricity I'm using by the hour. So we've done that, and it's a step forward. I'll be dressing up the bit behind the curtain. We'll be using it as a room sometimes. So it's just interesting to me, actually, like, just quickly off the top of my head. Alan uses his green screen to pretend that he's in a room, yeah? But he's actually in a room. Like, I use my green screen to create this virtual backdrop that I can put things in, and, you know, Alan just uses it to pretend that he's in a room. A better room than he's in. Like, he fakes the room that he's in. It's a weird use of a green screen. He doesn't need to do that. He could just make... If you really like that room so much, he could paint his own walls blue and put down a wood floor. Like... You know, he doesn't have to just pretend that he lives in a nice room and actually live in squalor. Like, he can just make his own room nice. Big up Stover and Dolly's one. We have literally just gone live. We are live now for just long enough for me to go jiffle in about 9 minutes. And the curtain has been up for 2 days, and the meter has been in for 2 days. And so basically, I'm sitting in a squeaky chair. And my normal solid chair is over there, and it's behind all this stuff, so I had to move everything out to get the meter fitted, replace it, or put it all back nice and clean and tidy. So there's a step forward on the stream. You'll see it incorporated more in the future for some streams where I don't need the green screen and we just have a background. It'll be nice. Chilling time. They look just out of the packet. What, the curtains? Yeah, they are. They're like, it says it in the... Right, I get this. I'm not one for ironing curtains. I'll tell you that right outright. I'm not one for ironing curtains. But it says in the fucking instructions, put them up and those folds will just fall out. It says... It doesn't say it in that tone. I added that tone. I tried to sell the concept. Those folds will just fall out. But I don't know if they will. I suppose just... But it looks alright now, doesn't it? My green screen's working good now. Looks fine now. Got my settings right. Unlike Alan, I'm not fuzzing at the sides, am I? If I put my arm back in the green light, it disappears. Woo. Whoa. I'm inside the telly, Mom. Mother, I'm inside the tellis. Right. So, we know what we're doing today then. We're going to look at Alan's content. Serving, in inverted commas, content. If the squeaky chair gets too much for you, tell me and I will go over there and fuck about and move the chairs. And I think, where do we start? Where do we start? I can't remember what was the last thing I talked about. Okay, so I did the massive stream of why can't I talk about what I want, didn't I? I did a restream of that, and it bored me to death, and I thought it was awful, and I kept saying, just talk about it then, you idiot. And so what Alan's done this week, and I haven't restreamed him, and so a few of these views, at least 1,000 of these views on every episode, is still some of you chuffers that are watching it. But what he's decided to do is go back to original form. Okay, he's decided to hit the Madeleine McCann case hard. He went and nursed Lucy Letby. It was fucking awful. He just read the news. He had nothing to say, didn't understand any of it. He'd never heard of, he just read the news. Nicola Bulley retrospective, where, again, he's got his old videos to go back on. So, should we just watch his old videos through the prism of him watching his old videos and talking over them? That sounds bad. DA calls AD a POS. He tried hard for the drama views. Tried hard for pulling the drama views, didn't pull them. 3.4k view, I think 3.8k there on the Nicola Bulley, 3.8. So he's not hitting the views really, and he's going hard on these things. The Incorruptibles detectives, Michael Prill, a study group for Madeleine McCann Tappers, which he read the Daily Mirror. It's just all really shit. Like, I don't even have to click the buttons and show you that it's shit, but we will click a few of them and show you how shit it is, but it is just all really shit. My talking's not in time with my mouth. Me? There shouldn't be a delay on me. Click the buttons and show you that it's shit, but we will click a few of them and show you how shit it is, but it is, there's not a delay on me. I'm fine. You might have to reload the stream if that's a problem for you. My talking is in time with my mouth. So the quality of his streams have been very bad. He's lowered the quality by getting this microphone and putting it over there on the side. It's moving round from behind him, isn't it? Creeping round, as Andy pointed out on Twitter, on X today. It's creeping round, but his content's been particularly bad. We're going to review his Patreons, which are even worse. Yeah, where are we going to get started? I think the real place to get started, though, is in this series of videos. Alan's been doing this really fucking weird singing. And when I say weird singing, I mean, it is dire. It is dire. This one starts with the image of Alan himself. And the foot porn. Someone's really into their foot fetish. This one's got a bunion. Someone's really into their foot fetish because the foot porn comes in straight off. And it's a dance track, which is not really up on the
So good. All of you. Everybody's free to feel good.
And he's creepy. Creepy talking over it. Absolutely creepy.
You and you. Everybody's free.
Are you ready to dance?
Creepy. Just one sec. animals. Oosh, animals.
Let's go.
And he's ripped someone's shuffle dance. I imagine this is someone's shuffle dance.
To feel good.
What? That's a bit of Britain's Got Talent, and it's a guy in heels doing sexy dance in heels. I think he did Beyonce, didn't he? Like a fella in heels.
Everybody's free to feel good.
Like a very strange choice for the edit. So I don't think Alan's done that edit. I'm really thrown by it. Like, it sounds awful. It makes him look stupid, and he's made it a feature of his channel, like repeatedly uploading these strange music efforts. These strange music efforts. Insomnia, I Can't Get No Sleep, using footage from the film Insomnia about creepy killers, and the tune from the band Insomnia.
Insomnia. Insomnia. I can't get no sleep.
Insomnia. I can't get no sleep. I mean, it looks creepy as fuck. Like, could you imagine if someone made these videos and sent them to you? It's worse than dick pics. It's worse than dick pics. So, that's it. I think I need your chat on the screen, actually, in a way. I'm trying to keep a track on your chat as well as this throws me. I don't know what to say about it. Like, surely he can't see this and think it's good. This one looks like a load of ecstasy. Looks like a load of ecstasy tablets. How to spread love, not hate on social media. And like, coming from the man, how to spread love, not hate on social media. Coming from the man who is like a bucket of bile spilled across a YouTube channel. It's just... What? You're going to teach us how to love, not hate on social media. Okay. So there's that. That is a feature of it as well for the last week. It continued from last week. You know, he did the... AD tells us about the hero mother of a dyslexia child, which he related genius of Edison to himself, which... Dyslexia does not make you a genius, and Alan is certainly not one. And he has not ever told us about the story, the origin story of this. He's never, maybe we'll find out about it today, but he's never told us about going to the doctor and being diagnosed as dyslexic. He's never told us about that. And then he did this. So we will drop this. We'll come back to his art because we want to punctuate today's episode with the art competition officially open. Make sure you get your entries in. There's going to be 2 entries for the art competition, and they're going to be either a picture of Alan. If you don't want to do a picture of Alan, don't. You know, just enter the art competition. The winner will go on t-shirts. I will sell them on the channel, and mugs. It'll be my merchandise. You get the £100 for winning. I get to put it on the merchandise. That's the deal. I'm not going to pay you per t-shirt because I can't be arsed with it. You'll probably get more money for the £100 winning than you would if you get tiddly-tattling around per t-shirt, okay? Irrelevant. This is the way it's going. We're going to put it on t-shirts, so it can't be Alan's face. I don't know whose face this is. But you can enter the art competition with a picture of Alan's face, and it will still go through the competition. There'll be a sidebar competition where we will judge the best angry Alan specific portraits. But the winner of the competition will go on t-shirts, and so it can't be his face. Right. Who's this?
So, Armchair Detective. What I am,
Is that him?
it's like a street artist.
Hang on, wait. Is that the man that you just showed us the photograph of, or is this you again? I'm confused. You're like a street artist. That picture isn't exactly... Hang on. This guy's in a coffee shop. It looks like to me. It could be a bar. Could be a bar. Looks like a coffee shop or bar. And he's got his little... He looks a bit like Alan, doesn't he? I worry about him in the same way as I worry about Alan. And yeah, so he's got his head tilted to the side, got all that, yeah. But Alan's just painted a new background. He's reframed the face. He's like changed the... Like, the photograph is just an idea for Alan, and now he's doing his own version of, like, it's totally different. He's just changed all the backgrounds, changed the perspective on the face, the posture, changed the... The face doesn't look exactly the same. Now he's got a bottle of beer in his hand as well, instead of it being coffee-related items.
What I am, it's like a street artist that just...
Sorry, again, my relaxing music's going to have to go out for a second because Alan's a bit quiet.
A caricature.
A street artist who does caricature.
Normally they do it in crayon. Or
Normally, wait. I just want to play you this and then I'll break it. Hang on.
what I am, it's like a street artist that does a caricature. Normally they do it in crayon or just charcoal or pencil. I put a new twist on this. I'm a caricature artist that will paint you in oil.
Wow. So Alan is asserting that people on the street that do street art, who are actually, like, street art is just an artist who happens to be on the street, right? They're actually very good artists in the main. A caricature artist would normally paint you in crayon or pencil or charcoal, which in some way are like crayon. You know, he's put them in with crayon. They don't use crayon. They use normal art supplies. But Alan has poo-pooed this, put it down, and he's elevated himself because he's using oil. Simply his choice to use oil makes him a better artist, which is absolutely ridiculous. And it's poo-pooing on all sorts of different artists who do all sorts of stuff. But I will quickly show you that if I do caricature artist oil like that, yeah, images, then, oh wow, hang on, wait. There are fuckloads of caricature cartoon oil artists. Fuckloads of them that are fantastic doing it in oil. Like, this is just a Google search. Oil pastel there was one of them. That one's not oil, but I'm pretty sure that, you know, I could find fucking loads of people in the world who, like, you don't have to, like, he didn't come up with this idea, like, he's not broken the art world with this clever idea. Caricature style oil painting. There you go. A bajillion of them. What? Does he know nothing about what's going on in the world?
Now, oil is a medium that's expensive to use.
Oil's a medium that's expensive to use. Well, it's expensive, relatively more expensive than other medium. So, yes, which is why, in general, artists that are just starting out and don't know what the fuck they're doing tend to stay away from it until they really have a good grasp, and then they start. It's like, this is the equivalent of is Alan saying, right, I'm going to learn how to cook. So I'm going to do my very first cooking lesson. We're going to make something very simple. I'm going to be using truffles, and I'm going to be using I'm trying to think of vegan food, really. There's not really loads of, like, really hoity-toity, really expensive vegan food, is there? But you know what I mean? It'd be like using, like, the finest bad food, not vegan, pate de foie gras or truffles and champagne to do my very first cooking of a risotto. Like, that's not what people tend to do. They tend to learn on more basic ingredients and work their way up to the top end stuff, don't they, when they've got the skills? But yeah, it's more expensive for his subs. Bigs up Tootsie Pop 420. It is, you're bang on right. The grift here for Alan, it's so fun. This gets me in my brain. So give me a second. I want your chat on screen. I'm starting to enjoy seeing it. So I'm just going to get your chat on screen. There you go. I was enjoying seeing it. It deserves to be up there. The grift here is you have to pay Alan monies so that he can go and buy expensive oil paintis. And then once he's got his expensive oil paintis, he's going to take those expensive tubes and turn it into this and then sell this to you or to somebody else, whoever. So you have to pay for the resources, you have to pay for the materials, and then you have to pay for the end product. Like, that's not how business works. What should happen is the business owner, the business person should pay for the product, like the raw materials, produce the product and sell it at a small profit, yeah? Alan's like all profit, isn't he, all the way, because you pay for everything. The subs have paid for him to choose expensive materials, and it's a bad choice because he doesn't know how to use them properly. And unlike these excellent caricature artists, like this guy's doing it on Fiverr. That's digital. Okay, wait, that's unfair. It's digital. That's digital. Oil painting, £300, that one. There you go, though. Like, there you go. There's another one. Here's another one. Proper artists, proper monies. Proper caricature artists doing the proper thing. Like, and then you compare it to Alan's offering. Which is this. It's just What?
But it lasts forever.
It lasts forever. It doesn't last
So
forever.
I could capture you
Oil paint doesn't last forever.
for all time in oil. In a caricature form, which is, I don't think it's been done before, in oil. Normally, you know. So the medium is oil, and the style
Alan doesn't think people have painted caricature style paintings in oil before.
is modern art caricature. If you send me a picture of yourself to adsubs007@gmail, I will give you this wonderful painting for life. It's like 17 inches high by, I think, 12 or 15, and definitely 17 inches high. And it's, you know, proper canvas, thick canvas, a proper painting you can put on the wall. A wonderful present
Put
for
that on the wall.
Christmas or birthdays or anniversary. I can do that, male or female, or pet, or a pet.
This big actually.
The price is £90,
£90.
and it's going to be
£90. He was going to say 100. He's come down a bit.
a
£90.
little bit of postage, depends where you
And a
are.
little bit of postage. So you'll be paying for that as well.
But around, if we say £100,
How are you going to paint it and post it immediately, Alan? Aren't the oils still going to be wet?
then you can have this delivered to your door
Isn't it a bad choice to use oils if you're going to be painting it and then posting it quite quick?
anywhere in the world by me. Signed by me, and on the back.
Signed by me. And on the
message.
back, I'll write a little message. Lovely. A little message. You got served. You got conned. What a fool. Paying the money for this.
So if it's the UK, it's £90.
So if it's the UK, it's £90. Our competition will be £100 for the winner.
Anywhere else in the world, it'd be £100.
Anywhere else in the world, just £10 postage and packing for everywhere else in the world. Wow.
And you could have your
Sounds like you're just making it up on the spot.
in old paintings forever. Well, if you like the style, this is
It sounds like you haven't thought through the complete, like, I wonder if there is anywhere in the world that costs quite a lot of money. I mean, obviously Alan won't send it for the £100 if it costs more, will he? But I wonder if we could bankrupt him by sending photographs from, like, you know, Tanzania. Paint me and send it me, please, Alan, for the £100 you promised. He's just making things up as he goes. He doesn't think them through.
AV style. So yeah, drop me a line if you want one. Send the picture. I will do the painting
We know.
and return it to you as soon as possible.
You just explained it.
If you're not happy with the painting, I will refund the money.
Really?
You think, "Ah,
Really? I mean, I don't want anyone to test this. I want the music back, but Alan's so fucking bad at talking over his mic quality. I'd like to test it. You know, I'd be really tempted to send him a picture of his own daughter and then ask for him to paint it and send it to me, for example. But what happens when it doesn't turn up or I don't like it and I ask for the money back? Will I get the money back? That's the question. He did promise it on the video, but, you know, us making videos complaining that Alan grifted me out of £100 doesn't get my money back, does it? So I'm not suggesting anyone test that theory, because I don't expect that he would give the money back, really. But
it doesn't look like me. I'm happy to refund the money. So there you are. £90 UK, £100 anywhere in the world. A large painting, 17 inches high by 14. Is that good?
is it good? No.
I hope you liked one. I'm here waiting. Thank you.
And then there's this picture again of this fella. That's not Alan, is it? It's like Alan's lookalike. It's like Alan's mate. Who's this man? Alan's mate. He had a painting done. Bit of music there. And there they are together. So I just don't see it myself. I don't see why you would, if that is who you look like, you would want this on your wall. I don't see it as a caricature either. There's another one coming up. The music's bad, so at least we can turn that down now. Okay, so our art competition will be, send us your art. It can be any art as well. It can be anything. It can be AI influenced or inspired or even fucking done by. We'll judge it accordingly. Some people might, you know, we're going to do a poll in chat and people will be able to decide whether they think AI art is the best or hand-drawn is the best or whatever. And anything goes. Stuff for a t-shirt for us. Who's this? Who's this? Who's this? There he is. Now he looks like... Just don't. He's an innocent in all this. I don't know who he is. If anything, he's an innocent in all this. There's the dog. You can't do a caricature of a dog. Look, this makes it worse, Alan. I'll tell you what's happening here as well. That's not the actual colour of the painting. He's put filters on his phone. You can tell. Like, he's done up the contrast. Because the whites are blown here. Like, the whites wouldn't be blown in the original painting, would they? So... Gone for that pink in the middle. That real thick pink. Literally looks like he's been painting it in Angel Delight. If you're trying to sell the paintings, Alan, don't put these pictures up because it makes it look worse. The fewer, the better. If they see the quality, they're less likely to want them. But yeah, so that's his art. And tell you something that I wanted to draw attention to this week, and the art really stands out as a nail on the head moment for this, is that Alan is in desperation. This is the theme for this week, desperation mode. What he wants to do is get as much money as possible for his next YouTube payment, which I can't remember when YouTube do. In fact, I could check it, couldn't I? But I don't want to show you because that's private business. But I've got my own YouTube, haven't I? That I can check when payments go. Maybe it's different for his Patreon as well. They usually go on, well, it says the 1st, but they don't go on the 1st. I'd have to check my bank account, wouldn't I? They usually go, like, my payments go in once a month, but they don't go in on the 1st. That's not what happens. They read it from the 1st, but it doesn't go in from the 1st. Anyway, Alan is trying to create a big pot of money. And it's interesting to me because he's not, like, you know, we get these... I should have asked you about the tippies. We do the tippies, and the tippies, they go through effectively straight into my PayPal. I'm trying to get my words right because there's loads of different things on the internet. They go into my PayPal, and I don't have to, like, wait till the end of the month. The YouTube monies, I have to wait till the end of the month, and YouTube take more of a cut. So Alan is pushing people quite heavily this month to build up a stack of monies. He's been doing the modern art grift again. He's desperate for that. He's been doing videos. I don't know what these music videos are sent to achieve, really, other than I thought they were emotional appeals to his family, who may have abandoned him. The live streams as well. This study group idea. The idea is that you would like the idea of this study group and that you would sign up to it, and that by signing up to it now, buy now, pay now, maybe get the study group later. You know? So it's all about, he's got 3 study groups, 3 plates to spin at the same time, 3 different ways for you to pay. You know, 3 different groups that might be interested in paying. He wants to get that Patreon money up. He wants those YouTube views. I'll do the most controversial, worst thing that everyone said I couldn't talk about, that I shouldn't do. Or it's not really that, is it? It's that there's not much more to say about these things, and he's treading over old ground, and it looks grifty and grimy. But he doesn't care this week. He will do anything. He will do rolling around in the Madeleine McCann stuff again. Like, if he's got something new to say or he's interesting, fair enough, but he's not. He will call the DA a piece of shit, and the Armchair Strikes Back. This one made me laugh. The Armchair Strikes Back. That The Empire Strikes Back is the film, and the Empire are the baddies. So he'll do Lucy Letby, baby killer. Put it on the, like, no sense of tone, or like Lucy Letby, baby killer. That's the reason we haven't, like, a few of us, well, some people have decided not to cover that because it's a little bit horrid, isn't it? Lucy Letby, baby killer, serial baby killer, and a picture of Howard Shipman behind her. Howard. Anyway, look, it's just tone deaf, and he's just doing what he thinks is the most sensational thing for the views. So what he's trying to do is get the numbers up as much as possible, get those patrons up, get those numbers up, get that grift on again with the paintings. I feel like maybe he's got a debt that he needs to pay. Maybe something's got out of hand behind the scenes. Maybe his poker playing. You know, what's going on with this extreme, desperate grift? Before, he was in a sort of confused freefall, and he has listened to our advice and understood that this is ruining his channel. But to go back to this is another misstep, is another mistake, and I'll tell you another reason why. Already, other than the maybe I'm misspeaking here. Hang on. The study group idea, right? It's classic Alan. It's all mouth and no trousers. What he's trying to do is get you sign up early. You like this idea, you like this idea, give me the money now, sign up, sign up, sign up. You know, he needs it today, we'll give you it tomorrow. Well, that's no good to me. Plus, I don't think he's got enough to say for weeks and weeks of content. And I think what it's designed to do, what it's set up to do, the way this will work is it will peter out. Because if you join study group at part 7, say for example you tune in, this is part 1. Let's say in 2 months you're doing a part a week, 2 months, that's 8 parts, yeah? How many things are you going to say about Madeleine McCann, and people have said, well, he's talked for years about Chris Watts, hasn't he, for years? But there's not really, you know, years worth of content in this. He thinks Madeleine McCann's got 3 years in it because there's a website that produced Judicia files and he could just read through them and it would take years. But that doesn't mean there's years of good content there. It just means you could spend years reading through it if you wanted to. And I think what will happen is this will peter out. He will have fewer and fewer interesting things to say. He will have shot his load early, so to speak. He might be holding back a couple of little things because he thinks that'll make a good episode later. But really, in about 2 months, imagine what this is going to be like. He's not going to have anything new to say about Nicola Bulley. He's not going to have anything new to say about the Chris Watts case. He's not going to have anything new to say about Madeleine McCann. He's going to be treading old ground. And let's be fair, it's not like no one can talk about Madeleine McCann. Everyone has talked about Madeleine McCann. I feel like next week I might just do a good episode on, because I've done a lot of content on Madeleine. I might do another overview episode of this is what happened, this is why we think it, these are the facts, nice and clear and crisp, so that we don't have to mess about with 20 episodes, you know. And then I've just stole his thunder, done. There's not really the amount of content that Alan thinks there is in this setup. And so in let's say 2 months maximum, he will run dry. The well will runneth dry. People won't still be signing up to join the study group. They'll have seen it for what it is. People like three different ones a week. 3 different ones a week. Really trying to, it's trying to blow his load early, get as much money as soon as possible, early doors. That's what it is. So we'll skim through these now and we'll see how bad they really are, and then we'll jump over to his Patreon. So what, you thought you knew the Madeleine McCann story, ? Join ADs and you can't read the rest, because on YouTube long titles like this you can't read it. It says join AD study group, but he's this naive at this stage in his YouTube career that he doesn't realise that the full title will not be displayed. So it says, so you thought you knew the Maddie McCann story, ? Join ADs, join ads. So it's confusing to the viewer, and the thumbnail is bad. I'll tell you why it's bad. What you thought you knew is small letters at the top, and it draws your attention up. And then, what? Sorry, what? It should have a question mark on it. The punctuation's bad. Oh, but I'm dyslexic. All right, yeah, but then you've got the main part of the frame. The main thing in the middle is this apartment. And unless you knew the Madeleine McCann apartment block quite intimately, you wouldn't recognise what that is, because it's kind of like strange to see it like in that way. And then you've got Madeleine, his favourite photograph of her, and then a little pop-up of Jerry. It looks cheap and it looks facile and almost comedic, the way he's done the pop-up faces on there. So it's a terrible thumbnail. Let's get into it. He did get a few views for this, but then I didn't restream it, and people wanted to know, oh, he said he's going to be controversial, he said he's got stuff to say, let's see what he's got to say. So we're going to see a bit of what he's got to say. There will be a lot of me skipping through this though, because I find it tiresome and dull.
Large cases.
a long haul. A long haul. But you like that, don't you? Those of you that remember me in COVID, we're going to take notes. We're going to do 3 cases, 1 night a week each one. And then there'll be a Q&A 1 night a week about the 3 cases joint.
Q&A.
And we're going to deep dive into them, and see what we can do to change it.
You'll notice it's turkey jerky because his internet was bad.
And this will be every Friday. So if you're only interested in the McCann case, you need to tune in every Friday. And welcome to our 12,000 subscribers that joined to watch my endeavours. McCann case.
You see how bad this is?
It all started a long time ago. So we're going to go back to the basics. Because some of you know absolutely nothing about the McCann case. So
who doesn't know anything about the McCann case? Who's he talking to here? Who's he talking to? It's so bad. And then what he does is he puts the news on. Look, he's got documentaries. He's got his study group. He's got his own videos from ages ago.
Discussing my finances.
Oh, wait. No, we're talking about the trolls again. We're talking about the trolls again. So we had a bit of that. Oh, I can't watch this, though. Look, this is it. Okay, live, so to speak. Stopping, starting. I want to get that off my chest because I'm going to do the McCann case, which means I don't want to be hampered by trolls, especially her, because she is clueless. So we have this station, don't we? And the reason he used Lizzie as the troll of choice at the start of the McCann case is because Lizzie's the one who put together all the information that he's going to be using to do his videos from. So he wanted to poo-poo her start to the start. No, it's just fucking weird. Where Maddie is now missing. And it's not good media, is it? As a 3-year-old with her 2 siblings. I'm not stopping that and starting it. That's just how it is. So basically, they're there with their mates. I can't stop laughing at a woman. She got me in trouble with Frankie. She thinks I've got money. So, Frankie, I hope you're watching this. She fucking lied to you. Totally. So, is he all right? You've got to imagine this group of doctors, right? Now, in 2007, no, but there was a recession on. There was a recession on. And doctors didn't have much money. And they chose to go for a holiday out of season and a cold week in Portugal because it's cheap. Doctors didn't have much money. Going on extra holidays out of season. Look, it's unwatchable drivel. Alan doesn't have loads to say about the McCann case. He uses this video that I've done 2.5 hours twice analysing the interviews, and he doesn't have much to say. And also, he can't say much because his internet is herky-jerky, and the interviews are uploaded originally in 480p, and he's rebroadcasting them in his potato quality. It's just fucking diabolical.
And it's as bad as you can possibly imagine. But, you know, if all 3 of the children had been taken, it could have been even worse than your worst nightmare. So if this is the study group, it's not good, is it? It's not good. Madeleine McCann episode there. Got him a few views. I don't know why. I think maybe because people were intrigued to see what he was going to say, because he said, why can't I talk about what I want? So the next day he'd made a big stink, and they'd say, well, what is he going to say? And this is what I think will happen, is I think he will have made his big, like, shot his load, and it will peter out from, like, these numbers will peter down. You get, again, Nurse Lucy Letby. Big ups Joe Watson, how you doing? Top G, I hope you're well as well. Thanks for this $1.99 super chat there, Big Joe. Big ups. They can. We hear of mothers getting rid of their newborns. We do hear that. So the delicate and tragic topic of Nurse Lucy Letby is handled by Alan through this Daily Mail video called The Trial of Lucy Letby, where the Daily Mail go extensively through it and talk about it, and Alan watches it. So he just broadcasts the news, essentially. And I don't want to hear him talking about this stuff. There's Sky News now. Channel 4 News. So he just watches the news. So well done, Alan, on your like this is the worst of the worst. You know, this is the worst of the worst that week. Well done on your sensational thumbnail, lack of quality content, and is it tragedy porn that? You know, trying to farm money and views off the big ups in the cult.
And then whoosh!
Inspector C sent tippies. Get yourself steam cleaner to get the green screen smooth. Check out HG. Tudor channel. Is here a con man narcissist? Like, know what you think. Thanks Inspector C Reform BBC. Super
Thanks.
Chuffer owes 4 hugs.
Thank you, Reform BBC. I will check out that channel, and a steam cleaner. Fucking hell. I don't know what that is. I will check those things out. It's recorded on the Tippies page here, so I will check out, what's the name of that thing? HD Tudor. I will check that out. I'm going to copy and paste, copy that. I'm going to make sure I have a look. Not going to get completely derailed now, but we'll make sure that HD Tudor, knowing the narcissist. What is narcissism? I'll have a look over that. What did you want me to find out about that? What did you... Is here common narcissist? Okay, I'll have a look and find out. I'll put it on my back burner. Thank you. Yeah, Nurse Lucy Letby was a particularly bad grift for the Monis, wasn't it? Then we did Nicola Bullis. Alan's back.
Don't need to talk to me into the camera anymore, okay? Because I ain't watching. I promise you, I won't watch you. So please talk to your subscribers. Don't look at the camera with hate and go, Alan, because I ain't listening to any of you. And on that point, I have a short statement to make, which I've written down. Hang on. Right. Disclaimer. I will get onto Nicola Bully in a sec. Disclaimer. The opinions and comments presented by me, the Armchair Detective, are those of me alone.
No. How can they be? You dredge everyone else's content for opinion. Like, you literally say things that other people say. Throughout the Nicola Bully case, you can go back and check your videos, Alan. You came up with lots of different ideas, and some of them were other people's ideas. One week you thought this, the next week you thought what I think. Then the next week you think what Eddie thinks.
Channel creator. Admin and moderators are not affiliated to any other channel or other creators on this platform now or in the future. I will not appear on any other people's channels.
No one will have you.
Or panels, or support any channel, or non-support any channel.
You never supported anyone else's channel. I suppose in a way you did when you had that paedophile on.
I am in my own lane and neutral. I don't support anyone, because if I did, I'll get accused of supporting somebody, and then somebody else will say, why are you supporting them? So I don't support anybody. And anybody speaks as if I'm speaking to them and working with them, I'm not. I don't.
And that also goes two ways, in that nobody supports Alan. And every time he speaks as if someone's his friend, or as if this person on the news is his friend, they're not.
Work with anybody, anywhere in the world. No one. I work for myself. Right, now.
Work for yourself? I thought you worked for YouTube before, you said. Didn't you? You said you worked for YouTube?
Nicola Bully.
Right, now, Nicola Bully. You think that's his disclaimer, and that will get him, like... I just think... He lays the groundwork for getting caught for his crimes, doesn't he? So when he goes over this, and like, I'm not going to watch and listen to him talking about this shit again. We've already been through it all. But a lot of this won't be his ideas, won't be his opinions, will it?
Right? It's a free country. That's my opinion. And I will try to set out how that come about. I don't believe all the caliber dogs in the world could miss her. I don't believe the police could have missed her. And then she suddenly appeared. I'll give you my opinion straight away. I think someone was involved and took her out.
You think someone's took her out?
I put her back in. And
put her back in? Took her out of the water and put her back in? That's a reach, but yeah. And that's... See, when it's not other people's opinions, it gets into this realm of, like, doesn't make any sense. But, yeah.
allowed to have that opinion, right? It's a free country. That's my opinion.
That's my opinion.
And I will try to set out how that come about over the next, I don't know how many weeks.
I don't know how many weeks. Jeez, this sounds drab, doesn't it? It sounds dire. And he's got the news, but it's not the news. It's Alan watching the news in the past on one of his old videos, isn't it?
He was spotted by a dog walker.
Oh no, this is the news. This is a timeline on the news. He didn't use his own timeline video, which is weird.
But there are no pictures of Nicola anywhere near the school that morning, on the road. So the timeline, 27th of January.
God, it's so drab. And then he does go into this, you know, videos on videos on videos, pictures on videos. Oh, it's drab. Alan's content.
I was going completely the other way. I'm not blaming the campsite people. I'm saying they were all there when it happened. And that's what you're going to learn from me over the next few weeks. Now, I'm going to go to patrons soon. We're going to
move to his patrons. We'll have a look at his patrons. I just wanted to skip through this and just show you that it is really bad. I think I've done that now, really. I'll look through the McCann's one a bit here, a little bit. This stuff about DA Rourke and Chris Watts and all that, the other detractors cover it, and it is just, again, it's all just rubbish. It's just rubbish. Like, unwatchable rubbish.
That's what we know for sure. Positively.
Like, even if you like him, and you like the thing is, even if you like him, you like his content, the things he's saying, and are interested in this case, even if this is one of his old videos being rebroadcast, and it's glitchy, stoppy, starty, and it's not even worth watching. You might as well just go back and watch his old videos without him commentating over them.
So the rest we need to look into. They're not letting you see the 1247.
It's just tired, unwatchable garbage from years ago. So I don't get anything from that. I don't see anything in that.
Hello, my name's Alan. I am the.
Welcome to part one.
Gone red for this one.
The McCann study group. So I'm going to try to keep the McCann study group to every Thursday, so you know where it is. This is study group A, where we're going to be looking at the McCanns. There is study group B, which is
Dark Side Phil with his scheduling.
Case. And there is study group C, which is the Chris Watts case. You'd have thought I'd have broken international law by doing this. I've been told in the last few days that I'm going to rot in hell because I'm doing the Watts case. I was going to rot in hell in the Old Bailey in the dungeon and rot away in hell.
Misconstruing things. If anyone has told him he's going to rot in hell, and is this why he's chosen this red background? Just be like, oh, I'm in hell. Misconstruing things. It's not because you're covering them, Alan. It's the way you cover them and the things you say, and the fact you're using them for your own financial benefit is a grift.
But now I'm going to get rot in jail. But now I'm not going to rot in jail. I'm going to rot in hell now. Yeah, because I've got to be honest. I do take super chat, and that's obviously a much worse crime than happened in the Watts case. And
no one said that receiving super chats is a bad thing. Okay, you receiving them for ripping off other people's work, presenting it as your own, presenting conjecture, misinformation, lies, outright lies, deceit, and stirring up a pot just so that you can take monies and that you don't really care about these people or the feelings of anyone involved. You've just picked, like, if he was doing any of this from his heart, he would be picking cases that required focus and light and where he could help, and, you know, he would be moved at times. None of this happens. Like, what happens is that Alan has picked the ones that he thinks makes the most money on the internet, and he's trying to wring as much money out of these dead people as he can.
Definitely worse than the McCann case, and as for the Nicky Bully case, well, those things, they're just a drop in the ocean of what I'm doing. I actually took super chat. which makes me.
And he's making out like his trolls and the people who are against him. He's strawmanning them essentially. He's saying, "Oh, because you took soup, you say I took." With the Madeleine McCann case, loads of people translated all the police judicial files from Portuguese into English, presented them for free on the internet so people could involve themselves in the case and maybe try and find some truth of Madeleine. And then you used it to make money and didn't do any of the work. So they were cross with that. You kind of ripped off all their work.
The lowest of the low, and I should be put in a mental asylum, and my kids should drag me off YouTube. I can't believe it, right? I already told them they can't go any lower. There's no lower they can do. After making up...
There's no lower you can do, Alan. You decided yourself literally this week to go to the lowest. I'm going to say all the things they said I couldn't say.
Songs about my children, there's no lower they can do. So do your worst. Do your worst. It doesn't matter what you say anymore, because you can't be any lower. So, what if John Bennett Ramsey's dad picked up her body and put DNA all over it so he couldn't be accused of murder? So what? So what? So what if the dogs alerted to the smell of death in the McCann's apartment that she died there? So,
like, we know about the cadaver dogs. It's common knowledge. Listen, the John Bennett Ramsey thing. He picked up his daughter and carried her upstairs, right? I know about this because we looked at it on Thus. You might think that he did that so that he could put his DNA on her, yeah? But he's a father. So if his DNA is found on her, then he's her father. So that would explain it anyway. But the problem here is classic Alan. I've got a cat meowing now again. Come in the room, but you've got to not mess about. I'm not having it. You've got to not mess about, okay? Don't worry. I'm here. You're in. I'm doing my show. No messing, all right? Yeah. So with this is a really, like, I didn't realise I was going to be picking through this rubbish today, but I want to move on to the patrons as quick as possible because otherwise it'll be ages and ages. But this is a great example just straight off the bat. All right. It's a great example straight off the bat. You can't see into the man's head unless you've got, like, there are videos of the Ramseys. You know, you can do body language analysis, you can do textual analysis, you can do what's the other one that I do? Embedded confessions, and look, you can analyze the people, and, like, you know, you can bring out your own opinions based on the things they've said. You can do that, but you can't say because he picked her up, I can see in his mind, and this is his motive, and this is his thought pattern. That's the bit where it gets into the, like, this is what Alan does. He's made up a story that's not true. He's embellished and he's lied and he's made up an angle, and it's not true. So you can't say it's true. In fact, it's the only thing out of everything that you can't prove is what someone was thinking when they picked up the. Like, you can't prove that. So now it's your opinion versus this man's opinion. But this man is the man that his daughter was murdered. So, like, you saying that he thinks that he wanted to get his DNA on it so he could. It's Alan said this before about us, you know, the people who detract his content. He said that we've got dirty minds and we put our filthy minds into it. He's just done that with John Bennett Ramsey's dad. And the inference there is that he's done it to get his DNA on her, so obviously he's the one that killed her. Is that what you're saying? I think it's not the case. If I did think it was the case, it would still be a leap for me to say I knew what the man was thinking. So this is a good example of how Alan takes something that is fact and then spins it into something that is defamation.
Over it, so he couldn't be accused of murder. So what? What if John Bennett Ramsey's dad picked up her body and put DNA all over it so he couldn't be accused of murder? So what? So what? So what if the dogs alerted to the smell of death in the McCann's apartment that she died there? So what? So what?
What do you mean, so what? It was a massive thing. We've all talked about it for ages on the internet.
So what if Nicola Bulley was pushed or she jumped into River Wise? So what?
What? He pushed or jumped? I don't think anyone suggested she jumped, did they?
Well, so what? So what if Claire pretended to be a lawyer to try to ruin my life? So
Oh, right, that's in the same echelon.
what? What if she lied? So what? The main thing is AD takes super chat. And for that, I am worse than all the above.
So it's a misconstruction of an argument then, is it, Alan? So you don't want to have these arguments on proper terms where we all talk. You want to do it on your own show where you're on your own and you can make up a false narrative.
So tonight is the study group for the McCanns. You can't shoot me for it. I'm going to do it every...
Big up Slinky
Thursday.
Socks.
Like it or not, I have a right for free speech, and a lot of people are very interested in the McCann's case. It was watched by millions on Netflix, but it's obviously concerning a few little people with little minds that I cover the case, and I have to be...
Yeah, but it's the way you do things, isn't it, Alan? And it's the fact that you're doing it for the reasons you're doing it, and it's who you are, and it's the fact you're an arsehole. So he hasn't got this round in his head. It should be pointing it to him. All right, Kat, can you go in your bed now? Thanks. It should be pointing it to him. This should be like a real warning sign. Everyone else can talk about the McCanns. In fact, I'm going to shout out myself as well. YouTube, Super Chuffer. I feel like now I have to do another good Madeline. Like next couple of weeks, I'm going to start banging this content on Super Chuffer. We did a really fucking good one on cults. If you haven't seen our episode on cults, that, although it took me a minute to get started with the sound settings, is a fucking banger of an episode. Loads of good stuff in that. So Super Chuffer channel and playlists, right? Madeline McCann, I've got a playlist. It was one of the things when I started up on the internet and I started live streaming, and I've got a few things to say about it. So I wanted to say them. So the book they tried to ban, the catalyst for me was the McCanns had a court case where they tried to ban this book that was written by the police justiciar, what's his name? I can't pronounce Portuguese. You know, the fellow that ran the investigation in Portugal. He wrote a book and they tried to ban it, and the European Court of Human Rights said, no, you can't ban it, it's legal, it's out there. And I've already read it in the past, so I was like, oh wow, look, that book I've read, they tried to ban it. So then when they failed to ban it, I was like, right, we're going to talk about that book on the internet. They couldn't ban it, and here's all the facts. So I've done 4 parts of the book they tried to ban. Then I've done the interviews and embedded confessions with huge shouts out to Rich Hall and Peter Hyatt, who were in the videos that kicked off that whole thing.
I couldn't be happier.
Big ups Body Sculpture.
And then whoosh!
Body Sculpture sent tippies. I will send him a picture to paint he will never forget. I will send him one of himself, Jimmy Savile, and get him to sign it as Alan Savile. He is desperate for money. He will do whatever it takes to con and manipulate his followers.
Yeah, true, but you'll have
Super
to pay him up
Chuffer
front.
owes 5 hugs.
You'll have to pay him up front. Big ups JJ Kane in chat saying you'd miss AD if he left. I'll show you some other people today that we can move on and look at as well, that we don't have to worry about AD all the time. There is lots of other nutters on the internet, so don't worry. But yeah, the Embedded Confessions, 2 episodes there, and then I did my own body language analysis and on the interviews, 2 episodes there, and then we did Forensic Psychology in 2023 on Thus, Madeline McCann. So I feel like I've done a good series on that, and if you want a study group, like, I'll do one more video to top it off actually with some other bits and pieces that I think, like, you know, Scott on Madeline, this is what I think happened. But otherwise, because I like I say, I like to, this is what the Portuguese policeman said, I'll talk about it. This is what the McCanns themselves said, and Rich D. Hall and Peter Hyatt, the experts, I'll talk about it. This is what the McCanns themselves said, I'll talk about it. And the final one, which you can't see, it's just on the bottom, is Forensic Psychology in 2023. That's what a forensic psychologist who's got a degree said, Steve of the Dead, and that makes a really good body of work. So you don't have to worry about Alan's study group, all the information. And I'll do one more, what Super Chuffer thinks, because this is everyone else. Like I said, I don't think it's good enough just to sit there and think, to say, this is my opinion and I'm Super Chuffer, so this is my opinion and it's all great. Like, actually, the other people that are involved in the case are more important, like the policeman and these other people that were following it on YouTube at the time and did really good work. And, like, do you know what I mean? I'm referring to the other experts. I think that's a good idea. So I've done a really good series on that, I think. And you can talk about Madeline McCann. Fucking loads of people have. And as Alan says, so have Netflix. So it's not just that you're talking about it, Alan. It's who you are and what you represent and how you do it. There's more to it, isn't it? And this should all be a big red flag. This should all be a big pointer to you that there's something wrong with you, personal, and your content. And it is, as well as, you know, it's your personality that bleeds into the content and the way you do things. It's not just what you're saying and what you're talking about. People don't, you know, this weird comparison he's drawing doesn't hold up towards her. And if it does, then it highlights the fact that there's something wrong about him.
Well, I have to go to hell because I'm doing the McCann case. So be it. On my way to hell, let's look at the McCann case. This is how it recently became famous in America.
The entire McCann case has become a phenomenon.
What are you talking about?
She made a dozen movies.
Now we're going to watch the news and the bollocks. Okay, so I'm not going to, again, I can't sit here while he reads through the Daily Mirror's account of who Dr. Fiona Payne is. Like the 7:30. I can't sit here while he reads the Daily Mirror. I can't do that. Then what he's got open, and this does kind of annoy me a little bit, is this is a website, it's the police files, the official inquiry files and documents all translated. It's got a donate button at the bottom for PayPal. And it was a project put together by other people. I do see this as a resource. I have used it myself as a resource. But Alan thinks he can just read through that fucking website on camera. And there's his episodes. This is the police statement from Jerry. This is the one from this one. This is the one from this one. And it's going to be drab and tight. And he thinks that is his resource and that's his money there. That website. A website that's available for free on the internet that you can go and look through yourself. That hundreds of people have used as source material, and then you use it as source material and you do more with it. But Alan's just going to read through the thing. So
To check the witnesses department. Entering by means of the glass sliding door.
the point here is that Alan, as the course leader, has not read this before and understands what it is and decided, oh, this is where I need to come back to this and this point, and this is just rubbish. This bit cannot be necessarily content because it's just, not important information, or maybe it's all important information. He hasn't passed it in any way. He's going to read it out on the internet. So well done, Alan.
Strange. I mean, they're too tight to pay babysitters. Then there's 8 kids, put 4 in one and 4 in another, and just have 2 babysitters. Well, what would it cost them? A few quid each. But tell you what happens. It never happened. There was no checking system.
Brilliant, Alan. Sleuth solved it all these years later. Like everyone knows all this stuff, so it's not new news. So I think it's very bad quality content. Let's please move on from this, because it's just it's actually driving me insane how bad it is as a content creator who has covered this, to see somebody else do such a bad job, and even like 2,000 people. It's not worth that. It's not worth 100 views what he's doing, and in time it will peter the fuck out. Like, so let's go on to the more entertaining aspect of it, of course, which is his Patreon, isn't it? So give me just one sec. Where are we going back to now? So we're coming back to me now. Okay, why can't I talk about what I want? This one. I'm going back to this part of the, we're going back a bit now. So I'm going to speed it up, playback speed up. I mean, I'll tell you something else as well, right? I'll tell you something else before we get onto this. People have been asking me this week, oh, Alan's live, are you going to restream? Alan's live, are you going to restream? And I've been doing other stuff on Twitch. I've done a little bit of a look, here and there at the restream, but it's not good enough to even restream. Somebody reading the newspaper for an hour and saying a few things here and there. It's not even good enough to restream. Like, there's nothing in it. There's no point to it. It's worthless content. But there is a bit more in his Patreon, because he lets himself go a little bit here, doesn't he? And this is what people pay for. So this is what, I've been talking now for over an hour, but this is what really the big show is, isn't it? Is his Patreon. This is what you're here for. So let's get through them. Let's endure it, as we say about Darkside Phil, let's endure together.
Hello, Spanners.
I'm going to speed it up.
A little Spanner meeting live on Patreon. Most of the people in chat here are Spanners, because that's where they also meet up late at night when we do a Patreon. I was going to have a meeting today with the Spanners, but I think I'll do it here. I just want you to know.
So he was going to have a Spanners meeting, but he saved it for Patreon. God help us.
That, whether you're a Spanner or whether you're a patron, you're the most important people, aren't you? That, I've tried everything to stop the trolling, and I run out of ideas. I've run out of ideas. I do know that you can't do a deal with them. There's no deal.
You could have done a deal with me. Right? You haven't approached me or talked to me. What are you on about? Got loads of deals to offer you. Come on a stream. Let's talk. Let's talk. It's not a financial deal I'm after, but, let's make content. Let's talk it through, Alan. Come on a stream. There's a deal. How about this for a deal? You take my name out. The original deal I offered you back then when you stole my content and put it on your channel was you take my content down, you take my name out your mouth, you never talk about me again, and you never steal my content again, and we're square. Like, you could have done a deal.
The devil's in the detail. Yeah, the deal is you do what we tell you, and we continue to hate you, right? So what sort of deal was that? It's weird, isn't it? Ugh, spooky. So yeah, so
Spooky.
can't please them. Can't please everybody. Why am I trying to please people like that? I should be trying to please the greater population. I know that like you're important. You're the patrons. You're the Spanish, right? Important. But you're like inside me, inside the group.
Right.
You're the epicenter of the group, right?
You're already under control. You're already within my grasp.
But the population of the world are actually the people I'm talking to, aren't they? And those populations of the world don't want to hear me talk about trolls.
True. Realising this after weeks and weeks and weeks of us pointing it out.
They're not interested in someone hates me or what. No. They want to watch me for content. Like tonight, it was me being back to my good self. Like it was like good, I think.
No, this was the one after he said, why can't I talk about what I want? And it was absolutely brain drain drivel for hours. I was like, can it stop?
I think tonight's show was good
No, it wasn't.
from many different levels. But mainly to get it out there that I am human and I refuse to be controlled by anyone, really. And it hit home to me by some of the insults they made and the fact that a certain troll gets more views for showing me than I get for showing myself.
Okay, there was that moment. It wasn't just all drivel. There was that moment where he went through and scrolled through, didn't he? And he found all the pictures of... Didn't you, Alan? You found all the... And he went through and it was all the thumbnails. That was particularly hilarious, actually.
And I got to put a lot of work into my shows and the people help me. And yet that troll can get more views just by putting me on the screen. Which is no work at all.
You see, this is what he doesn't understand. I don't just put you on the screen. If I just put you on the screen and sat here and said nothing, it wouldn't work. But I have to... I'll tell you what I do, which I think is quite obvious to everyone, is I break down your behaviour and like I analyse and critique. So if I just sat here and did nothing, it wouldn't work.
Is it? And that's after YouTube promised me there's not allowed. So, yeah. I'm going to do what I want.
I apologise that he's
do.
quiet.
What I want to do are those three cases. Cans, Bully, Watts. And build around that. Do other stuff, but build around that. One night a week or maybe two. Those channels need like a curriculum, like a deep dive into little aspects each night where we can take notes like we used to and compare thoughts. So I do it'll be a lesson, on say McCann's, and then afterwards we're meeting Patreon and talk about it. And I want it to be on the same time every.
This is the Patreon, and he's trying to get his ideas together. This is the start. This is like we're a week behind now. We're starting that week of awful content again with why can't I talk about what I want? And this is his Patreon trying to
night 10 o'clock or
get them to do the work for him,
or 9:30, and it's on. It's on at 9:30. You don't have to think when's he on, because I've been messing around with the start times to fool the trolls. So they
I
wouldn't
love
know
that.
when I was live.
You've been messing around with the start times to fool the trolls. I fucking love that.
But what's the point of that? All I've done is confuse everyone.
Yeah.
So it's going to be the same time every night, and you know what the curriculum is, and then every so often we'll have a little test on it.
So we saw this one, didn't we? Actually, I'm just tripping now, and I'm tripping myself out, aren't I? We did look at this one, didn't we?
Died in the house, And most theories. It'd be good fun to have Mike in here, wouldn't it?
Yeah, this is the Mike Hunt one, wasn't it? Okay, so we watched this one. Okay, so then we watched that. Good. Then he moves on to Nicola Bully the next day. So the next day is this. Nicola Bully in retrospective,
Yeah.
and this is the patron from it.
She got.
Copyright disclaimer. Shut up.
That's the old one. I use that one because it's shorter. My name's Alan. What am I doing? You are the patron people. Hello, everyone. I had a great laugh last week, trying to explain to the unwashed and the people that haven't got intelligence that I was told, right, that I had 2,000 patrons in 2020, and I was getting $30,000 a month from Patreon alone. And the woman said in all seriousness, I think it was more. I'm underestimating. It was 30,000, right? Most of my patrons joined at $1 and $2, and they're still paying $1 and $2 a day. So I'm afraid I don't have 2,000 patrons, and most of them pay $1 and $2. So
Why don't you just show us the numbers?
I proved what I earned that month, and it was not even 10% of the £30,000 that she alleged to
Not even $3,000 then.
be completely right about.
So it'd be 2,900.
So I decided that minute that I'm not going to give them even house room
Ooh, big thunder behind me.
to even tell them they're stupid anymore. We're not going to have them on the main channel. They could just go and wallow in their own crap. And
Not going to have him on the main channel anymore. So he's finally picked up that we don't. He's been watching. I'll tell you what Alan's been doing this last week. He's been watching my main channel a bit and seeing what I've been doing. Although our main channel's been a bit slow this last couple of weeks, which I'm not even worried about. It's cool. Alan, he's obviously, decided that there's going to be this no troll talk policy on the main channel now. It's going to be hard for him because his narcissism is going to be desperate to talk about and react to and answer back. But
people that believe him, well, what can I do? They believe him. But what I am doing,
hiya in Patreon. This is your Patreon.
castrated minds. It is no one's business, right? It's no one's business. If I was earning 30,000 a month, I would be proud to tell you, yeah, I was earning 30,000 a month. I'd be proud of that, guys. But it's not true. So, what is true is that I do need to earn some money because I don't get paid on Patreon. I get paid on Patreon.
What is true is I need to earn some money. Yeah. See, this is what I'm thinking. My read on this week for him. So his content was trying his hardest, to go for the most. As far as Alan's concerned, he can look back across his content and he can say, this is what got me the most money. Doing the McCanns, doing Nicola Bully, doing this. And if I make the best ever, best possible, do my greatest Madeleine McCann video and this thing, and he's trying to think, how can I get the most money? This is why I feel that it's been this whole. He did the painting again. He brought up the painting again. And I'll remind everyone, our painting competition is now open. Our Angry Alan art competition. If you want to make sure you get your thing in the Discord, entries in Discord, hashtag and @themods for the Angry Alan art competition. There's £100 for the winner. The winner will be put on a t-shirt, so it can't be an Angry Alan, actually his face, because we're going to make a t-shirt out of it, and I keep the monies from the t-shirt, but you get the £100 for the competition. But anyone who does art with Angry Alan's face on will be graciously entered into the competition in a sidebar competition, which will have some sort of prize, but it will be about just the joy of seeing the Angry Alan paintings in art. And all art is appropriate. It can be any form of art. Put it in the Discord, in the Angry Alan art space, @a moderator, and hashtag my entry, and we'll get those entries together. Thank you very much.
Paid on YouTube.
Thank you, the mods who didn't know I was going to be putting that on them.
I made this little short film. Christmas is coming. The goose is getting fat. You might want an exclusive present, something you can't buy anywhere, maybe like this.
So this is his patron, and he's grifting the patrons by playing them the video.
Maybe like this. Have a think about it. Like this man did. So, Armchair Detective. What I am, it's like a street artist.
I haven't seen this. I didn't know. Imagine you sign up to Patreon and I played you a video that was on my channel that was like an advert. I've got the closest one I've got is. This is a bit weird. Channels, True Binaural ASMR, and this is my Binaural Beats EP. And I made a little advert for it. And it's not going to make any sense to anyone. It's like ambient music, and it includes the high quality audio versions of Repair and Sleep. And Sleep is the one that's the hypnotism to get you to sleep. So there's an advert for a thing that I made, and if you want to buy it, you can go to Bandcamp and you can get it. And it's ambient music and then the guided meditation. So some people might want that. I made it look like I'm not pushing it all the time, am I? But if I had if I had a patron, right, and then on the patron I said, right, welcome to the patron. Just like to play you this advert that you've seen on the channel already. It exists already on the channel. Like, it's not going anywhere. I just like to play that. In fact, that's had 10,000 views and I've sold about 3, so it wasn't worth the time and the effort. Creaky chair. Yeah, I'm shocked at the level of the man. Again, like, which window am I in? He's playing this to his patrons.
There's a character.
Skip.
They send the picture. I will do the painting and return it to you as soon as possible. Or your birthday. Or your...
I mean, really, we are reaching new lows. Alan thinks he's hitting new heights. He thinks he's going back to his old form. But what he's clearly doing is he's a panicking, desperate grifter who is attempting to put my shirt on, iron my shirt, do my hair proper, show them, like, really put on the razzle dazzle this week, really dazzle them. They'll all sign up. There'll be thousands in their droves signing up to the Patreon for this course that I haven't really thought out, or all the information's already available online. Yeah, I did talk about Nicola Bulley and Chris Watts and Madeline McCann for hours and hours in all my previous content, yes. But now you can sign up to fucking listen to me talk about it all again. How about that? Like, it just really feels like a panicking grifter. And on his Patreon channel, where they are most indoctrinated, he's like really pushing that painting thing hard. So it feels to me again like he wants the monies. Okay, you think there's gold in the patrons? I will watch as much. I'll put it on high speed, but I will watch.
Here you are, a little advert
We will
for
watch.
Christmas.
But I think it's disgusting.
Or your anniversary. I could paint your son, your daughter.
Please, not your
dog,
daughter.
cat.
Please don't send in pictures of your daughter. Please, not your daughter.
I could paint your son, your daughter, your dog, your cat, your goldfish. Yeah, your goldfish would be easy for me, a goldfish. Or yourself. Or me, if you want. But it will be sent to you with a personal message on the back.
All smeared and
knows?
stuck. Like, how's that going to get through the mail if it's oil paint? Like, how long does... Hang on, wait. I need to find out some facts. How long... Oh, wait. Can I do it like this? Alexa, how long does oil paint take to dry?
Here's something I found on reference.com. The length of time it takes for oil paint to dry depends on several factors. Generally, a normal application of oil on canvas is dry to the touch within a week and fully dry within 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay.
Variables include the thickness of the application.
That's enough now.
The brand of the paint, the color of the paint, and the environmental conditions.
Alexa, that's enough now.
Sorry, I'm not sure.
Alexa, you can shush. How long does oil paint take? I don't need to do it now on Google because Alexa just did it for me. She said 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. So maybe I'm proved wrong in that. Maybe you can ship them out. You know, maybe you can turn them over and ship them out. Let me close. I've got too many windows now. I've got more windows open than Buckingham Palace. Hang on. The calendar can go. That's Super Chuffer. That's me on the internet. That's that. That can go. There's him. He can go. There's this. Nicola Bullis. Go on then.
In 50 years' time, you'll be a millionaire.
No, you won't. In 50 years' time, you may be a millionaire if you bought Bitcoin or some shit, but not right now by buying Alan's paintings. No.
Okay, so tonight was the retrospective of Nicola Bulley.
Nicola Bullis.
2 nights ago, we made a start on McCann's, and tomorrow is the big one when we go back to the Watts case from the start. But of course, it won't be like the old days. It'll be
Better.
based on Chris Watts and Nicola Kessinger. I don't want to
This bit
involve
here
the
now.
family at all. I want to avoid all mentions of the family or her brother. It's purely my case that Nicola Kessinger got cut a deal that was unbelievable, and I don't like it. Basically, I don't like the DA, the way he called me a piece of you-know-what, just because I exposed him for lying. He said...
Again, it's this misconstruction of the argument. I don't think the DA called you a piece of shit because you were exposing him for lying. It's not that. Like, he's making it... He's creating narratives, crafting narratives. This is the narcissism, delusional narcissism. This is creating the delusions.
That everyone died in the house. I was fresh in the McCann case. I knew all about caliber dogs.
I was learning this week again, or reminding myself that narcissism is like being a child inside, and like being this confused child inside, right? And Alan is like putting on this show for mommy, like a lot of the time. Like, oh no, I found out that DA was lying, and that's why he said this about me. Like, you sure you didn't do something naughty, Alan? No, I didn't, mommy. The DA was doing the naughty thing, and I said that he was lying, and like, you know, it's just like fucking pathetic.
And I knew those caliber dogs did not alert to the scent of death in that house, which led me to believe the children were alive. And when I saw the shadow, I proved it, and I changed the damn case. Whether they like it or not,
Alan didn't
Mr.
change the
Rourke,
case.
That's what happened. You were happy enough to go to the sentencing and say everyone was carried out one by one like the trash, deceased. You said that, Mr. Rourke, not me. I prove you wrong. And if you debunk a DA in Colorado, you're not going to be a popular person. Little did I know that lit the bonfire to the destruction of my real life. I've got friends of mine now that are interviewed on the radio. I've got friends of
You haven't got friends that are being interviewed on the radio.
mine now that have gone on really well on YouTube.
You haven't got friends that are doing well on YouTube.
I haven't. I'm stuck in a void where YouTube don't promote me.
Yeah, this is because of you and how you are and who you are and what you've said and what you've done. Like, it's not because you've uncovered some truth and no one else can speak it. Everyone else can speak it, but you are an arsehole.
I've got no aneurysms. I can do a video. I've never.
You've got no aneurysms. You mean the algorithm?
I'm stuck in a void where YouTube don't promote me.
Because you make bad content.
No aneurysms. I can do a video. I'll never get more than 2,000 or 3,000, 5,000 views anymore. I know that.
Never get more than 5,000 views anymore. That's stuck in the craw, isn't it? Is 5,000 the top ticket, is it, Alan?
I know where I've been shunted to. I'm shunted into a siding. I've been reported that much that
You think you've been shadow banned? It's not that. It's just that you're bad.
I no longer get publicity. And if I
And you've had your moment, and instead of capitalising on it, and like everyone discovered him, like he did not discover the shadows. No, you're right. He's creating this false narrative. Someone else discovered them. A lady, was she called Diane? And then she forwarded them to him through Facebook, and then he deleted her and blocked her, and then pretended he did it. Yeah, like
was interviewed on the radio, the chat underneath would be full of comments that I'm a con man, a crook,
yes, because you're a con man and a crook
sexual deviant.
and a sexual deviant.
So what's the point of me ever achieving any sort of upgrade into radio or TV? I can't. do
Pity
it.
party. What's the point in me upgrading to radio or TV? Was he honestly? This is cutting me heavy here. Was he actually thinking that he was going to turn his YouTube channel into a leverage into television? Was all this talk of Isla and This Morning and the Nicola Bulley case and his book, did he honestly think that he was going to be able to leverage himself into television? This man. Is the delusion that strong? Like, those people have got journalism, like, not in every case, you know, you can be Alison, can't you? Alison and the chocolates. I'm not even dissing her for being fat there. She ate that woman's chocolates. Go back and watch the video. Alison ate that woman's chocolates. Listen, you can be, listen, there's no way Alan is getting on Tellis. He can do Bargain Hunt. He can enter, he can be one of the contestants on Bargain Hunt. Or he can be, Alan and his daughter on Pointless. Pointless is the best one for him because it kind of describes his whole thing. Did he honestly think that he was going to do so well on YouTube that they were going to ring him up and be like, I want you to sit next to me and Isla. Hi, Alan, it's Giles Brandreth. Yes, Giles Brandreth from the ITV, this morning crew. Yes, you're just up our street. Yes, that's right. I do like your detectiving. No, I'm not worried about your sexual deviance. In fact, you'll fit right in. Philip Schofield's left a gap in the sofa. There's a gap from Philip Schofield that needs filling. You're just the right sort. Let's get you in. Cornish bolt hole, tick. Let's get you in. Isla's ready to meet you. Isla's looking forward to meeting you. Willing to meet you. Isla said she won't meet you, but you can talk to her on set as part of the, as long as you stick to the script. Isla won't be sitting, no, she won't be sitting next to you on the sofa.
Do it because of what they've done.
I can't believe that I just can't believe it. I can't believe it. It shocked me that. That's blown me, like, everything today I'm finding shocking. Looks like I've got a headrest. I haven't got a headrest. That's Alan's microphone behind. Forget it.
And I've accepted that. I know where I am. So I thought, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll stop talking about those cases and they'll leave me alone, right? I was foolish enough to be naive. And after 6 or 7 months, I'm going, F you. I'll talk about what I want. And I announced that last week on my channel.
Yeah. Okay, so this is where we're starting, really.
I said I'm going to be doing a study group, A, B, and C.
And this is the people who've paid for it and they're in it. And this is the patron.
A would be the McCann case, B would be the Bully case, and C would be the Watts case. And they can stick it in their pipe and lump it. Because I'll be doing that from now on. What difference does it make? I can't get any more hated or doxed or trolled than I am today, can I?
Really? What about somebody take a photograph of your front door and post that on the internet? What about that?
If I was getting hated, doxed, and trolled, and so was my children and my mother.
Children and your mother now. Is his mother still alive? I would assume not, if he's 70. It could be. Oh, you've got ads. Shit. Sorry, I apologise for that. It's a setting in there, isn't it? It's a setting in there somewhere. Still, if you... hang on, I'm talking to you if you've got the ads. Like, there's a setting, there's a button sometimes that you have to click off. I think YouTube has it set to automatically on. And usually I click it off, but yeah, you're right. If I've not clicked it off, it's a bit late now because we're in the middle of the stream. And also, the problem with it is that if I'm talking to you and you've got ads, then you can't hear me because you've got ads. So I'm just stalling for time so that you can come back and turn ads off, please. Okay, I'll look into it. I'm not going to do it now. I'm going to let it just happen today, but I will turn it off for future streams. Like, it's my own mistake to not look into that setting.
But not talking about the Watts, then...
His mother's not alive, right? So should I have a pop at his mother? Should I have a go at his mother? Should I dress up as his mother? Alan, darling. Alan, darling. It's your mother speaking. From beyond the grave. Oh, wait, where's my Ouija board? My Ouija board's in the other room. I should do Alan's mother on the Ouija board, shouldn't I? I've seen what you've been doing, Alan. We can see you, Alan, doing what you're doing.
There's nothing left.
I see it when you're looking at that stuff on the computer, Alan. I see what you did to that hard drive and to that little girl.
They made it so open-wounded that there's nothing left for them to attack. I don't have anything.
All right,
left
let the dead rest. Let the dead rest.
that they can attack. They've done it all. So, like
I need
Tracy
a wig.
says, okay, I'm not popular with you idiots. I don't care. I'm popular with 100,000 supporters.
What? You're not... This is like psychotic delusion now. You have had nearly 100,000 people subscribe to your channel. You haven't got the play button, but you've nearly had it. And if you get it, I will be fucked. It'll be the most unearned, unwarranted, unearned combo. It just, you know, at this point, you've got 80,000 subscribers, and in your Patreon, you're talking to 66 people, top end viewed this. Like, there is no way you've got 100,000 supporters. No way. There's no way you've got 1,000.
I want to be popular with them with their like 100 supporters. I don't care about them. I care about you. And look what Nancy did tonight.
You got some money off Nancy then, yeah? Interesting the way see that where he wrinkles his face there? See the way the filter handles it? And he's like, I can't do filters. They're automatic on Streamlabs, Alan. You can just turn it, click it. Right, and the filter just vanishes, look. Vanishes back to smooth skin. Because the filter can't handle it when you actually wrinkle up your wrinkly face, yeah? But then it just vanishes it. It's clever, isn't it, those filters? Vanish them. And that's what evens out his skin tone into these strange... Like, you know, instead of having regrowth and beard growth, it evens out to a sort of grey. It's weird.
See, I mean, that was Nancy's answer. I don't know if she's here, but Nancy's answer tonight was, Yeah, talk about the bully case, AD. That was all the validation I need from her. She gave 50 subscribers away tonight.
That's all the validation you needed. One woman's moneys. Whatever Nancy wants, that's what your channel should do. Whatever Nancy wants.
50 subscriber gifts because I talked about the bully case. Now,
Or is it because you did the massive pity party?
that's over $500 that she spent on that channel. And the trolls will go into apoplectic fits
Apoplectic.
tomorrow. He's talking about the bully case again because Nancy's done this. And
I don't care. Listen, nice face. I don't care if he talks about the bully case. I find it to be terrible content, and I don't think there's anything worth. I think he'll shoot himself in the foot by trying his hardest to do good content and showing very clearly that he can't. I think while the case is live and there's that trend on YouTube and every night everyone's looking for a new piece of information and something happens and the police do a statement and everyone talks about it on their channels, you know, he can ride that wave, but actually making content, no. Nope. And while people are just like looking for a live stream that's talking about Nicola Bully, looking for something that, you know, might be said that they haven't heard somewhere else, you know, Alan can ride a bit of a trend wave like that, but this, nope.
we don't give a damn. I don't know if you're here, Nancy, but I want to thank you again if you watch this later. Yeah, 50. 50. 50. Yeah, they do sit and watch me every day. I noticed that I wore a vest the other day that's 10 years old, right?
Now listen, I have not sat and watched him all week, and there might be some gems within that hour and a half about Madeleine McCann. There might be some moments, you know, there was a moment where his microphone didn't work, I think, but I can't be arsed with it. It's not good enough to make content out of. This patron stuff is, especially if he's going to refer to the vest. So which one was that in? Because he looked like a... Oh, my days. My days, Alan. Armchair Detective. Where are you? You're live. Which one was he wearing the vest in? It was Rachel Morin, here it is.
When it comes to this,
The vest, apparently. This is the vest then, yeah? The vest. I think, my opinion on this is that it's a lady's top. I've done it before. I go to charity shops, I buy clothes from charity shops, and occasionally I'll buy a t-shirt and I'll get it home and I'll be like, hang on, wait, the cut of this neck is a bit, and like, it's just a bit, and then I'll check in the label and it'll be from something like Zaza, or like, you know, Saza, or something like, you know, it has some like feminine sounding name in the title of the label, like inscribed in pink on an angle, and I'll be like, oh, hang on, it's a blouse, I've bought a blouse. Like, honestly though, look, this is the vest in question, Your Honour.
Do you know I'm back in the gym now? I did circuit training today. I go to the gym now 3 times a week.
Do you?
I'm in training for a fight.
You go circuit training in the gym with your knee? You're in training for a fight? Well then I will fight you. Like, let's have the boxing match, you nutter. Oh, I don't want Alan in the gym. I wonder what he sees at the gym. I wonder what he videos at the gym.
So, anyway, I put this vest on. That's 10 years old. And one of the trolls wrote in the chat, oh my God, he's wearing that vest. He hasn't worn that vest for 2 years. And she's right.
This is his patron.
I haven't worn it for 2 years. But that's the level of knowledge they have about my real life. And I'm a bloke living in England, old man on my own with just a phone. And then
With just a phone, talking through this computer with the microphone behind you with the green screen. Listen, they recognise the vest. If people from 2 years ago, I didn't know that the vest was controversial 2 years ago, but if 2 years ago they recognised it, like, it's obviously, you know, if I ever saw him wearing that vest again, doesn't matter how many years later, I'll be like, that's that vest he wears. That, you know, now that I've heard him say it, now it's a vest issue. I'm not surprised they remembered it. It made you look clownish. Like, why did you bring it back? Why did you resurrect the vest?
the depth of their knowledge of mine is spookily scary. Their knowledge of my life is scary. that these old women, and most of them are 60, 70 years old, maybe more, these senior citizen ladies, this bunch of fishwives.
Fishwives, I use that word. Alan, in your chat, aren't they all ladies in this little inner circle group? Aren't some of them? Anyway.
Fight to see who has the most knowledge of AD. And then, so when she wrote that, she thought, they're gonna be praising me. I know that he hasn't worn that top for 2 years. And they're all thinking, cool, she's good. She even knows that. And that's the level they are now. It doesn't matter about Christopher Watts.
They've remembered what you wore some years ago because it looks stupid.
Doesn't matter about anything. All that matters is me.
And your vest.
And that's weird. That's weird because I'm just one YouTuber talking about a crime that thousands of people talk about, yet they're obsessed. I must have something right, because if they follow me on that level, they must love me on some level. They love me.
Is that what it is, Alan? What? I mean, I follow him. I don't follow him on that. I mean, how do I say this? I follow him, don't I? I do this coverage of him, but I don't follow him on the level to know about his vest. But do I love him? Narcissism, pulled out in chat there, undercover mother, good shout. Narcissism, isn't it? It confuses me sometimes. I'm like, how do you draw that conclusion? They hate you. They're angry at you. They're holding you to account. They're drawing attention to your ridiculousness and when you look stupid, and you think they love you.
They just can't admit it, right? Hello, lovies. You all love me, don't you? Poor buggers. Anyway, 25 million views. Put down your pipe and smoke it, says Welsh.
25 million views. I don't know how he's got to that figure, but it's all in the bin now.
Oh. Can't all be wrong, can they? 25 million people can't.
Well, they don't all come back, so I agree, they can't all be wrong because they're not all back watching, are they? Pull 25 million views on the next video drop and we'll talk, but...
If 25 million people want to watch
you can't make up... The 25 million people don't want to watch you, though. It wasn't 25 million individual different people clicked on all those videos, Alan. Quite a lot of the time there will be overlap like that. Your total video views are not independent. It wasn't one at a time, one per person, 25 million. That's not 25 million people. Like, see, even that misunderstanding of the figures and how they work. Do you know what I mean? Is he doing it deliberately?
What is it for some YouTube police woman, age 70, in a wheelchair? It may not be in a wheelchair.
In a wheelchair? Sorry, Alan.
YouTube police woman, age 70, in a wheelchair. It may not be in a wheelchair.
May not be in a wheelchair, because he took that back immediately because he realised it was a disability slur. But he's quite happy to pop the disability slurs, the mental health slurs. You know, he's quite happy to pop them out every now and then, isn't he? But, you know, that one got through the net. It was on Patreon.
They were Google Grannies, you know. To tell you not to watch me.
I'm not Google Grannies.
Oh, Nancy's here. Hello, Nancy. I'm going to be doing Chris Watts tomorrow. Is that okay with you, Nancy? Watch for the backlash, Nancy, tomorrow when I do Chris Watts.
So he loves it. He loves it. He knows he's trying to stir up as much drama as possible.
All right, Nancy. 9:45. Christopher Watts, stroke Nissel Kessinger. Hey, that's a good title.
Hey, that's a good title. Chris Watts stroke Nicole Kessinger. It's not. It's just like the two names. It's not even a title.
It's raining again. I couldn't be
Welcome to the
happier.
cult.
Jigsy
Jigsy.
sent tippies.
Thank you, Jigsy, for the tippies.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Did you put a message or did just... I'll reload it just in case the message didn't get through, because sometimes if people say bad things on the message... No, you just said 3 hugs, thank you. If you put words that don't get allowed to be read out, it won't do it on the messages, but it just... Because it just said... But yeah, no, that's cool. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you for the tippies. Bad Alan.
Christopher Watts, stroke Nicole Kessinger. Yeah. They claim to hate me, but they watch every move I make. I'll be watching you, every move you make, every breath you take. I'll be watching you.
I'll be watching you. I'm watching you. I'm watching you. What's
I'm
he
obsessed
doing?
with you, Alan.
Sorry, hang on. What? I
Every
let that
breath you
pass,
take.
but this shouldn't get free pass. This should get slowed down. What is this?
I'll be watching you.
Alan. I'm obsessed with you, Alan. They all talk to me, though. They look at the screen, they talk to me. As if I'm watching.
They don't know that I only watched to gather evidence if there's a possible trial. I've now finished watching them, but they don't know that I've stopped watching them. So now they get...
What?
It's raining again. I couldn't be
Big
happier.
up
Slick Centipedes, redeem corn.
Crunchy corn, yum.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
You don't have to pay me monies. Big up Snood in the house. Sorry, did I not pay any attention in chat? Did I not see you? Hello, Crunchy corn, yum. Big up Snood in the house. You're right there. Losing my train of thought a little bit here because Alan admitted recently on his community posts that he, like, this just blows my mind how he, like, this is like levels of layers of, right. So Alan said on his community posts, I'm assuming he's not deleted them, that he watches the troll channels and subscribes to them because he needs to gather evidence. Pretty sure that was on the community post, wasn't it? That Alan said that, of course I follow the trolls because I subscribed to the, like, and we saw that he was subscribed to some of them, didn't we? And he said that I follow and subscribe to the trolls because I need to gather evidence. Has he taken it down now? Now we've got a 3 hours old one. No one can speak for God. Due to the enormous amount of abuse directed towards me over the past 5 years, I've reached a decision. Going forward, I will continue to present true crime cases to my audience if they have been steadfast in their support of my channel and myself. He's not written this himself. I will no longer attempt to justify my actions to the few who have such a low opinion of me. Their sense of entitlement is truly unbelievable and unfathomable. I'm aware that by giving this minority my attention, they will become emboldened. Bear in mind, he's put, no one can speak for God. No one can speak for God. Thanks to Sandy saying SW is sitting, Shannon Watts is sitting by God's side.
Raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Tari
Thank you,
sent
Tari.
tippies.
Join the cult.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you. Thank you for the 3 hugs. Thank you. Join the cult. Thank you, Tari. I'm going to be surprised to see that apparently, right, Sandy has verified that I can't get my brain around it today. Sandy has verified that Shannon Watts is sitting by God's side, deciding who gets in the gates, right? So St. Peter's having a break. Now it's Shannon Watts is deciding who goes to heaven. The trolls now own God. These fakes ask God to help me and save my soul.
Dixie sent tippies.
And then whoosh.
I said the word bubis about Alan's top and got banned. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thanks. I didn't find it on the chat list. Thanks, Boobis. Sorry about that. Thank you for the extra tippies. Big ups. I'm shocked at this night, right? The fakes ask God to help me and save my soul. Alan's not a godly man. Alan's not a religious man. He hasn't talked about this ever. And by by condemning me to the fires of hell, I fear that it is Satan who is in their hearts, not God. What? Therefore, I shall now focus on those who only have my best interests at heart. My 100,000 strong army. My family, my team, my patrons, members and subscribers will now reap the rewards of my dedication to true crime cases. Here's what my family is subjected to from the crazy, obsessed older woman who found God in their prison of black-hearted hate and have weaponized the Lord Almighty. Mad fit woman. If my father was making videos like this, I would report to the police. It's so very sad that no one cares about Alan enough to care for his welfare. Crazy granny. I said a rosary for you yesterday, Alan. You can say and do nasty stuff till the cows come home, but I will not stop praying for you and others' soul. You need to reject the darkness inside you and turn to God. Cartoon girl. Alan is definitely under the influence of Satan at the moment. He needs a divine intervention. Sadly, I think he's just a lost soul and will stay that way. We'll keep praying though. Alan, I love you really. I hope you rot in hell for what you are going to good people of this world. Angry. Ooh, angry. Well done. All this did was get Nancy on a roll. Thank you, AD. Boom. Nancy, am I going to join Ocean's Daughter? $100. Fuck you. It's Alan and God versus you and every fucking one of you. Red, obviously, God's red. God's God with a very red background for this particular. Nancy tipping in the money, of course, is very godly. Always very divine, isn't it, to receive $100 over the internet. That always is the sign. I remember when Jesus was doing the loaves and fishes, and Nancy gave him $100, wasn't it? Well, not Nancy, obviously. In the Bible, it was like, what was she called? Nancina or something. Nancina of Nazareth. She chipped in. Do you remember when he was doing the loaves and fishes? Jesus was like handing out the loaves and fishes. Big ups BCTV, videographer with opinions. Big ups everyone, check out their channel. 199 super chat saying Alan super nutter. He is, isn't he? He's off his nut, this one. Like, do you remember when Jesus was doing the loaves and fishes and Nancy came in with the $100 and put that in your pipe and smoke it, she said. Do you remember when the mother of Jesus was looking for a hotel for the night, and they said no room at the inn, which was Alan's opinion the other day about the immigrants. He was in the Bible, wasn't he, Alan? He was the one that he was in the nativity scene. He was the one that said no room at the inn. It's Alan and Jesus. Alan's on a roll. Alan and that's why he's wearing these clothes. They're the vestments. Got my quiet music. Got my Alan Super Nutter.
In a mood that I'm not watching them. And if I do watch them and question, they get in a mood because I'm saying something and stalking them. If I don't watch them and say nothing, then they get in a mood because I'm not taking any notice of them. And I'm guilty. I'm guilty because I'm not taking any notice of their crap work. Content. So they accuse me of stealing content.
The problem is, the problem is here, Alan watches all of our stuff. I say he watches all the true crime stuff from other people and steals it. I'm not really a true crimer, but he stole my stuff as well. He stole Eddie's stuff. Then all the people who detract him, if they're going to write Alan in the title and they're going to write, Armchair Detective, he's going to find that and watch it because it's all about him and he's an egotistical narcissist and he can't help it. So he's even admitted that he's subscribed to these people. He needs to check it for evidence.
They accuse me of being a con man, and their content is pictures of me, pictures of my dog, and my videos. Yet I'm stealing content, and their channels are just me.
This didn't happen before you stole my content, though, did it, Alan? No, we didn't have to get down this road, but this is the way it's gone. So, enjoying it, are you?
My name, my hashtag Armchair Detective, my dog, and my words is their content. And I'm the con man, thief, content stealer. And do you know what? They don't even get it. They don't even get it. But
so what you're saying is that I'm stealing your content and that I'm stealing it, therefore I'm the content thief and grifter. But what's actually happening, Alan, is that I'm able to take your content and make something out of it. It's called transformation, transformative, fair use. And by critiquing and commenting on it, I'm creating content. So it's you that doesn't get it. I've explained it very clearly for you, though.
Never seen nothing like it. Never seen nothing like it. They don't even know what they're doing. We don't know that we're stealing your content. Well, you've got me on the screen. Yeah, so what? That's okay. You're moaning about me copying somebody else's content.
Alan, there's a difference between what I'm doing, having you on the screen and critiquing it, exactly what I'm doing now, literally doing it now, and you watched my video, said, that was an interesting thing he said, I'll say that and say it was my idea. And then there's something interesting that Eddie's Vinyl Break come up with, I'll say that and say it was my idea. Like, there's a total difference, isn't there, Alan? Like, not only did you not reference the people you were stealing from and plagiarising, but I've got you on the screen. Like, you're here. These are your words, and I'm answering and talking about it. So the best thing you could do to answer this would be to come on a stream with me and talk directly to me.
Yeah, but that's you. That's you. You're not human. I got to live to much higher standards than anyone else in the world, you know. Nancy.
And yet, strangely, you subject to sort of much lower standards than anyone else would ever agree to.
Tag me and everything they do is madness. But it is madness. But in a way, if the stuff they did got no views, they'd stop. Right? Because I am attractive to a certain class of people who want to see me even hated, then they get views. If
talking to getting views, right, you chuffers, this week on Twitch, I talked a little bit about Durian Rider. So I made a video about Durian Rider. That's got 1.2k views. That's not bad. I'm happy with that. Darkside Phil, I talked about him. He got 1.2k views. Yeah, Angry Alan, these videos have got 3.5, 2k, 3.7. These are just videos, not the live streams. Like, if I did a live stream about Durian Rider, I'd pull in more views than I do for a video. Okay, it's irrelevant about, it's just context, yeah? Alan is contextually getting more views than these other lolcows, but it doesn't mean I'm going to stop talking about other lolcows. We've had a bit of a big season of Alan, but I do want to make sure, especially like we had JJ Kane say it in chat earlier, if Alan stops talking, what are we going to, you know, we'd miss him. We would miss him in a way, but Darkside Phil is also an idiot, and Durian Rider is also an idiot, and we've got other idiots to cover. There are actually like other people that I've got on the back burner of Nutter Watch. You know, we need to do more broad Nutter Watch. I know that Alan's your favourite nutter. Okay, I know that he's your favourite nutter. Yeah, but we can broaden it out to loads of other nutters on the internet. But I don't know if it's actually good for him that, like, what he's saying essentially is that he's a bigger figure of ridicule on the internet. In terms of content, him doing his own thing doesn't get as many views as the people that ridicule him and hold him up as a laughter cow, lol cow. So it's weird that, like, he's actually highlighting this. And again, this is his patron. These people have paid the money to be in the inner circle and to hear him talk. It's a study group. They've done the Nicola Bully episode, and now it's time to talk as a little study group, the ones that want to pay the money and be in the patron. And this is what he's got for them.
Their hatred of me got no views, they'd stop. So in effect, they don't hate me at all. They absolutely need me.
What?
That's...
It's not, okay, hate's a strong word. I do dislike you, Alan. I don't think you're a good person. Big ups, Mark. Yeah, you did request it, didn't you? Yeah, we'll do more. We'll do more. I want to ease him in to the, you know, ease him into the story and get people used to the story. But he does. We'll probably look at him, you know, as and when, and ease him in more. A laughter bovine, a jocular. There must be two words that one means laughing and one means. Hang on. Well, it's lolcow, isn't it? But laughter. What do I want? Synonyms. Is it synonyms? Similar and opposite. Look, laughter, chuckling, chortling, guffawing. Okay, I've got words here for laughter. And then hooting heifer, a hoot heifer. Because I've got other words for cows, haven't I? My other words for cows now are to fit in with this. Bovine's the main one. That's like the Latin. Big up Snood. I can't see a B one. A titter milker. Okay, what are my cow words? Cow, heifer, bull. Bull's a bit, like, you know, bit good, isn't it? Bovine. Cow words. Laughter livestock, that's a good one. They're a group of laughter livestock. I like that. Okay, we're getting sidetracked.
They need me.
They need me. They need me.
I can't do anything for Val, I'm afraid. It's too late, Val. 30 years ago.
30 years ago, Alan would have shagged you. But now, he's not the man he once was. That's not a good look, Alan. It's not a good look.
You could have cut my head, Val. Yeah, you get the views. They don't. I know. They need me. Where's that Mike Hunt? Mike Hunt's doing a sterling job on the streets of YouTube.
Blocked from my channel a long time ago, Mike Hunt. Got spotted immediately as a troll and just immediately blocked, but yeah.
No, I'm afraid I don't even watch Val anymore, so I don't know what she's saying. People tell me that she wants me. I don't know, but I'm afraid. If you know Val, could you tell her I'm not watching her anymore? I know it's sad.
If you know, wait, what kind of a thing to say is this in your Patreon? Like, could you imagine if Darkside Phil said, if you know Tevin, can you tell him? Like, if you know Val, can you tell her that I'm not watching her? Because I'm not watching her. So,
If you know Diem, can you tell him I'm not watching him anymore?
you are watching him. You did a community post that said that you were watching him because you had to be subscribed to him because you needed to collect information for your court case.
And if he's going to make 3 films a day about me, knock yourself out. Knock yourself out.
It's raining again. I
Big
couldn't
ups,
be
Jessica.
happier.
Already in the
Jessica
cult.
sent tippies.
You're one of these people in the side with the
Meow,
headdress.
big up, Scott. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Thanks very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm not watching.
Thanks.
Cartoon lady, you're wasting your breath. I'm not watching. Val, you're wasting your threats. I'm not watching.
But you're talking directly to her now. In Patreon, where she can't hear it.
Schaefer, I'm not watching. Fit of Dime, I'm not watching.
Fit of Dime, did he say? Well, you can't even... He's such a ninnis. He's such a ninnis. Fit of Crime walkie-talkie. Why could he not even just say the name of the channel?
Schaefer, I'm not watching. Fit of Dime, I'm not watching. Who else is there? All of them, I'm not watching.
What about me? He didn't. Oh, he is watching me. He is watching me.
I can't mention one because it's a police investigation, so I'm exactly not watching that one.
You can't mention me because of a police investigation. Is it that you're scared that I would do you for defamation and that I allow you to speak about me at the moment so that it makes it worse for you in court? Or do you think there's a police... The police are on him.
The legendary Mike Hunt is not AD. That's true. It's not.
The legendary Mike Hunt is not AD.
What happens if Mike Hunt gets blocked from all the troll channels? You have to have a new name. Let's think of a new name for Mike Hunt. What other name could he have if he gets blocked? You might have to make
You have to be a new account.
a new name. Let's all think of a new name for blocked Mike Hunt.
Welcome to my Patreon. $10 is the only available option at the moment, I'm afraid. Sorry, the $1.99 option is sadly full. We've only got the expensive tickets. Tonight we're going to be discussing the new name for my troll account so that we can get into the other channels. And I'm not watching the channels. I'm not watching Val and that other one. I can't talk about him. I'm not watching them. So I will need a name for my alt account. For while I'm not watching them. Everyone thinks it's Bin Bin. They think Bin Bin's helping him doing the trolling. It could be. Could be. Could be. I'll accept it, Betsy. You know, I'll take it. I'll take it and say, yeah. You know, don't mind. Yeah, could be. Like, there's a couple more in that group that are capable of it. There's like, it could be like, you know, they pass it around like one of those children. Anyway, look.
Be careful with that word. Hunt is easy to say, right? Mike is easy to say. Mike Hunt is hard to say.
The joke is that it's one of those funny names that like Ice, Wallow, Come. See, I said it very carefully separately. Like there's a few funny names and you put them in chat and then the streamer reads them out and says it. Oh, and then they've said this thing. But you keep saying it, Alan. Like it didn't get. No one got by Mike Cunt. Oh, I've said it. I just got myself. No one got by Mike Hunt, though, did they? No one thought, oh, here's this guy in chat. He's a very reasonable person. Everyone can just see that they're a fucking narc troll and they're always on your side.
Let me see.
You're right. It's a Bart Simpson prank phone call joke, yeah.
New name for Mike.
If you've got fun names, can you get them in chat now? Do you want me to read them for you? Amanda Hug and Kiss is the classic. Huge anus, yeah, huge action. We used to have a lad at my actual school, I'm not doxing him, but he was called Hugh Jackson. And so, as far as we were concerned, he was called Huge Action. And that's a fair, good nickname, really. It's not a bad one. Huge Action. He's got a huge action.
He obviously likes double
Major Bumsaw. I think I'd spot that one.
He likes
Mike Oxmall. Mike Oxmall. Have I said that wrong?
Worst.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Shit, I didn't even get that one. Great. Now, wait. Now I'm subjecting myself to this torture. This is bad. Conor Man. Conor Man. Yeah, that could be him. Absolutely, that's a good one for him.
So,
Ivana P. I'm gonna kneel down. Look, stop it.
means something that they don't say. Bend over. There you go. Brilliant. Okay, you got it in one. I like that.
Bend over. The name of a very famous pornographer.
Bend over still gives you the sexual connotation, right?
It's making me creep. That gave me a physical reaction. Honestly, that gave me a physical reaction.
Bend over still gives you the sexual connotation, right? And it's still a man's name. Bend over. Kate, that's brilliant. There are other names. Dandruff, yeah, but that's in the hair. This bend. Okay, you got it in one. I like that. Bend over still gives you the sexual connotation, right? And it's still a man's name. Bend over. Kate, that's brilliant. There are other names. Dandruff, yeah, but that's in the hair. This bend over is sexual. Mike Hunt is sexual, I think. Kate, you got it. You got it. You got the reserve backup name for Mike. I remember when Chicken Lady was here, she used to name her chickens quite cleverly as well. You know, like Lenny Kravitz. No, Clucky Kravitz or something. I don't know. So there we go.
Lenny Kravitz.
Phil McCracken. Oh, that takes me back to my school days. That's my school days. I like Bend Over.
I like Bend Over. Somebody get this video to Regardation Police. What the fuck? What the fuck? He wanted the ones that were sexual. He was like, yeah, but dandruff's in your hair. Let's have it as sex. Let's do a sex name. Like, what's going on? This is his actual patron.
So there we go. But when she and it's still a man's name. Ben.
It's still a man's
still
name.
Gives you the sexual connotation, right?
Still gives you the sexual. Yeah.
Bend over still gives you the sexual connotation, right? And it's still a man's name. Bend over. Kate, that's brilliant. There are other names. Dandruff, yeah, but that's in the hair. This bend over is sexual. Mike Hunt is sexual, I think. Kate, you got it. You got it. You got the reserve backup name for Mike. I remember.
Mike Hunt is sexual.
Remember when Chicken Lady was here, she used to name her chickens quite cleverly as well. You know, like Lenny Kravitz. No, Clucky Kravitz or something. I don't know. So there we go. Phil McCracken. Oh, that takes me back to my school days. That's my school days. I like Bend Over. I think I might get a note and call myself Bend Over.
Hello, Regardation Police. Big ups. This one. This one.
Bend Over and Phil. I can't put those two names together. Oh, I've gone red. I've gone red.
He's talking in the mic. Get away from me. Get away from me. Wait. This is fucked up. He thinks he's going away from Cam, but he's talking directly over into the mic for once. And you can hear all of a sudden it starts picking up his voice like it should. This is just so messed up. This is just so great. Alan, you are inept. Like, I don't have to often think, and I never really do, what it'd be like to be leant over and tried to be sexed upon by the man. But he would be so bad at it. He would be so bad at the sex.
Bend Over and Phil. I can't put those two names together. Oh, I've gone red. I've gone red. I can't put those two names together. The two famous Scotland, Bend Over and Phil. I can't do it. Sorry, I'm distraught. No, girls. I don't suppose you Americans even know those two famous Scottish names, do you? Bend Over and Phil. No, it's not funny. It's disgusting. What am I going to do now? It's going to be a video made about this. Yeah, but I didn't say the second name, did I? You have to read it in chat.
You did say it. You said Phil McCracken. You said it, and it's all right. You can say it. It's a joke, but it's the weirdness that you surround the joke with, the performance, the weird, like pervy. It's this. Like, it's not like it's the delivery, but I don't think Alan's like. I was going to say the performance, the act, the way that you deliver the joke. I don't think he's doing that though. I think he's just being himself, and it's just creepy and weird. Do you know what I mean? I don't think he's trying to be. Like, I think this is the inner circle, the patrons. He doesn't bother. Like, he can't be asked. He's just talking to the people in the chat, and like he's just fucking. Oh.
Dear, oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear.
And can you,
Scottish
now
people.
that we've discovered that the microphone actually works if you talk directly into it, do you think that you might bring it closer to your face and ever talk in front? Like, please, Alan, please.
Nancy doesn't get it.
Nancy doesn't get it.
Someone needs to explain to Nancy, but I can't. Nancy, I can't. I can't say it. It's rude. It's rude, Nancy. I can't do it. Nancy's going, what's all this about? Someone might have to send you an email. Bend over. Ah, dear. Yeah, I do too. Nancy, I do too. Oh, dear. Elizabeth's trying to explain to a Canadian.
Nancy's got it now.
Oh, dear. Nancy knows, yeah, I know. I know. These are all names we learned at school. Say them fast. Chopped liver. Chopped liver. Chinese meal, chopped liver. Oh dear.
Did you say chopped liver, Chinese meal, chopped liver? Was that a racist one?
Chopped liver. Chopped liver. Chinese meal, chopped liver. Oh dear. Nancy got it. Go on, Nance. Very nice of you to give 50 memberships away. Do you realise what you're going to do? They're going to make a film about Nancy. They're going to say Nancy is actually my sister.
Really?
Nancy is actually me. Nancy is actually you. Any one of you. Nancy is not a real person. Bendover committed a murder. A murder. Oh dear. Gotta laugh. Gotta laugh. What day is it? Monday. Yeah, I'm glad that that nurse. Can't even call her a nurse, can we? She doesn't deserve the name nurse. Ugh. She got full life sentences. Got 20 odd life sentences. Like, she's never coming out. It's brilliant.
Hooray.
Nancy's 2 weeks older than me, so she can't be my sister.
Why this mystique about Nancy? Why create this mystery about Nancy? Why doesn't Nancy just tell us, like, you know, some information and then just be normal?
Yeah, can it be my sister? No. Actually, yeah, January the 10th. Wow.
Well, actually, don't tell us your actual
Yeah, I am
birthday on the
shocked at
internet. That would be a mistake, wouldn't it? I'm 68. My birthday, January the 10th, 1955, says Nancy. So she's doxing herself on the internet.
Nurse. How it took
Do your social security number next.
5 years to put her in prison. There's somebody on the radio today saying, how do you know she's guilty? There's like a barrister on. It just shows you can get a barrister to say anything, can't you? You pay him enough money. And this barrister was going, well, it's just a coincidence. Just because she was working on the day they died, that's just a coincidence.
That's her defence, barrister?
Well, all of them. All 21 of them. It's just a coincidence. She went to Ibiza for 2 weeks and nobody died. She writes a message to her best friend, I'm coming back tomorrow, there's going to be fireworks, she wrote. The next day a little boy died. Yeah. Nancy shared a birthday with Shanann, yeah. Oh, you're both born in New York City, both had a birthday. That's why you got to stick to the case.
The way you can jump from that to
I
that.
take it you agree with me talking about the case, Nancy? The what's case? Well, yeah, I suppose. No which choices. We've got to do it. I don't know what the backlash is going to be. I don't know.
He's like expecting some big like argy-bargy on the internet, everyone talking about Alan. Alan's the main one. Like, it's kind of what he wants, isn't it? He's trying to drive up as much engagement, as much interest, as much anything as he can. Like, I feel like it's max of desperation. I feel like I feel like he got himself in some sort of debt in some way. Like, it feels like he's got something that he needs to pay off. Like, or maybe it's just the last YouTube payment wasn't what he was expecting, and it's all a bit difficult. But it feels in a way like he's, you know, really trying to, in whatever way he can, draw in as much hype as possible. I suppose that is kind of what YouTubers do in a general sense, isn't it? I don't know.
My mum was full of old knowledge from the old days.
Oh, regardation police. My mom was full of...
My mum was full of... Gonna be... I don't know.
Big ups, Me and Green, £10 super chat. Big ups. Thanks very much for that. That's really generous. A big yellow on top board there. Thank you very much.
My mum was full of... Well, yeah, I suppose. There's no much choices. We've got to do it. I don't know what the backlash is going to be. I don't know. My mum was full of old knowledge from the olden days. Never go into hospital, my boy. You never come out again. She's Devonshire. Never, don't go in hospital again. Most people who go in hospital never come out again. Because in the years gone by, hospital used to have like 20 people.
That's not top tips.
And if one person caught pneumonia, they all got pneumonia. I didn't like it. And I'll tell you the other thing they do. They put you on the pathway. Do you know, it's a secret thing in hospitals called the pathway. Do you know about it? If a person isn't worth saving, like they're really old, in their minds, they're not financially worth saving, if it costs too much to do, or they're too old. So if you're too old, or it costs too much money to save you, they put you on a pathway with morphine.
What the fuck? Big ups, Regardation Police. I'll be sharing it as long as it's... Well, just everyone look out for Regardation Police's next video, please. Some things I'm like, oh, I should share that, but then on the edge of, like, you know, a bit... But trust me, I'm laughing.
And you know what? You're just going to... If it costs too much to do, or they're too old.
Alan thinks that they just fucking write you off in the hospital if it costs too much. That's not the case. It's like, I've seen tragic cases where people couldn't tolerate the operation, for example. Like, you know, risk reward sort of thing. But yeah, sometimes tragically people have to be put on end of life palliative care. That's true, Alan. This is your patron. You go ahead.
So if you're too old, or it costs too much money to save you, they put you on a pathway with morphine. And you know what? You're just going to die. That's not... I mean, I'm whistleblowing here because I know nurses. Thing called the pathway. Look it up. Pathway. Gotta be careful what I say.
Look it up yourself. If you want to present information on your channel and you've got the information, then you should just show it people, Alan.
But if you do go to hospital, or you're going to send your old granny to hospital, be careful.
He's now warning people off hospitals.
They do not resuscitate as well. They do.
DNRs exist, yes.
ICU is scary, yep. It's all run on money. Hospitals are run on money.
Isn't everything require monies?
Of course. There are many, many fantastic nurses. Many, many, many. God, I mean, I had my knee done. Fantastic. 10 weeks, I'm back in the gym and everything.
And you didn't have to pay for any of it, did you?
Get Medicare in America, don't you? If you make more than 18... Oh, you're too rich. Okay. If you make more than 18k a year, you can't get Medicare. Well, who earns less than 18k a year for full-time work? Yeah. But
But it's the people who are not in full-time work who can't afford it. That's the worst bit, isn't it?
DNR and DNI. I don't know what that means.
You wouldn't qualify, Alan, because you don't make money regular like that, do you?
What's that mean?
As far as you tell us, you get 000 at the end of every month. There's no money to take.
Melissa? I'm not sure. Medicare is £300 a month. I pay insurance for my dog, £15 a month. No Medicare is only for people with kids. Medicare is 65 and up. Where's Mike Hunt gone? He must be out on the streets. Oh, do not resuscitate, yeah. Do not intube, not resuscitate. There's lots of stuff going on in hospitals that we don't know about. Well, my mum's right. Stay away from them hospitals.
What? Everything's transparent that goes on in hospital. They tell you everything about it. They explain it all to you. There's no secret agendas in the hospitals.
Well, I'm going to bed now, guys. It's gone midnight. I hope that we're in the process of reviving the patient, the channel, and our viewers by doing what they want, which is
The zombie channel.
deep study groups. So we're starting 3 study groups, and I want you to follow them and learn and join in and feel relieved that you can talk to each other in chat, and you're not doing anything wrong by discussing cases that are in the public domain, guys. We're not talking about cases that are sacrilege. We're not talking about beheading people. We're not talking about COVID. We're not talking about politics. We're not
So wait, you can talk about anything you want, but here's a big list of stuff that you can't talk about.
talking about religion. We're not talking about protecting individuals. We're talking about crime. That's it. And that's it. Hello, Tracy. Tracy Wheeler, where have you been lately then?
Got her on the screen there. Highlighted Tracy. So you can have a good look at her picture. She's got nice hair.
So good to see you, my friend. You look great. Tracy, you have lovely hair.
Oh my God. You can't. Not on the internet like that, Alan. Like, he's looking at people, and I believe, like, people think he's got a hair fetish. I think it's just, he's trying to, I mean, is this, which one of them is Tracy for a start? I don't know. Yeah. Because there's 2 people in the image, but he's trying to vet people based on, like, he's looking for one of these people in his little subbies chat to become his next girlfriend, and he's trying to pick out the one that's got the nice, that looks the nice. So he says, you've got lovely hair, meaning, like, you know, I'm glad I can see your picture and your face. I've adjudged you to be attractive. Like, what is this about, Alan? It's fucking creepy and weird.
So good to see you, my friend. You look great. Tracy, you have lovely hair. I'm not supposed to say that, but I'm in a good mood tonight.
It's sexist as well.
Right. Time for bed, said Zebedee.
Pervy.
Why do we go to bed? It's a waste of time. We wait millions of years to be born, and then we spend half our time in bed asleep.
Because to recharge, like, why do we sleep? Could be an actual episode. They don't have an actual total neurological breakdown for it. Like, there isn't a, like, here's the facts. This is exactly why we sleep. But we basically understand that it helps us to recharge.
Again. I couldn't be happier.
Neurological and
Sierra
physiological
J sent tippies.
systems.
In no Nancy, but I can buy you a coffee.
Thank you, Sierra J.
Enjoying
my
your
Nancy.
content. Thank you. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you very much for the tippies. Thank you very much, Nancy. I called you Nancy then. You said you're not Nancy, and I called you Nancy. Thank you very much, Nancy. You're Nancy's now.
Isn't that a waste of a life? You can live twice as long if you don't sleep. I did a song called
You can't live twice as long if you don't sleep, right? You live the same amount of
I
time.
couldn't be happier.
Someone
Big up
sent
someone.
tippies. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Have you said something rude? I need to check them these days in case someone says something rude, and then no message, no, just it said someone said Red Fan, big ups Red Fan. I don't know why it said someone. Maybe you wanted it to be anonymous, but I said it now. So yeah, these are his patrons we're watching, yeah, and
what is it called? And then we spend half our time in bed asleep.
so you don't live twice as long if you don't sleep. What it is you are awake for twice as long.
Isn't that a waste of a life? You can live twice as long if you don't sleep. I did a song called what is it called? I don't get no sleep.
Insomnia, faithless. I did a song called I Can't Get No Sleep. You didn't do a song.
What is it called? I don't get no sleep. you want to hear it? Do you want a little dance for me? Do you want a little dance? I did it to commemorate a film I really like
What?
from many years ago.
To commemorate a film? No. No, 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 no. No, I missed a super chat. Oh, wait. Big up Snow Bunny. He says they have lovely hair because his words can't say they're beautiful. Yeah, he's speaking in code, isn't he? And he's got his grimy little reasons for getting them to put their pictures up. Like, he's a weird chuffer. Did he slur? Racist slur? I don't know if I caught that. My brain's starting to fall apart a bit.
No sleep.
I can't get no sleep. He said it was from his favourite film, like this whole film. The film's called Insomnia, and the song is Insomnia. So he's gone on the app and he's tried to find one that's like speaking song, because Insomnia's not really got much song in it, has he? Or maybe he's got Insomnia and he's typed it in on Google on his phone, and he's just put the two things together. There's no. You can't pretend that you've watched that film and you thought it was great and you thought, I'll do a homage to that, and incidentally I'll use a song with the same name. Like, no.
Do you want to hear it? Do you want a little dance for me? Do you want a little dance? I did it to commemorate a film I really like from many years ago. And now the man that did it is now a famous director. At the time, this was one of his first films, right? Many years ago, Christopher Nolan.
Christopher Nolan? Don't. Christopher Nolan is now popular and has recently been in the news. Alan is going to try and piggyback that he fucking was always. Oh, I was always into Christopher Nolan. Me, I always thought he was great.
I'll get it up in a sec. Yeah, Christopher Nolan did Batman and many films, isn't he? He's just done that. What about the atom bomb now, isn't he? And but in the olden days, back in the 90s, I think it was. He did a film called Insomnia, which was, I can't understand why I can't get it up at the moment. I will in a minute. Insomnia.
I can't understand why I can't get it up. There's one for Regardation Police as well. They need the fucking YouTube link for this.
And but in the olden days, back in the 90s, I think it was, he did a film called Insomnia, which was, I can't understand why I can't get it up at the moment. I will in a minute. Insomnia.
That's Alan's sex life. I can't understand why I can't get it up at the moment, but I will in a minute.
And Insomnia,
Promise.
It's one of my favourite films, set in a country where there's no daylight and there's no sleep and there's no night and day, and like, pretty scary, isn't it? Anyway, there was a murder involved and Al Pacino was in it. Al Pacino and many other famous people.
You don't know anything about the film because you haven't seen it.
Robin Williams was in it. Why am I stuck? Yeah, Robin Williams. So let's have a look at that, shall we? Share screen. Before I go to sleep, let's have a little dance. Have a little dance. Make a little love. Get down tonight.
What?
Sing the Sunshine Band.
I can't watch this because it's just the fucking music video that he put together himself. Like, which isn't. It's half of it is a trailer for a film and half of it is the actual faithless music video. And it will get me copyright, won't it? Like, it's on his channel. It's awful. I don't know why you'd expose it to your patrons like that. Weird. He just needs to fill time, doesn't he?
Gems.
But I also think he might have been so stressed that he just couldn't sleep. And that he was like, you know, suffering with his own insomnia from his stress.
Insomnia, one of Nolan's secret gems. I like that film. I like the way it went. Atmospheric.
Say anything about
Robin
it.
Williams in it. I like Robin, of course. Right, I'm just going to go. I'm not going to play out the theme tune. I've just done the theme tune. Play the theme tune, sing the theme tune, write the theme tune. Where's Bend Over gone? We'll see you tomorrow, guys, when we'll be doing the What's case from the discovery angle. Only from the discovery. Public information for a public service. Good night.
God, we've got 2 more of these.
To be present.
We've got D.A. Rourke lies about AD next. And then we've got the one after the McCanns. It goes on. Okay. It goes on, it continues. This is what's next. Grab yourself a drink and a snack. I'm going to need to take a tiny bathroom break. I'll be really quick. And I'm kind of blown away by how fucking awful his patron is. Like how very, very bad it is. Do you know what I mean? It's not content, I would say. Oh, yeah, I'd go so far as to say it's not content. So how do you even charge people for it? Yeah, it's kind of
Raining again.
strikingly bad, isn't it?
Wayne Worcester Baggy sent tippies. Boing boing baggies. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much for the 5 hugs. Thank you very much, Wayne. Big ups. New season's on now, isn't it? It's all happening. It's all going. It's all happening. In the meantime, while it's all happening in the bathroom for me, while I go for a quick waz, I'm going to show you a little cut I made of a strongman having his back done. It's just something to fill the time, but at least it's my own content.
Better there.
Much better. Right, the theme tune thing, the sing theme tune. AD.
Autopsy. Other
Okay, D.A. Rourke lies about AD. Another day, another bad episode from his channel. I should have done this actually. I should have done a patron thing. Maybe next time I do episode patron. But another day, another bad episode on his channel where he went on about D.A. Rourke and he was telling lies, and he did say he took them out of the fucking building. And this is years and years later. They are long dead and buried, and like everyone has moved on except for Alan. And here he is in the patron celebrating his newfound success, I guess. I feel like I'm being really thrown around today. I feel like I'm in a bit of a whirlpool.
hello, a nice cup of coffee. Stop.
Like, the energy I'm getting from him is like, there's like bravado, but there's this desperation, and then like he's the best, and he's got this fucking channel and all these thousands, and everyone's going to be fucking following my great. I'm going to be like Professor Allen on the Allen University, and everyone's going to love me, and I might never be on the telly again, but at the same time I'm got nothing of any value or content, and I'm just awful and rubbish, and it feels like I'm being volleyed around in this melee, like, in a way. I'm confused by him this week in a way. Maybe it's just me. Start the day with a smile. It irritates people. Alan, you irritate people. It's it's nothing to do with my squeaky chair's irritating me. Alan, you irritate people.
A day with a smile and irritate people. Good health. That was weird tonight. I did a show and I showed. Oh, what's all that black bits like? Someone hasn't mopped up. Yeah, I did
Your green screen settings.
a show and I showed one of my old videos. And one of them was for 4 years ago when I used to have the cafe, remember? And
This is the problem. Like I said, he showed a load of his old videos from 4 years ago. Jesus.
older then than I do now. I thought
What?
when I showed one of my old videos. And one of them was for 4 years ago when I used to have the cafe, remember? And I looked older then than I do now.
Because you've got a filter on. You've got a filter on now.
How can that be? Benjamin Button lies again. Anyway, I'm here now. Yeah, tonight, after much soul searching, I decided to go back to the case that you're also invested in.
There was no soul searching. You built it up over the period of days.
Hi, AD's coffee. Yeah. And do you know what? I think I've done the right thing. Because the people doing the case now haven't got a clue.
And did he have a cafe 4 years ago? Yeah, that's a good question.
Oh, they got a clue about.
By the way, correct me if I'm wrong, says Snood. He's wearing ladies' frames, isn't he? It's quite possible Alan's wearing ladies' glasses. They might just be what you consider to be an effeminate style. They remind me quite often of Barry Humphries, who played Dame Evna Everidge. They remind me a little bit on the way to being like R.I.P. Barry Humphries. But androgynous glasses are available in many styles these days, I guess. Dame Edna glasses. Got hairs coming down and tickling me. They remind me of these sort of. But it's also evocative of Eric Morecambe glasses. It's kind of evocative of this as well. Although they're a bit more square, the Eric Morecambe glasses, aren't they? A bit more square. It's got his own style, Alan. What it does for Alan is it covers up the... Like, I shouldn't highlight this actually, because not only is it ad hominem in a way, but I got... Like, I know I will increasingly get darker eyes because I don't get loads of sleep. But when he takes off the glasses, there is like a tonal difference behind here and under here. He's like got these big, dead, dark eyes. It kind of covers up a litany of ills, his glasses. But he's got the dark specs there. And then, yeah, he's got these big see-through... I think these are also... I think they're polarizing or whatever. I think they turn into sunglasses when the light's on.
How to do clickbait. They got a clue about how to make a video that gets 50,000 views or 500,000 views just by going, I think NK knows more than what she said, you know, or NK's dark secrets, right? They know how to do clickbait. Well, they don't know anything about the case. Not like I do. I've forgotten more than they know about the case.
You've forgotten it. So what Alan thinks is that if other people are currently getting 50,000 views for Nicole Kessinger videos, he's got all these old videos. Why aren't they watching them? Oh, the reason they're not watching them is because they're not being uploaded right now amongst all this other stuff. So what I'll do is I'll make episodes where I go over my old videos and say what I used to say, have a look what I used to say, because I can't remember what I said, but I'll go back and have a look. And then that'll make a video and I'll get 50,000 views. Like, he's completely deluded.
I have so many little secret things that I
big up Still Jam. If you've missed loads, I started early because it's going to take a while tonight, and don't worry, you can go back and watch more of it later. You can go and watch it back later, so it's fine.
Like that little one I put out tonight about he was under mind control. No one spotted that. Mainstream media wouldn't even admit it, but he did admit to.
He wasn't say. I had a little look into that. He didn't say that. Like, it's the way Alan spins things. Like, the man described as if the idea was implanted in his mind. It was as if the idea was implanted in his mind, he said, to describe his thinking. And that doesn't mean he was under mind control. It means he felt like the idea had come from somewhere else, and like it's like it happened from outside of his control. Like, it's a semantic thing. And Alan's going to spin it into meaning Nicole Kessinger planted the idea in his mind. And that's not exactly what was said. So it's this weird thing Alan does again. Welcome to his Patreon, where he will spin things out of nothing. Well, out of something there. Maybe there's something to spin it out of. Maybe you could spin something out of that, maybe. But it feels a bit... And also, it wasn't that Alan discovered it. It was in the discovery files. It was in the... Like, it was written out in the transcription of his interview. So Alan didn't discover it.
To us that he was being controlled. And Frankie said she was controlling his mind. And he said, I was going to do it. I know. I was under control. So there you go. That's what can happen when you bring...
Yeah, but that's not what he said, is it?
Back the expert AD. And I think I should be around. I think I should be around.
So you're not an expert. What you've done is you've reinterpreted or misinterpreted, maybe. I find this is dangerous ground for me. I'm on thin ice here, because what I do is I watch people's interviews and reinterpret or misinterpret what they're saying, maybe. So maybe I'm on thin ice here, but he took one word out of a transcription, implanted, and said that means, the word implanted means that somebody else implanted it in his mind, so therefore somebody else has implanted these ideas in his mind. But you'd have to, like, what you'd really want to do is you really want to see what Chris was saying, how he said it, the rest of the context around it, and what he was being questioned about, and really, you know, you can't just take this one word and say, oh right, that's it. Everything else in the bin. This is what it means. Anyway, enough of this.
To be the voice of reason to all these new channels that all.
As you're saying in chat, I'll just quickly show you this. Regardation Police dropped a video this week, and this is my Twitter, X. This is my X. Right, this is my X. So I'm just going to scroll down. I did tweet about it. So, look, Regardation Police video dropped, and this frame from the video here. This is one of my particular personal favourites. It's a shame it's black and white, but the pink hearts do snazz it up. Oh no, wait, hang on. Maybe I shouldn't be showing this on my channel, should I? Because what is that there? New York passport. What that? Ooh. Anyway, let's get back to the man himself. Actually, I'll show this. This is good. I'm just stealing content here now. A repost from a Twitter. Look, is this your cat? Is this your cat? Does your cat do this in the night? Have you had this with your cat in the night? My cat does that. It's a good cat video, isn't it? That's better. Much better than Alan and his rubbish, but we're going to have to go back to it. D.A. Rourke lies about AD. D.A. Rourke lies about AD. 50 minutes on the Patreon.
All they mainly do is either, like, I noticed that it's shifted now. The channels today seem to be mainly criticising Shanann parenting, or showing videos of bad parenting, or whatever they're going to call it. It's lazy YouTubing, because you don't have to do any research. Just put Shanann up there and the kids and make a few nasty comments. That's what I see. That's what I see about the case. I don't see much else about the case. Where really it should be focused on that NK needs to be questioned, you know. So I'm going to do it all again.
All again.
Do it all.
Oh. There is some beauty in it, right? And I think there is some value in it, and I have to go through them, and maybe I will, maybe I won't. But there is some value in it when Alan watches himself back from the past. I did notice there was one. I should, timestamp it and notice it. But he'll watch his own videos back from the past, and sometimes he'll be thinking to himself, "This isn't very good. What I've said in the past isn't particularly good. That makes me look stupid." And he'll try and skip over it and skim over it and pause it and talk around it. And in his head when he's watching his old content that he's thinking, hang on, I thought I had this wealth of content. I thought I had this goldmine of all this content. And it turns out I've just been talking a load of shit for years.
Again. Now, what was interesting about the podcast of Mr. Raw? I listened to that. I know it was months ago. Was it March? It's only since I decided, because I listened to what happened to the whistleblowers in the Leppi case, the nurse, where the doctor.
I love the fact that he calls himself a whistleblower these days, because he doesn't understand. That's so David Brent as well, to call yourself a whistleblower and to not be an insider in the investigation in any way.
Doctors, the whistleblowers were persecuted for telling the truth. And I thought, yeah, I know that feeling. And I thought, I'm going to put that angle out. I'm going to put that angle to the people that, yeah.
I'm going to put that angle out. I stole from Nurse Letby's doctors, the whistleblowers in the Nurse Letby case. I stole their angle and put it out as my own. I'm a whistleblower. That's who I am. I'm like these good people in this case. Like, what a fucking admission on your Patreon.
I am the whistleblower, the original whistleblower.
You're not the whistleblower. You weren't involved in the case. You're not like, let me just quickly, Alan, just for you. Whistleblower. You can go whistle, Alan, but whistleblower is the action of someone who takes to report wrongdoing at work that affects others. For example, it could affect the general public. I thought it was actually an insider, me personally, but making a disclosure in the public interest, the act of whistleblowing. Fair enough, I'll stand corrected. I thought you had to be an insider. Usually it's an insider, isn't it? Because it's someone who works there that blows the whistle. Okay, I'll stand corrected. You don't have to be an insider. But Alan has done nothing. Okay, to that definition, the correct definition, Alan has done nothing to further the public. Like, Alan is not protecting the public and acting in the public interest in his whistleblowing. What Alan is actually doing is dredging over the deaths of tragic, and slander and making up. Like, it's just. It's because he heard it in the news about it, and he told us. He heard it in the news about oh right, they sound good, the whistleblowers. I'll be a whistleblower now.
Whistleblower. That Rourke was lying. That nobody died in the house. That Chris
My
possibly
angle
had hell.
now.
All these things I put out there, you know. The dogs said there was nobody died in the house. There's many things. And I think they're important things to be put out there. Again, from scratch, all over again.
You don't have anything new important to say. You've just said it all. This is the other thing about Alan. He's blown his load. You know, and he expects you to then let him shag you for 6 weeks. 3 years. He's already blown his load. They're the things, you just said them then. So what else? What have you got? Nothing? No. All right, okay.
And I do know that Mr. Rourke is addicted to plea deals, you know.
Yeah, exactly, Snood. Like, a member of the public wouldn't be able to... Like, Alan can't blow the whistle on anything because he sat on his own in Exmouth. Like, he's not... D.A. Rourke, who's conducting the Chris Watts case, or has conducted it and taken it through to conclusion, whereby Chris Watts is in prison now, has been for years. Like, Alan can't blow the whistle on any part of that, can he?
95%. But there was one with a sheriff, right, in Weld County.
Big ups,
I don't know if he was
Jojo.
involved in it. Probably. Where the sheriff got let off for murdering his wife. And his wife's death was deemed suicide, when obviously it wasn't. But the sheriff got off because he was Weld County. So that's interesting, something I'll look at in the future. There's so many things we need to re-examine. I hope you're with me on that. I know that Patron really started to talk about Kessinger off of YouTube. That's what it's here for. That's what it's here for. It was here so we could talk about Kessinger in peace and quiet. And it's still here for that. And
so that you don't get done for like slander, libel, so it's private, and also so that you can charge people for what you think are the juiciest bits of goss. Yeah.
My main idea is that I want to question, you know.
Yeah, so why don't you do it then? This is the patron, as you explained. This is the patron. So please go ahead.
Because I know that she was up to her eyeballs in this case, and she got a deal to go away, as long as she told them where the bodies were.
Big ups, Brutally Honest Marv. You got a poll thing saying how you found my channel. Yeah, like YouTube asks me occasionally about different stuff on my feed. It's to help you personalize your feed. So if you like it, then tell it you like it, and if you don't, then say you don't, or like whatever. And it's just like YouTube run their own market research, and it will then adjust your YouTube feed accordingly, I guess. Like,
And fine. I'll play this again now you're all here. I've got some different ideas on it.
what? In Patreon we're doing this now? No, I can't watch this.
What's that for?
Oh, it's buffering.
My name's AD.
Oh no, we're not. Okay, we're watching his old, because he uploaded a video. He double dipped. He put all his information in a video, uploaded it, and then he watched that video for his show. Yeah, and like, you know, he's saying like D.A. Rourke's a piece of shit and this and that.
And even
And
the
now
family
he's
of
playing his
Shanann
own video again.
got the publisher of my book to pull out of my book.
They got the publisher of the book to pull out on my book.
I stand here now, after not speaking about the Watts case for 7 months, in a situation as a whistleblower where I had no protection, but I had to protect myself. Here's my story. I'm Alan Vinnicombe, the Armchair Detective.
I am their clickbait. I am their meal ticket. I am their stool pigeon. I am their don't look at this, look at AD. Everything's about AD now. It's not about Chris Watts. It's not about Shanann Watts. It's not about Nicola Kessinger. It's not about Rourke. It's not about the family. It's not about Junior. It's all about me. And I'm not even important.
Not even a narcissist.
I'm a small channel. How is it that I'm being taken to the Old Bailey in London, be locked up forever?
The Old
Oh,
Bailey's.
come on, I got Rourke commenting on me, calling me names.
At the time, Alan, you were probably the biggest, most vocal troll of the process and what he was doing. And some of the things you said were horrific. And he said, armchair detectives, like, there's this guy in Scotland, they should just shut the fuck up. Like, as far as I can remember it, it's no big deal. Like, you don't have to still be talking about it all these years later.
Oh, come on. Chosen one. Poster boy.
The chosen one. I'm the one.
How is it that I'm being taken to the Old Bailey in London, be locked up forever? Oh, come on, I got Rourke commenting on me, calling me names. Oh, come on. Chosen one. Poster boy. For anyone that says the Ruseks are being persecuted. And why am I the poster boy for this? When I'm quite small. I'll tell you why. It's because I found the frigging shadow. I'll tell you why. It's because I refuse to blame Chris's sister for doing the oxy.
Yeah, but you didn't find the shadows, yeah? And then everyone else on the internet said all sorts of other things, but you're a fucking dickhead.
Because I refuse to say Chris acted alone. It's because I continue to say that NK is questioning, and it's because I exposed Rourke as a perjury to the court.
This is his. Remember, this is his Patreon. Now we're getting this again on Patreon.
That's why I'm attacked. And because I get views for them. I get accused of stealing content when I am their content. They're accusing me of stealing content while I am their content. I am on their screen. I am on their thumbnails. I am on their hashtags. I am in their titles.
So what happened was, Alan, you stole my content. You plagiarised my content from the main channel, from Super Chuffer, the Nicola Bully content. And I've turned you into rebranded lolcow. I now use you and what was it called? Transformative. I reinterpret, I break down your bollocks, I give you a load of shit, and we have a lot of fun, and I'm transforming your content, critique. I've done this because you refuse to apologise, and because you refuse to stop plagiarising my content. Like, can we just make it, is it not, like, I don't have anything to do with Nicola Kussinger, or fucking... I don't have anything to do with anyone who's had anyone murdered in their family. I don't have, like, you know, I'm not here because I'm angry about Nicola Bullis and the way you talked about her. I'm here because... and everyone can be cross. Oh, Scott's taking this too personally. Listen, I told you, Alan, if you didn't stop fucking around, you would find out. And you wouldn't stop fucking around, and now you found out. And now you're a lolcow, and it won't just be you on this channel. You might get the bigger views at the moment. That's true on this channel, this particular channel. I did Durian Rider, he didn't get as many views, but they can all go and watch it and we'll talk about him again. And Darkside Phil. Like, there'll be others. Don't worry, Alan. You're not the only one. You're not the super one. You're not the chosen one.
I am the reason for them living.
You're not the reason for me living.
One of them even said the other day, oh, he's got that grey t-shirt on. I haven't seen that for 2 years. So if that particular troll watches me every night for 2 years and knows what I wear, is that not scary? That you are so obsessed with the Armchair Detective, you know his wardrobe?
Alan, it was a particularly creepy t-shirt.
And they say my bed is a torture chamber?
Oh!
Kaka will tell you, I stay in every night. I either stay in or I look after my family. I do two things. I look after my family or I stay in.
What do you mean you look after your family?
I used to either look after my family, stay in, or occasionally play poker around the country. I've now had to give up poker due to the absolute life I had to lead. Just to go to a poker tournament meant I had to try to book into a secret hotel, try to tell the organisers not to mention my name.
I bet that didn't go well. I always thought about that. I've always been thinking about that. How can you sign into the poker? Yeah, but okay, we don't use your name, but then who do we send the winnings to? Like, where does that money go? Like... yeah, he's definitely watching these videos. Oh, he's definitely watching these videos, yeah.
And then it's just like, is it worth it? Is it worth me playing poker? No, it's not. So I'm going to give up poker.
But you can still play it online. There's still lots and lots of your money's going down the toilet online, isn't there? And like, if you can convince anyone to give you the money back behind the scenes, backhander, then you can still go to the tournaments.
And then when that didn't work, they pick on my family.
Nobody's picked on your family.
And they think that's okay because I pick on the Rusek so they can show my family. And then they brought my dear old mum into it and say that she was in debt.
Martin recently has said that the reason Alan lost his mother's house is because there was debts incurred. He didn't say that his mom was in debt. It may have been that Alan was given his mom's house and then lost it through not having monies, through debts incurred. That might have been Alan.
All rubbish.
And yeah, this is Pity Party, Patron Pity Party, talking all about the trolls. Absolutely.
Unless a man would go away. But they don't know me. I'm not going away.
He's not going away.
I'm never going away.
Never going away.
Hey, Mick likes my wardrobe though. Yeah, so I do. Look, I shave a lot. I have 2 showers a day. I clean my teeth twice a day. I don't smoke. I hardly ever drink. If I buy something, I'll buy t-shirts. And I love my family. And I love looking after my family. That's it.
Such a good guy. Shaves a lot. So it's kind of creepy and weird.
That's me. That's it. There's nothing else to know. They only know.
Except for when you said you were searching the internet for child porn. That was something you said you did. Check the internet to see if there was child porn. That's something you did. What about all this murder stuff? I thought you researched all this murder stuff all the time. What are you doing all day, actually, Alan? Like, you come on the internet at about 9, 10 o'clock and talk for an hour and a half. and then you do this on Patreon. What are you doing? Shaving?
Me as a YouTuber, where they base up my life, they make my life up. They literally make up my life.
What?
I can't remember what they say. They say something. They just make up a life for me. I'm like Truman Show, over 18 version of Truman Show is what I am. Anyway, so that's it. I'm back on the case. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. This is one of my cases, along with the Bully and McCann case. I'm going to do because that's the 3 cases they told me not to do. So I'm going to do no on the exact opposite of what they tell me to do.
Big ups. What have I got? One of these that's not right. This one. This one. Yeah, big ups. We're back. It's just, no, it was my OBS. The program I use for streaming just had a little panic, and I got a tippies at the very moment it happened. So I'll reload this and read out the tippies. Don't worry. Everything's rolling. Everything's fine. We're gonna chill. We're gonna, instead of building to a crescendo tonight, we're gonna chill. I think. Grandmaster Sid sent the tippies. Michael J. Rourke is the highest-ranking Precedence District Attorney for the state of Colorado. He's the Weld County District Attorney, elected to the position in 2016. Who is Alan Vinnicombe? I think you meant to say wanker. Big up Sid. Thank you very much for the tippies. Yeah, like slamming this DA. It's bizarre from Alan's position of, like, when you think about it, like, this guy actually does occupy, like, whether, I don't really want to get, the thing is, I don't really want to get into the case on the Chris Watts stuff, because it's years ago. I've got no iron in the fire. I didn't look through the case. I don't, know about any of it. It seems to be closed and done, but I understand some of the concepts about, like, what's going on, and it seems to be Alan's dirty little playground, so maybe I will have to look into it. Maybe I'll have to do my own research on the Chris Watts case and say what I think at some point. And but while he's going in this direction, like, maybe he thinks he's safe from me in some way. But it's just like all that Chris Watts stuff. Like, I'm surprised he's still talking about it. Like, unless he's like found something out, something new, something interesting.
Because I don't want to tell anybody what to do. So if somebody tells me what to do, I'm going to do the opposite. Okay?
Okay. You're not a petulant child. Got you.
As long as you know that now in the future, that's all you got to do is keep saying to me, don't talk about this case, and I will talk about it. Is that fair? Is that fair? That's fair, isn't it? And stop looking in the screen and talking to me as if I'm watching. I don't watch any of them anymore. I watch them to gather evidence. That period is
I watch them to gather evidence, yeah?
over.
That period is over.
Watch any of them. I just get reports.
I don't watch any of them.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Someone sent tippies. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Thank you, someone. Is that going to be another one? Is what's happening? I'm concerned now that people aren't getting their super chatties. No, that one just said somebody. Okay, thanks. Thank you. I'm concerned that they're not getting their messages through, because if they say rude things, it doesn't come through.
I don't watch any of them anymore. I watch them to gather evidence. That period is over. I don't watch any of them. I just get reports, sometimes from my spanners, that they've said this or they said that. I don't watch them. So there's no
So the flying monkeys do their work.
point you looking in the camera and talking to me anymore, because I'm not watching.
You're not watching this, Alan. You're not watching this, are you, Alan? So the truth of the matter is, Alan, if you're not watching this, then you don't feel stupid that I'm talking to you right now, because you just said you wouldn't watch it. So you don't feel stupid that I'm calling you out right now, saying that you are. Because you are. You know it. And I know it. And everybody knows it.
Why should I? You talk a load of crap. Don't you? I mean, like, be objective. Be objective in what I showed tonight. Make a video debunking what I said. I'm saying that Michael Rourke committed perjury. Make a video debunking that. Prove me wrong.
It's raining
Again, that's not my ballpark,
Helen
really.
sent tippies. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Big ups, Helen. Thank you for the 3 hugs. Thank you. Join the cult. I got this on because we did cults on Super Chuffer this week. Check the Super Chuffer channel out, because we did cults. It was a banger of an episode. Check that out.
Don't go on about my looks or what t-shirt I'm wearing, or that I'm persecuting a family, or they hope that Rourke takes me to court.
And this is where, again, like, I'd have to dig into these particular cases, and I don't feel there's much for me to say about Chris Watts in 2023, but maybe there is, so maybe I should.
Don't go any of those places. Just debunk Rourke lied to the judge.
But I can do what I want about what I want and say what I want about you, Alan, you grifter, you chuffer.
Is that fair? That's fair, isn't it? I challenge you to debunk the statement that Rourke lied to Capco.
Because then what? We're going to ignore all of your bad behaviour and all the stuff you've done and just say, right, we're just going to focus on this one point of semantics about this thing that this man said in a news press conference or some shit.
In the sentencing. That's
it. In the sentencing.
And that's fair enough. I don't mind you doing that. Good luck. Because I'm right. And I can prove it. So there you go. So see what you do with that. YouTube monitors is back. How are you, my friend? I know you're always ill. Poor chap. He's in dog by bad health for a long time. So some of my spanners are unlucky with health as well. You know, like life is so odd. You don't value your health until you lose your health a bit, you know. He did lie to the judge. Fact, Tracy. Yeah. Well, yeah, they're just personal attacks. I wonder if other people tell them, you seem slightly obsessed with this armchair detective.
It's bizarre, isn't it? They're talking about the actual case and the actual things that he was asking them to talk about, and now he's brought it back round to him.
What do you mean? I've only made 12 films this week about him. Yeah, they're slightly obsessed. No. I'm allowed to make 12 films a week. Yeah. What's Elizabeth saying? Elizabeth's an expert on American law.
Elizabeth is an expert on American law.
The judge ordered the defence to be given 40 hours notice to attend the autopsy. Rourke violated that order and did it the next day. True. I don't know why they didn't challenge it. Instead of being at the autopsy, they got in a bad mood and went round Chris Watts' house and did tests there. I understand that. They were going to go to the autopsy and they were told they can't go. So seeing they were already in town, they went to the Watts' house and unbelievably had the keys. And the cops are going, how have you got the keys? This is a murder scene. Yeah, I know. The Rourke gave us the keys yesterday. You can't have done. This is a murder scene. Get out. No, we're allowed to be here. Rourke gave us the keys. Are you telling me that a crime scene where 4 people were murdered in this house a few days ago, you're in here now trampling around a crime scene?
Who's having this conversation with him? Who's the people in the house that have got the keys that are in the house?
Yeah, they gave us the keys. And that is a true story.
What? That's not a true story, is it though? Like, so the people turned up to do tests at the house with the keys, and obviously the house was seemingly occupied. Because when they went in with the keys, these people that were in the house said, no, what are you doing here? And they said, we're here to do tests. I don't really know about that, but it doesn't sound like it was exactly how it went down.
Elkenbloom, yeah. Touch DNA expert. The thing is, this is what I say about that. So 48 hours notice, they're going to do an autopsy. On the day of the autopsy, in the middle.
Big ups Arabella.
Arabella sent tippies. Thank you. Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
Thank you for the 10 hugs. Welcome to the cult. Make sure you check out the episode on Super Chuffer main channel about cults. It was a real banger. Thank you.
It is going on.
But thank you. £10 is quite a lot. Like that's a big yellow on the board usually. If it was a super chat, that's a lot. Thank you. I appreciate it.
In the Watts house. See the coincidence. So it's obvious that the defence team were trying to take Elkenbloom into the autopsy that morning. So they did know about it. Let's face it, they knew about it because they didn't complain that they didn't know about it. So
I'm getting into like the jibber jabber of this thing now.
Knew about it, but the judge refused. I believe they did. I think Tammy Lee is going to go to the autopsy. The autopsy's going on, and they're at the house instead. Obviously, they weren't allowed in, and that's why the armchair detective's the armchair detective. Because I work these things out with my dyslexic brain.
It's not. He doesn't have a clever dyslexic brain. Dyslexia doesn't give you like some sort of super detective brain. He's not.
Could be wrong. But if you think it logically, that's what probably happened. Because the defence never said, they never gave us permission to come in. I read somewhere in the Discovery that the judge ruled that they couldn't go. I'm pretty sure. They should have spoken up in court and told the judge. Yeah. They wanted to touch DNA off Shanann's neck because they wanted to know who those fingernail prints were. Who has fingernails?
Everyone.
I've never had my fingers called fingernails. I've had them called my fingers.
What?
I don't know where men get called fingernails.
Alan.
Fingernails generally are long nails, aren't they? Fingernail marks generally refer to a woman's long nails. When a woman's been murdered and they say there's finger marks on her neck, they don't say fingernail marks, do they? When a man's murdered a woman, they don't say, oh, he had fingernail marks. No. Something's wrong there. How did they not challenge not being able to go to the autopsy? And why didn't they insist?
If that's the level, But at least he's talking about the case of the patron.
Everyone's saying that Chris put his hands around her neck, both sides, and strangled her, right?
Oh.
Why is there only one set of fingernail prints on one side?
What?
That doesn't make sense either, does it? And he also said he'd expect the certain bones to be broken the way she was strangled, but they weren't broken. So it doesn't sound like strangulation by putting both hands around her neck, does it? If there's no broken bones and only one set of fingernails, how does that equate to a double-handed strangling? There's so many questions in this case.
Are there?
I want to know more. I want to know more. They tend to...
Like... There doesn't seem to be... The thing that's strange to me about this is there doesn't seem to be any question Chris Watts did it. Like, I don't want to go too deep into this case, like I said, but like, there doesn't seem to be... Even Alan is not questioning whether Chris Watts did it. He's saying that he thinks he had some help, and this other woman's also involved. But... yeah, like what?
Say scratches with marks from guys and fingernails marks from girls. I agree with that, yeah. I mean, he really started over the whole thing, didn't he? But he must hate me. I'm sorry, Mr. Rourke. I'm just trying to help you now, you know.
Well, there's the microphone touch.
I don't believe that Chris acted alone, to be honest. But there you go. My job is to prove that he didn't act alone. He's never going to say, "Oh, by the way."
Someone in his chat, Anaphylaxis, did say.
Back to Colorado
Look, in his chat, Anaphylaxis has said everyone has fingernails.
And probably end up murdered within a week. No, I'm not sleeping okay, Ocean Daughter, because when you get older, you need less sleep. And to be honest, the most sleep I ever get these days is 3 hours.
Now, hang on, wait. When you get older, you need less sleep.
When you get older, you need less sleep. And to be honest, the most sleep I ever get these days is 3 hours.
You get 3 hours of sleep. I knew he was sleep problems. I knew it. Anxiety. Alan's suffering with anxiety. It's keeping him awake at night.
And I have my phone with me, and the minute I wake up, I've got to hear something. So I listen to the football podcast. I listen to football podcasts at night because it's non-stressful. You know, I don't listen to true crime.
Yeah. Alan has to have his phone with him at all times, like a pacifier, and he has to be listening to something at all times. We'll have to look into his angle on the NK stuff. You know, if you want me to look into it, I'll have to look into it by properly understanding the case, not listening to his rubbish. If he's got football on his phone in the midnight hours, I just. What does this man get up to at like 4 a.m. when he's not asleep in his bed? You know, with his alcohol stupor with his phone. The football podcast, yeah. I'm not buying it.
3 a.m. I listen to football. Soccer.
He's the last.
Non-stressful, you know. I don't listen to true crime. 3 a.m. I listen to football.
I listen to football. Yeah. What do you really listen to, Alan?
Soccer.
Or watch?
Soccer.
Soccer, yeah.
I don't listen.
Although soccer was something you used as an analogy for talking about dead kids the other day, isn't it?
True crime. 3 a.m. I listen to football. Soccer. Yeah. I think the fact that Anadarko was in the process of a major sales stock worth billions, if no delay, I think this was the reason for rushing the investigation. Anadarko cannot sell if it... Yeah, but would it really have stopped the sale of Anadarko if there was a murder on their property? Because there was a murder on their property.
Probably.
And it didn't stop the sale of Anadarko, did it? So where would the shutting down of the sale of Anadarko appear? Because if you had a proper process, that trial would have taken over a year to get to trial, wouldn't it? In a normal, if they had to investigate properly, there'd be an year, you know, like the Idaho Ford. When's his trial? It's been like 2 years, right? Ballo, 2 years. So they could have made a trial and stretched it out, and Anadarko would have been sold, you know, within months anyway. So that could be a red herring in a way. Mel, happy to hear what you're happy to hear. I'm back on the case. Yeah. They overrushed everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's awful. And then Mrs. Rusick says it was a fabulous investigation, wasn't it?
Oh, all this.
Josh Pope was also in the oil industry. Okay.
You told me to watch this. You said there was gold in
this. 2
this.
weeks or maybe once
I'm not sure there's gold in this last 10 minutes. We're going to try and get through it.
a month.
There's another one after it, though.
And then we're going to have a Q&A once a week on the cases.
Oh, there we go.
So pretty soon we'll be coming out with a curriculum. So you'll know...
Curriculum? Pretty soon we'll be coming out with a curriculum. The University of Allen.
Like every day, every Tuesday, every Watts, every Friday it'll be
That's not a curriculum, that's a schedule. Now Alan's doing scheduling.
cans. Every Monday it'll be bully. Every Thursday it'll be Q&A. And then you've got, that's 4 nights. I've got Saturday off, that's 5 nights. And you have 2 nights of mixed crime.
I will move on to the next one, but I will finish this as well. I have got the stamina for it.
And that's it. And like I said, I'm painting at the moment. If you want your pet painted or yourself, I'm willing
Shilling his paintings.
to do it for you. I'll paint it. Send your pictures to adsubs007@gmail, and I will paint it for you and send you a lovely message. And it's quite a unique present, isn't it? You know, if you've got a daughter and I paint their picture and you give it to them.
Specifically now, a daughter. I'm glad I didn't skip. I'm glad I didn't skip. The Alan Vinnicombe School of How to Not Be Creepy on the Internet. Step 1. Don't offer to paint people's children if they send you photographs of said children, specifically their daughters.
adsubs007@gmail, and I will paint it for you and send you a lovely message. And it's quite a unique present, isn't it? You know, if you've got a daughter and I paint their picture and you give it to them, they'll probably cry, because that picture they can have forever. Or I could do a picture of you to send to your son, and he would have that forever, and it never changes. It's oil paintings, 17 inches by 13, big oil painting, and I can do that for you for £90. And it's unique. And when AD dies, it will double in price. Something you can keep, you know, and it's unusual. So, Riff Raff, I sent an email to paint my dog. I haven't got it yet, Riff Raff. Kaka, I asked you to keep an eye on AD subs for orders. They will give it to me tonight, Riff Raff, and I will paint it, and then I'll send you a picture of the painting. And if you're happy with it, I will then. Well, you have to send the money first, and then I will send it to wherever you are. Okay, we can do that. First of all, I need to see the picture
Of the dog.
Ocean's Daughter loves the oil painting. Good. Kaka, are you aware of this Riff Raff painting?
£90, weirdly specific, yeah. I think he's just come down from 100. Like, I think he thinks 100, but if he says 90, they'll think, well, it's not 100. The offer to paint your pictures of your daughter and that she will cry. If I do a picture of your daughter, she will cry. It just feels like there's an embedded confession in there. I don't like it. I'm not going to dig too hard on that one, but I'm telling you, like...
For orders. Big present, isn't it? You know, if you've got painting at the moment, if you want your pet painted or yourself, I'm willing to do it for you. I'll paint it. Send your pictures to...
Send your pictures to... don't say the Telegram account here, Alan. Don't say the wrong account here. Make sure you say the right email address.
adsubs007@gmail, and I will paint it for you and send you a lovely message. And it's quite a unique present, isn't it? You know, if you've got a daughter and I
have a picture of her,
paint their picture, and you give it to them, they'll probably cry.
And they'll cry.
And I'll send you a picture of the painting, and if you're happy with it, I will then... Well, you have to send the money first, and then I will send it to wherever you are. Okay, we can do that. First of all, I need to see the picture. Ocean's Daughter loves the oil painting. Good. Kaka, are you aware of this Riff Raff painting?
Kaka. Kaka get into
What is
trouble.
it you want me to paint? Is it you say it's your dog or cat or something?
Your dog or cat? She said dog.
Elizabeth says I answer all emails. Kaka's and Elizabeth answers the emails. We haven't checked today. We will check, and I will get it. And if you send it to me now, Elizabeth, and do you want me to show me when your picture, Riff Raff, of your pet? I can show you the picture
on the phone like that.
If Elizabeth can dig it out, your dog Riley. Is it okay if we show Riley to the crowd, Riff Raff? Is that okay?
109 views.
If you can send it to me, Elizabeth, I will show Riff Raff her own dog. And I'll tell you if it's one I can do. There are some things I can't do. So I need to look at it, and I'll tell you straight away if I can draw it or not. Is it a little dog? Oh, it's not there. It's not there, Riff Raff. I'm telling off Elizabeth, and you haven't sent it. Right. Yeah, we're going to show you. So Riff Raff's going to send it now. Elizabeth has sent it to me, and I will show you. She's going to.
There are some things I can't do, so make sure you send me a picture of it, and then I'll see if I can do it first.
Resend it.
What do you mean there are some things you can't do?
So that's where it breaks down, isn't it? Where you think you've sent it, and in fact we haven't got it. So then we would never have known. And you go, that bloody AD, I asked him to paint my dog, and he hadn't even replied. Sorry about that.
Calling her out.
I'm not going to show you a dress. I'm only showing the dog. What sort of dog is it? What make of dog is it?
What make of dog?
Let me guess. Yorkshire Terrier.
Guessing their dogs. We should do that. We could do that as a stream. We could. I know because everyone's picture and all their dogs would be on it, but like people and their dogs, and you have to guess whose is whose. That'd be an interesting stream.
Is it a Yorkshire Terrier? And what country do you live in, Riffler? I want to know what country it is. If it's a hot country, and the poor little thing's not got enough hair or too much hair.
What? You want to know what country you're in because of the postage and packaging, isn't it? Not because if your dog's got too much hair.
It's a what? Havanese.
Havanese. Are you going to have a crack at that? Havanese. What? It's a what?
I don't know what that is even.
No, nor do I, to be honest. A Havanese. I'm guessing a Pekingese crossed with a Havasham Terrier or something like that. Havanese.
It sounds like Oriental. Havanese. Never heard of that breed. But there's not many breeds I've heard of. So. Kitty says it's my favourite dog. USA. Havanese. Let's have a look at it.
Enjoy your patron, Monis.
It's not come yet. Have you sent it again? No, I haven't got it yet. I'm just killing time, so I'm going to bed. Yorkie, is it? It's like a Yorkie.
The way he just admits it. I'm just killing time before I'm going to bed. This is the patron broadcast, Alan.
Oh, well, we have to leave it now. We're not getting it. I'll leave it to you guys to sort out after the show. But is it like a Yorkie, is it? Like a little Yorkie dog? I can do them easy.
Oh, I can do that easy. What is it? Which dog can't you do? Why? There was specifically, he said, look, there are some dogs that I can't do. He said there are some things I can't do. And like the dog, it mattered what breed it was. I wonder what kind of breeds Alan finds difficult to paint. Dogs that he can't paint. It's like, if you can do one kind of dog, you should be able to do most kinds of dogs, I'm guessing. I just don't understand why there's a dog that has I can't do those ones. No. Great Danes, just no. Too much grey paint, I can't handle it. Like, what are you on about?
Yorkies, they're sweet, aren't they? Little Yorkie. Right, I'm going to bed. At least we got our first order for AD. But it's unusual sort of drawings that I do, like modern art, caricature, but in oil painting.
Yeah, we've seen that being done by millions of other artists all around the world, Alan, yes.
You know, in the street, you can have a caricature done, but it's rubbish, isn't it?
Well, no, it's not rubbish, Alan. In the street, they're actually quite skilled artists, so skilled that anyone from any walk of life could sit down in front of them. They could bang out an interesting sketch, caricature. Often it's very good, and that's why people pay them regularly. And it's a way of, quite often, it's a way of young artists to get some real-time practice doing their work, funding. And they might actually be like their actual artwork that they do like on a day-to-day basis behind the scenes, not while they're sat on the street banging out the caricatures, might be really, really good as well. So like, I'm surprised that you're just going to slate everyone else that's doing those because you think you're better, but your stuff is far, far, far worse.
I'm giving you is a canvas with an oil painting on for you to keep.
Look, let's be clear, right? Wait, where is he? Let's be clear.
Mediums.
This isn't very good. It's not very good. Let's be clear, this is a grift. You give me £90, I'll shonk this together and send it you. I made 50 quid on that one. Bonus. It's clearly a grift.
forever for £90. It's a unique gift. So start thinking about that for Christmas as well. I'm gonna say goodnight now. I have to sleep.
It's raining
Thanks
again.
for
I
all your
couldn't
help,
be
guys.
happier.
Big ups, Deanne.
Dien sent tippies. Thanks for the laughs, it makes his show more bearable. Super Chuffer owes 6 hugs.
This is his Patreon that we're looking at. This is the stuff they pay for. Like, God help anyone who pays him to watch his Patreon. Like, they either pay him because they just want to pay him, or they've signed up for this because there's something missing in their life in some way. Because this is not good Patreon. Alan does not give good Patreon.
And we're back on the case.
Thank you very much for the six hugs.
And I
Thank you.
thought tonight's show was very interesting. And before I go, I want you to vote. Was Rourke talking about AD or Aussie Dave?
He's such a cock. Such a cock. Was he talking about Rourke or AD? Hey? Was he talking about me or Disco Dave? Such a cock. So this is the one after the Mad. So we've had his like big week of content, and now he's on to Madeleine McCann Study Group Part 1. And if you join a group that's called Madeleine McCann Study Group Part 1, and the word group is written GRUOP, then you've got to be questioning your, what's going on here.
Alan, I am the armchair detective.
He's got helium in this intro. I am Alan, the armchair detective. Thank you for your support.
Here he is. Of course, a bit bright that background, isn't it? How are you, guys? So we started. McCann's Study Group A, Part 1. It begins.
What's that on the side of his face? Not being funny, but when he's turned on the side like this, the filter's sort of gone off. And like it's picked up looks like the surface of the moon. Up the side of his head here. And it looks like he's got something going. That's new, isn't it? just an observation.
The very first one of our new study group. Quite pleased with it.
I want to get to the doctor about that.
But did you get anything from it? Is it like prick your interest?
Prick your interest. Prick up your ears. Perk your interest. Look, that face anyway.
Oh, it's such a case. Anyway, there's a lot of work to be done on it. And you will discover...
It's such a case, the Madeleine McCann case. It's not that much work needs doing on it, is it? You've got the testimony of the fucking Tapas 7, and their testimony basically says... Look, let me just quickly rattle this off. I'll do an episode on it as well, but... Their testimony basically says, oh no, honestly, we were all going to check on the kids one by one. We were honestly going. And the last fella that went to check before the McCanns, he definitely didn't see any problems and everything was fine. And then he definitely did that check and everything was fine. And then the McCanns went and found her, which was obviously not the case. He went there and found her and was like, well, not found her, found there was something she was missing and not there. Didn't notice that she was behind the fucking sofa, bashed her face. Whoops. And then so he'd gone in there and like, where is she? She'd gone back, and then they've gone, all right, we'll go and look for her. And then like there's a gap in the timeline where they went up to the room and they were like, shit, she's been behind the sofa because she's been trying to climb up to that window and she's fallen off and hurt herself, and because we might have sedated her, she's now unconscious and basically dead. We're gonna have to cover this up because otherwise we're gonna go to prison and like, we're gonna have our children taken off us. So make up a stories while I quickly run off and hide our bodies. And like Jerry McCann has run off to hide the bodies, and he's been seen by a family down the road called the Smith family. He's been seen, and then he's gone off and hid the bodies, and then later on they've moved it to the church, and then later on they've done her in the sea. And then Kate and Jerry McCann went on all the tellies for ages saying they hadn't done it when they definitely had done it. And they earned millions of pounds through the Madeleine McCann Foundation because early doors, lawyers from the Daily Mail and people got involved, and the News of the World, and they spun it into a massive story, so it made loads of monies, and everyone made loads of monies, and Madeleine's still dead, and they've made loads of monies. Job done. You don't need to do a study group. Shut up.
Some shocking things. You will. Right. I'm quite relaxed now. I feel good that we got somewhere with it, you know.
Good. I'm relaxed too, Alan. Let's get relaxed together, baby.
I don't care what anybody says about me doing these new series because it can't get any worse. I can't get any more abuse than I had, so it doesn't matter anymore.
You can't get any worse.
Is it what I do, really? And I might as well do stuff that I like. I mean, I know so much about this McCann case, and I've forgotten so much about it. And as I'm refreshing myself, I'm thinking of all these. Oh yeah,
You've forgotten stuff about it, and you're refreshing it. What it sounds like is you're watching someone else's videos who've got things to say that you hadn't thought of.
Pamela Fenn, man, it's like unbelievable how deceptive Jerry McCann was. Pamela Fenn, right? So
this is the woman.
He does an interview.
Is Pamela like one of them? There was a woman that was upstairs in the flat upstairs, and the day before, Madeline was crying, and they were all out, and she was like, she was crying all night, and like they were all out, and like basically, this woman said that Madeline was crying. It's like Alan thinks that stuff that's like public knowledge is just like, wow, Alan's uncovered a secret.
On the 5th or whatever, he says to the police, "Oh, there was one thing. Madeline was crying, and she said, oh, why didn't you come and get me when my brother Sean was crying last night? Why didn't you come and get me? Because he was crying." And I thought to myself, what 3-year-old at breakfast would say, "Oh, by the way, Peter, Dad, do you know that Sean was crying last night for a long time? And why didn't you come and see me? Because I was wondering what you were doing. Let's let him cry all that time." And Jerry thought, that's a strange thing to say, Madeline.
It was Kate that said this anyway, not Jerry.
And I thought, why
wasn't it?
Why has he included that in his first statement? And then I knew about Pamela Fenn.
Oh, it's in the statement.
He told the police about Madeline crying that night for an hour and a quarter.
Alan's watched someone else's videos. Like, he's watched someone else's videos. He's got someone else's information. He thinks he's digging clever, but he's not.
I thought, how sly are you, Jerry McCann, that you already have covered the crying? You know that Madeline was crying for ages that night. And you know that someone might say to the police, "Oh, we had a baby crying for an hour and a quarter."
It was the night before.
So he covers it. He covers it straight away. It wasn't Madeline crying. It was the boy crying for a while. I didn't hear it. Must have been in between, But don't forget, he's told the world that they're checking on the kids every quarter of an hour. Madeline was crying for an hour and a quarter.
The night
so
before.
So their musical chairs check-ins out the window, isn't it? With that
he's
one
confused.
statement from Mrs. Fenn that the baby.
No, the musical chairs check-in is not because it was the night before.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Redfan 30 cent
Big ups,
tippies.
Redfan 30.
Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Thanks very much. Big ups. Thank you.
He's blown out the water on the check-in every 10 minutes, quarter of an hour. He knew that. He thought ahead. He thought, I've got to cover this crying. Because, of course, he knew Madeline was crying. Because when they come in from their drinking spree at 10:45, Madeline had been crying since 9-something.
I hate this, really, like, in a way. Like, I know that we go through these cases, but the way that he's like... it's a weird one, because I've obviously covered the McCanns on my own channel. And, like, I obviously will continue to. But, like... I don't know. He's just not very good, is he, Alan?
How can we tell people we checked every quarter of an hour? She's crying. We're going to drop it. And he worked it out, did it? And that's how it works. That's how these people work.
The angle, like Alan's got the empathy and the angle with the people who are conjuring up a scheme. Got it.
I'm sure you can think of loads of examples with Nicole Kessinger where she did this backfilling, yeah? I'm trying to think of a good example of Nick Kessinger backfilling.
Jessica, no, I've not listened to interviews backwards, no.
Oh yeah, I went around the house on such a date, and I went around the house on such a date, and those dates happened to be the times that the phone calls were made from that area, right? So she's backfilling. Oh yeah, I only went to the house twice, and she looks at her phone, and her phone pinged in Frederick.
Like when you said that you checked the internet for child porn and there was none there, then was that backfilling, Alan?
So she figured out a scenario of why she was in the Watts house at those times. And if you're a proper policeman, you can see through these tricks. But they're not seeing it.
It was all the use of smule backfilling so that in case you got caught singing with kids.
Right. You didn't see anyone say to Kessinger, why did you Google Shanann Watts and Christopher Watts way before you even knew the couple? They never asked her that. They never asked Jerry, why did you leave your daughter crying for an hour and a half on the night before she went missing when you told us you check on them every quarter of an hour? They never asked them that, did they?
What?
Nicola Bully case. You caravan people. You were there when she fell in. Some of you were there when she fell in. Did you not see anything? No. No. Only saw the dog. I know full well they were there. I can prove they were there, and I will do over the next few weeks.
That they were there when she fell in.
And yet they saw nothing. So all three cases, I'll just give you an example in each one, where palpably people are lying to you. And is it got to be some dyslexic? Is it only me that can see it? I don't get it. I don't get it.
No, Alan, you're not special. Everyone can see that Jerry and Kate McCann, like, everyone can piece that story together. Like, all the facts are out there now. Like, what? Do you think, like, this is weird that Alan thinks he's some super special person, that he's got dyslexic superpowers because he thinks the McCanns killed Madeline? Or at least found her dead and disposed of her body. You know.
Expose this to the world, this stuff.
Exposed it to the world. You haven't exposed anything to the world. You bandwagon off other people's ideas. So you haven't exposed anything to the world. Like, as he constantly goes on, there are Netflix documentaries about this. Alan has not exposed anything to the world.
They just call me a con man and a crook, and I need to go to mental home.
You are a con man and a crook. Your art grift very clearly shows it.
And I'm thinking, what's that got to do with what I'm uncovering?
It's got nothing to do with you.
I told him the other night.
You're not uncovering anything. By looking through the police, like, this annoys me as well, right? Uncovering stuff to Alan, like, if he looks through all of the police files, all of them, like, digs around and, like, you know, looks through all the police files, he's not uncovering anything because it's in the police files. They took the evidence and recorded it. It's there. Like, if you found something independent of that, you know, if you found something that wasn't reported on the news, do you know what I mean? But he's not doing any of that.
Rourke was lying. And he was lying. He didn't see them carried out dead in a doorbell cam. He didn't see that because there isn't on the doorbell cam. So he's lying. And instead of, like, addressing what I'm saying, they just address that I'm going to be extradited and put in jail in America for calling out a great man.
Special Alan.
But they can call me out for taking a £10 super chat. My taking
D.A. Rourke didn't call you out for doing a super chat.
a £10 super chat is a miles worse crime than Rourke lying to the judge, right? Rourke standing up and saying, I guarantee you that the defence team can see the autopsy of the children and Shanann. It's a much less offence than me taking a membership of someone. What is it about me?
There's nothing about
What
you.
is it? Is it I don't get it why so many people are so angry at someone? I don't get it. I don't get it why so many people are so angry with the Armchair Detective.
Because you're an
What
arsehole.
is it about me?
You're an
What is
arsehole.
it?
You're
Is
an
it because
arsehole.
I'm not afraid to tell the truth?
No.
Sometimes when you're dyslexic, you see the whole picture in your mouth, in your face, in your
What?
mind. You see it with the Armchair Detective. What is it about me? What is it? Is it because I'm not afraid to tell the truth? Sometimes when you're dyslexic, you see the whole picture in your mouth, in your face, in your mind. You see it all, and it comes.
Living in his head rent free.
Sandy
Big up
Sweet
Sandy.
sent tippies.
Wow. Thank
Super
you.
Juffer owes 25 hugs.
Thank you, Sandy. That's massive. Thank you. Thanks. I really appreciate it. Thanks. I'm living in his head rent free. We're living in his mouth rent free.
Comes out of my mouth. Sometimes when you're dyslexic, you see the whole picture in your mouth.
Regardation Police doesn't even have to edit that one. He's just said it.
Sometimes when you're dyslexic, you see the whole picture in your mouth.
You see the whole picture in your mouth. You see what in your mouth? Oh, is it big, Alan? What's that going in your mouth, Alan? What's that? He does give us a few laughs, doesn't he?
In your mouth, in your face, in your mind.
In your mind, corrected himself to in your face, which is not better.
Whole picture in your mouth, in your face.
On your ass.
When you're dyslexic, you see the whole picture in your mouth, in your face.
On your ass.
In your mind.
In your bind.
Whole picture in your mouth, in your face, in your mind. Truth. Sometimes when you're dyslexic, you see the whole picture in your mouth, in your face, in your mind. You see it all.
Oh, actually, wait, I'm laughing, but in your mouth, In your mouth, in your face. He corrected himself to in your face because he gets his stuff sent to him. He doesn't come up with ideas. They send him, like, you know, his flying monkeys send it to him on these groups, don't they? So you see it in your face when you load it up on the screen just 2 minutes before you press go on your stream. Like, that's what he means there, really, I guess.
The picture I see comes in my mouth, and I think, have I said too much? have I just told you what I've seen instead of processing bits of it and going, I can't say that, I can say that, I can say that. I just see a picture in my mind and I tell you the picture.
But you're often wrong, aren't you? Like, really quite a lot, often wrong. I'm reminded of Nicola Bulley case where he thought that there was metadata on the CCTV. The CCTV that, first of all, when he saw it in his face, in his mind, in his mouth, he said was great. His friend Jizzy had shared this with him, and the CCTV proves that this and that. And then later on he went to say, no, the CCTV's not right, is it? Because it's got metadata on it. And what he meant by that was the watermark that Jizzy True Crime had put on it, that I'd been fucking going on about, that proved that it was a composite image. That, Alan, he's so bad at this, isn't he? He's like literally so bad at this. Yeah. And yet he's got this special mind that gets to see the magic picture, and he knows it all. He's the oracle. This is actually cult-like. It's Alan, like we were discussing cults on this. Fucking stupid armchair detective. On Thus. On Super Chuffer. The Thus podcast. Cults. We were discussing how cults have a different, there are 3 different types. There are types where you can illuminate, like there are 3 different kinds of like leadership and organisation of cult. Illumination, where they've got special information and the leader and the chosen one has got the special information. That's Alan. He's got the special information, the leader and the chosen one. And he sees himself as this like head figure, doesn't he? There's a lot of, anyway, don't get me into it. Go and check the Super Chuffer advert. I just done episode that we did.
If you don't like that picture, I can't do anything about it.
I think Alan might have been watching it.
Because that's what I see. And sometimes what I see is very close to the truth. And people can't handle the truth. They don't want the truth. And
he's speaking cliches. People can't handle the truth. I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. I want an ice cream. You can't handle an ice cream. He's speaking in cliches. This is a narcissist who, the reason that he's doing these cliches is he's like putting on a bit of an act, isn't he? You know, special truther man. I've got the truth. You can't handle it. It's just bollocks.
Picture. I can't do anything about it. Because that's what I see. And sometimes what I see is very close to the truth. And people can't handle the truth. They don't want the truth. And when they get it, they can't handle it. So they distort it so it's all my fault. You can forgive Chris Watts' murder, but you want me to rot in jail and go to hell. How does that figure? Chris Watts is forgiven, but I've got to rot in jail all my life and go to hell. Because I don't think Chris acted alone. And it's really perplexing for me. Just what it is. 2,000 views yesterday. How's that so important? There was a guy, some psychiatrist did a thing on Watts last week. It's got 100,000 views, right?
Yeah, it sounds quite reasonable. A psychiatrist did a thing, got loads of views. Well done.
No one's chasing him around.
No one's chasing him around. I don't think you know anything about what goes on in his private life or his trolling, but I assume they're not, because he hasn't got the past record that you have of doing all this horrible stuff.
I'm chasing him around YouTube. Right? What is it with me that makes... I think what it is, that they think I made so much money.
It's not that, Alan. It's not that we think you made loads of money. We think that you spent all that money, lost it all on poker. But what it really is, Alan, is that you're such a dickhead.
I made no money on the book, and I don't even get anything from the book.
Well, of course, because it's not worth anything. It's like chip paper. Like, it's copy and paste rubbish off the internet. Like, I don't know how you thought that you'd get away with it.
To this day, nothing. You don't have to believe me. It's true. I guess they think I made so much money because of people like Lizzie saying I was earning 30 grand a month on Patreon and 20 grand a month on YouTube and 100,000 from my book. And
you've probably had quite a lot of money through at your peak. Not all every month, but at your peak, you probably had quite a lot of money through.
It's all rubbish, man.
It's all rubbish. I think you might have spent it all on poker.
All rubbish. Well, thank God I've got you guys to keep me safe.
Gambled it.
Maybe I would think I was mad. But I didn't have my patrons and my channel and my 100,000 supporters. I would.
Well, that sounds pretty mad because you don't have 100,000 supporters.
I think I was mad because I can't listen to these twats. I can't listen to them.
Twats. Love it.
They pop up in my feed. You get that? You don't want to see the trolls, right? But they pop up in your feed.
Because you're subscribed to their channels?
Hey, well, I didn't ask for that. I didn't order that. I didn't order non-stop trolls about the Armchair Detective. Yeah, every time I turn my computer on.
That's brilliant. We've infected his algorithm because he watches all of our stuff.
Couldn't be happier. Swish and then whoosh.
Big up, Sid.
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. Alan sang. First last time I ever saw your face, and his mod in chat said, "Oh Alan, you've got all my feels going again." He's the oldest swinger in town. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
That was awful though. That song. I mean, I can't play songs on my streams because copyrights, but like we could do a special stream where we look at them on Twitch. But it's just so awful. It's just so awful. How can anyone listen to it and think positive feelings? It's cringe to the max. I think they're encouraging him because they want to see him do stupid things.
I'm more hated than Kissinger. It's true. It's true. The most hated woman in America is less hated than the Armchair Detective. Ugh.
Bit special, you.
Yeah. And when I show them their hero, Rourke, was lying, they start saying things like, well, it's not his fault. So what? So what if he's lying? It doesn't matter. So what if Claire pretends she's a solicitor to raise money to put me in jail? So what? It doesn't matter. Yet me, clutch those pearls. I saw AD get a $2 super chat. He's going to...
Again, it's this super chat business. As if like people have been cross at him because he monetized the Madeleine McCann stuff and that's it exclusively. Everyone else gets super chats. Alan's not allowed them. Oh, they're wrong. Like mischaracterization of the argument. Rubbish.
What in hell? Yeah, Jerry McCann. Yeah, I mean, I've heard some terrible stories on the Watts case. I'm not even going to repeat them, but they'll go after them. It's just the Armchair. I like to say this somewhere. Simcast says she gives it to him. Simcast is not a troll and she's not a supporter, so I can talk about her because she's not either. But she says, "Why are you all going after AD? What's going on here?"
Have you checked his track record? Go back and check his track record.
And I think that's what most normal people would think. Why? I don't think why anymore. I just know that it's there for life. So anyway, so we've started now, and we're not going to stop. That was part 1, Study Group A, the McCann files.
Again, you've paid to be. This is the patron. Remember, I thought he was going to do some stuff like at least with the Nicole Kessinger patron. He actually talked about the chuffing case a little bit.
You need to learn this. I'm going to show you.
This is the McCann
one. You patrons are the ones that need to read up on it because you don't know the story until you read the McCann files. I want you to download that.
I want you to download that. It's why would you download that? Why would you download that? Alan. McCann files. PJ files. Okay, boom. The McCann files. Yeah, there it is. Like, I wouldn't download it. They've got a button on the site that says, "To help keep this site online, please consider donate." They've got that. But somebody went to all the trouble of putting this up on the internet and translating it. So it is, the McCann files are on the internet there, yeah? I wouldn't suggest you go and download I mean, it looks to me like... Is it downloadable, the main case file? Wait, English translations is what we want, isn't it? You're not going to download this, are you? Look at it. Like, bear in mind, this is everything. So some of it's really, really important, really interesting. Other stuff, not so much. For example, the witness is an employee of the gardening section of the OC Resort, having worked there for 9 years. He's in charge of all 3 gardening jobs, especially those in the leisure areas. The past week was calm. He did not notice any strange occurrences. In regard to the missing girl, he had no contact with the family. His place in the distance from the place where events occurred, he heard only about the disappearance on Friday. He's nothing pertinent to add. So if I did an episode on this page, it would be kind of dull because the gardener wasn't really there and didn't see anything. So, there's quite a lot of reports here from it. They asked a lot of people a lot of questions. And a lot of people have gone through this already. I mean, does he plan to do this? He surely can't plan to do this, can he? Alleged sightings. Like these case files are the whole thing. I'll drop it in chat if you want to, you know, have a look at it. There's a lot there. Like, he might be looking at that and thinking, gold mine. I'll just open up one of these, you know, and we'll start talking about this witness. He's an employee of the tapas bar, the clients in the restaurant, about the time a girl thought she must have got lost. You know, just the police presence on the following day when he returned to work. He didn't have the news on. When questioned, he says that doesn't know the parents. The child looked like it was working in the kitchen. He doesn't usually have contact with the guests. He didn't see any abnormal. You know, anyway, I've read that wrong. He was in the kitchen, so he didn't know what she looked like. When questioned, he said he didn't see any abnormal behaviour. You know, it'd be a mistake of me to have a good dig into that and do that as an episode every time, because there's not as much content as you might think. What you have to do really, I mean, this is an incredible job if you're Alan, I don't expect him to do it, is to go through it and decide if it's relevant or not, and then pick it out and talk about it, yeah? So my guess is he's going to lean on someone else who's already done that, because you are not going through all this, are you? Like some people have. Like, I feel like maybe, like, I mean, I'm not an armchair detective on the internet, so I have no responsibility to have gone through all of these, but I mean, maybe that's his curriculum. Maybe that's what he's going to be doing. I keep opening this one by mistake because someone suggested that I look at that later. Maybe that's his curriculum.
The mccannfiles.co.uk. And it's thousands and thousands of pages.
It is, isn't
what
it?
I'm going to be talking about. Interesting stuff. So you've got the site map, all the documents, page order, translations, photographs, case files, A to Z. Just go like that, and there you go. Look, hours of fun. All the witnesses that were interviewed.
Yeah, but what
Every
you
one
would
of those
do, right?
Interesting.
As the leader of the study group, is you would read through all of that yourself and then decide what's pertinent and what's not, and in what order and how to disseminate the information. I'm not going to go any further than that. We know he's not going to go and do that. Like, it would take you 3 years to go through it. He thinks it will take 3 years to go. Sorry, yeah, he thinks it will take 3 years. It won't go 3 years. That's not 3 years worth of content. Like, the point being that most people who have gone through all this have already brought to light, like, you know what I mean? Like the Richard D. Halls and the other people, and the, like, people like Lizzie herself, who, you know, he berates, who have gone through all this. Like, you know, like, if the armchair detective is his way into solving the case through this, I would be well surprised.
Some of them are the chefs, some of them are just people.
Unless, of course, like I say, I could shout out probably 6 or 7 YouTube channels that have got, you know, interesting information having gone through this. So, like, unless he's just done that, like,
some of them are very important, some of them are not. And we have the files. So if you're going to follow this case, you need to start downloading that document.
You don't.
And it's not boring. Not the way
Don't download it. Just visit it on the internet when you need to.
I put it out. So when you watch my episode, you can then look up the episode I've done. So what I was using tonight was the statements of the tapas 7. So.
No, you weren't. You were reading them from the Daily Mirror.
But it's all there in Portuguese. No lies. All truth.
In Portuguese? They're not going to read the Portuguese version. Don't tell them to download the Portuguese version.
So much to learn, guys. If you thought the Watts case had a lot of pages, this is file upon file upon file. Very nice of the Portuguese to let us have it. The job they let us have it because they didn't like what the UK mainstream media was releasing, and they said, "Here, I'll read this. Read this." So you like got a guy that owns a restaurant. Look,
I think it was the law they had to release it. I don't
it's
know.
very little, but it all adds to it. See. Question about the disappearance, strange behaviour, diligence. Oh, there. Heard about the disappearance, and this just goes on and on and on.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Each one, a rabbit hole. Each one needs to be made into a show.
No, that's the wrong attitude.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Big up Sierra J.
Sierra J sent tippies.
Thank you.
My suggestions for Alan's new alias: Mike Crotchburns or Andy Feltersnatch. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
That came across really well on the Andy Felter snatch. That came across really well on there. That worked really well. Good tippy. Well done. Thank you. Alan's made the mistake here of thinking that each and every page of that is worth hours of him talking, and it's simply not. What he should be doing is he should be acting as a filter. He should be going through it all and then deciding what's important and worth talking about. Big ups, Andy. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Yeah, I feel like a chilled more vibe tonight. I feel like, I started earlier and it's like more chilled. I'm less aggressive with it. I was shocked, knocked around a little, surprised at how bad his content was and how like he seems to be, it's pendulum swinging almost between pity party and like at some points I feel like he's some sort of colossus of true crime that's solved all these crimes on the internet and everyone wants to get rid of him because he's like the only one out there speaking at some point he's like Edward Snowden and or what was the other one, the whistleblowers. At some point he's like that, and at other points he's this I can only get 2,000 views and everyone should leave me alone, and what does it matter what I do, and why are they all so cross at me? It's pity party as well.
Taking the go on for? I would say.
But yeah, I'm chilled vibes, I think.
3 years. I think you've got 3 years on this study group. If I live that long. If I'm not thrown off. 11 billion files. There's 2 things can stop it. 1, God takes me away. 2, YouTube take me away.
That's morbid then, isn't it?
That's all that can happen. Otherwise, you're going to have to put up with this for a long time.
A long time. Well, that's worth signing up for then. Something I have to put up with for a long time. Brilliant. Take my money.
Ocean's daughter, my iPad refused to take such a huge file, yeah.
Ocean's daughter's iPad refused to download the file. Of course it did, because it's a ridiculous idea to think that you would download the entire Madeleine McCann case file to your iPad in preparation of watching Alan talk about some of it on the internet for weeks and weeks to come.
Yeah. Dial AD. Sometimes people wonder, why are so many people doing the Watts case still? And it's a simple answer. They gave us so much.
Really? I thought it was because he was on video doing... Okay, I don't know necessarily enough to answer this, but I would say he's doing it through the prism of YouTube, isn't he? He's saying, why are other YouTubers making videos about it? Not globally, or maybe Netflix special or whatever. It's an interesting case because it's extremely horrific, and he did videos. He was like caught on video talking about it and saying, oh, where are they, and I hope they're okay and stuff like that. And then it turned out he'd done it and it was horrific and shocking, and so the story's all there complete. And I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is like some angle here with this other woman and stuff that I'm not seeing, because I don't know. I'm not judging the case. I'm just saying the reason people are interested in it is that it's horrific, and you've got the human angle of him being in there in the middle, pretending and lying and getting away with it and lying and then coming to justice, I suppose.
I think never before in the history of true crime in a murder case have we had so much. Not only have we got the discovery, we've got all the body cam police footage, haven't we? We've got endless reports from mainstream media, and most of all, Shanann Watts' own work that she donated to us to watch. That could have been taken down by her family years ago, but they left it up. You have to ask yourself, if you leave it up, is it any surprise that people criticise that Shanann's behaviour? If you leave it all up for people to pick a bit, why not just take it all down?
What?
I have an idea for that, and it's something to do with Fry. That Shanann's Fry business goes on to this day, and a lot of it is involved in those Facebook things. So.
You're saying that Shanann's Facebook stuff has been left up because it points towards a business, and that they're making money off the business behind the closed doors, and that so they're using her death as an advert for their business.
My theory is that they kept it up to keep Shanann's life going on as a entrepreneur of Thrive,
Of Thrive, an entrepreneur of Thrive. You think they're making money out of Thrive, whatever Thrive is, and that's why they've left it up, and they're using her death as a marketing tool for this business.
Something like that. Being careful what I say, of course.
You have to be careful what you say. Well, why don't you just say it? I just said it. That's what you think, apparently.
So then we made a start on this. I made a start on the Watts case, yeah. Just made an introduction. The DA called me some names, so I just write a reply and call him some names. Not really though, no swear words.
This is called McCann Study Group Part 1.
Said I think he might commit perjury in the eyes of American law, or all hell broke loose. But I think that's fair to say that all lawyers are sworn in to tell the truth. Although I don't know, it can be a defense lawyer for an obvious murder and be sworn in to tell the truth, right? So you're defending Ted Bundy, say, and you know darn well he's killed all these people, and yet you're not allowed to lie because that'd be perjury because they're already sworn in. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't think the lawyer goes. Like, the lawyer doesn't go around making lies. Like, he doesn't understand how the law works and how like defense lawyers work, does he? Like, they don't make up a load of lies. They don't just say, like, right, now that I'm defending you, I'm allowed to lie in the court on your defense, aren't I? So I can say you just weren't there, just didn't do it. Your Honour, they just weren't there, didn't do it. So how about that? Like, that's not how the case works, does it? Like, you have to build the case, and it has to be made compromised of evidence. And like, if your defence is just lies, then I don't know if your QC or KC these days is obliged to lie on your behalf for money. I don't know. Maybe they are in some ways. I don't know. I'm not. They do lie in court every day. It's part of their job, says Dover and Dolly's mom. Like, again, I'm not. Maybe they do. You know, maybe it's the exact part of their job then, that they just say whatever the hell they have to say, and then it's up to the jury and the judge to decide if it's true or not. Isn't that it then? Like, I'm a bit confused here. Like, as confused as Alan is, to be honest. Like, what do I know about what defence lawyers do or don't oath? Like, hang on. This is an easier way to do it, isn't it? Are defence lawyers allowed to lie? Like, this will tell me the answer, because welcome to the internet. A criminal lawyer can defend someone they know is guilty as long as they do not lie or knowingly mislead the courts. So they're not allowed to lie. Saying they're not allowed to lie. Knowingly mislead. Like, you can present a defence. Well, it doesn't mean you have to lie, does it? Cannot knowingly mislead the court, yeah. You can still present a defence. It doesn't mean you have to lie and say that it never happened, or like, you know, the lawyer's not going to be on the stand to say, oh, so, you know, in the closed doors, you have the legal privilege of not having to take the stand and say, yeah, behind closed doors, they told me that they'd done it, so, you know, they done it. Like, I think you're still allowed to present the defence.
I don't understand how that works. Strange, isn't it? Right.
Maybe they're just allowed to spin the truth, yeah.
What is I about to say? Dun, 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 dun. Not a lot. I am interested in that murder, that nurse, how cool she was, and she actually like convinced people, didn't do anything. Well, you were.
That's the angle you're interested in then. How cool she was and able to get away with the murders.
There when all these children died, right? And she got like 5, 6, 7 years of freedom because she was so believable. She was so shocked that she was being accused me of these things, and she got like. Took him 6 or 7 years to get to court. Yeah?
This is so heinous that he's tittering about it.
Naughty.
Naughty. Don't. Right, I'm going to literally get angry and start shouting, and it's late at night in my house and people are in bed. Don't.
To get to court. Yeah?
Don't start me on this.
Lucy Letby, naughty. Murder.
Naughty. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. That's bad, Alan. That's bad. That's bad. You're going to have to suffer him at normal speed now while I refill up my drink quickly.
I think maybe she was getting pleasure out of the after.
Oh, whoa. I'm going to fill up my drink and have a bathroom break before we get into this next bit, because this next bit's fucking horrific, I guess. I don't know what he's about to say, but it sounds like it's going to be horrific. So before that happens, I'm just going to run my own videos while I go and, you know, my own video while I go and go to the bathroom and refill my drink. What? What did you say, Alan? What did he... This is gonna get dark, isn't it? It's gonna get bad. So, how long do I need? I need like just like a minute and a half of video. Have I got a video that's a minute and a half long? Probably not. Look, this will be nice. You'll like this. This will be fine. This is fine. Oosh. Okay.
Lucy Letby, naughty. Murder. I think maybe she was getting pleasure out of the after effects of the murders, you know?
What, sadistic pleasure you mean, Alan? Like, we suggest your type of personality. It's weird the way he can think his way through this one, isn't it?
She'd like to feel empathy for the victims as well as destroying the life of the baby. She enjoyed the aftermath of the grieving of the parents and trying to be involved in the grieving of the child's death as well. I think that's where she got a lot of pleasure from. And also causing havoc in the wards by having these.
It's like he's describing himself. Pleasure from the grief. Getting a lot of pleasure from that. He got a lot of, you know, burn baby burn and gasolina and all this business. A lot of pleasure out of the cases that he's covered, hasn't he, in a way? Like a lot of cheerful, like, you know, Watts Island he called it for a bit as well, didn't he? His little B-side show. Like, you know, a lot of pleasure out of it. And then causing havoc amongst the community. Like, that's like himself. Like,
be involved in the grieving of the child's death as well. I think that's where she got a lot of pleasure from. And also causing havoc in the.
It's like projections of his own self, this is.
Wards by having these, you know, high profile to the hospital, trying to save the life of a baby events, you know. I think she reveled in all that. I think. She saw herself as above most of us.
She saw herself as above most of us. Like you do, you mean?
Some sick woman, yeah. She is one of a kind, yeah. But there have been, I think there's been 30 of these nurses.
She's one of a kind, but I think there's been 30 of them. Fuck me. I'm speeding him up again a little bit. This is bad.
Over the last 10 years, they've been caught around the world doing the same thing. You can't lie, but you can ask completely misleading questions, yeah. Yeah, I got this thing about, like, imagine being the lawyer for Letitia Stolch.
And we just jump off that. Like, the way that someone could just say something in chat, like, it's bugging me now. Like, we just jump off that. Big ups, Trisha. How's it going? Alan was just talking for a moment about Lucy Letby, who he described as naughty. And he could empathise with the fact that she would like to cause havoc amongst the wards and took some sadistic pleasure in the grief. So that was bad. And then he's jumped off that because someone else has done him a chat. So no, he hasn't got any emotional attachment to any of it.
Or the Valor woman. Imagine being their lawyer. You know full well they're damn guilty. What defence are you putting on?
Whatever defence you can... Like, that's the job of the lawyer. Like, that's... What do you mean? Like, that's... I got a friend from school who went on to become a criminal lawyer, defence in London. And, like, you know, some people have done some of the bad crimes, but they deserve justice in terms of a defence, in terms of, you know, a defence in the eyes of the law. The best defence that they could offer. So you do your best job as a servant of the person who's, you know, everyone deserves justice, don't they? Are you suggesting that people shouldn't have a criminal defence? Like, and then it's the nature of the law to examine that and to judge it, isn't it?
I couldn't do it. I'd just say she's guilty. I couldn't do it. Well, that's me.
So you couldn't be the reason you couldn't be a criminal defence lawyer, Alan, is because you're so honest that you would say, well, no, they're guilty. Your Honour, I've been entrusted with the role of defence today, but I think they're guilty. So, sorry, Your Honour. Honest governor over here can't do the job. You're going to have to just pass this on to someone who's so dishonest they'll take the role. No, Alan, the reason you can't be a criminal defence lawyer is because you wouldn't be able to pass the bar. You wouldn't be able to do the exams. You wouldn't be able to get into legal school. You wouldn't be able to work as a professional lawyer. You wouldn't turn up on time. You're like, imagine being a client. Imagine turning up to Alan's office of work and like saying, "Hello, I've got a legal problem I'd like you to help me with." And Alan sat there across the desk from you, clicking his pen. You know, did you know that I'm this and I'm that? Like, you know, fuck. You'd be in hot water. If Alan was your legal, like if Alan was your defence, you're better off just doing a plea deal. And don't let Alan be involved in the deal. Your Honour, I'd like to represent myself. This man does not have any clue. The reason you can't be a criminal defence lawyer, Alan, is not because you're so honest.
You have to be a certain type to be a defence lawyer. It's all right if they're innocent.
Qualified.
Great if they're innocent. But if you know they're guilty, what are you doing? Damage limitation.
You're giving them a defence legally in the eyes of the law. What do you mean? Damage limitation? You mean like plea deals and trying to make it seem like they weren't as bad and stuff like that? I imagine sometimes it can be quite difficult to defend people who've done some quite bad things. Like maybe that would be an interesting conversation to have with a lawyer. They can't talk on individual cases maybe because of their legal positions. Maybe when they're retired they can. But I imagine like you have to put some of your personal feelings behind you and just like act within the law. The first thing he'd say to his client is nice hair. Angry Alan's Nice Hair Legal Society. Lost every case we've tried. The judge would hate him as well. Because the judge would see people regularly if they were litigating, wouldn't they? Like they would see Alan. Alan's on the docket again. Oh no, not this man again. Not Alan again. Not in my court. Not again. Not this again.
Couldn't do it.
Couldn't do it. He just couldn't do it. He's too moral, too ethical.
Couldn't do it. They can like take the money.
How the lawyers can take the money for offering the service of a defence in the eyes of the law. Sometimes they don't even do it. Sometimes they do it pro bono, you know. Sometimes they do it, you know, like if you're off, you know, you don't have the money for a solicitor and they give you one free by the, like sometimes the lawyers don't make big bucks, like the big Ally McBeal bucks. Sometimes they're doing it like, I think most of them do some form of what you'd call like charitable work, not full charity maybe, but you know, charitable-esque. Anyway, like the point being, his awful, terrible. Alan takes money for doing all his awful, terrible YouTube stuff but he wouldn't be. He'd be ethically compromised by defending someone in the eyes of the law if he thought they were guilty. But yet he himself is guilty of lots of terrible bad things and defends himself all over YouTube in spite of being completely transparently guilty of them.
Right.
Right.
Ooh, so weekend's coming up. Off on Saturday, don't forget.
Yay. Crunchy corn, yum. Ice cream,
Good
yum.
holiday, good luck. Terrible day here today. It was that hot, but not sunny. It was like horrible, sicky. A sicky day today. I felt sick.
Alan felt sick. Earlier in the episode, just a couple of minutes ago, we were reflecting on Nurse Lucy Letby murdering people's babies, destroying their lives. And Alan felt a bit sick because it was a bit hot.
You know when like you go in a car and it's too hot and you feel got sort of car sick and you're stuck in traffic and you feel car sick and then you get out and it's so hot and then you have something to eat and you don't really want the food and then
You don't really want the food, but you've ate the food anyway. So you could have been hungry, but you weren't hungry, but you ate the food. You felt a little bit sick.
we're almost overcome with the heat. You know? We don't have aircon. We don't have aircon. I don't know.
It's been quite warm. I ate my dinner. I didn't really want it, but I ate my dinner, you know. So it's been quite hard for me recently. Of course, we've been covering the Lucy Letby case. That was good, wasn't it? I think she got some sort of sick pleasure out of that, didn't she? Yeah. Meanwhile, I was quite hot, and I felt quite hot, so... Ooh.
Anybody's got aircon. I know shops have got it, but we don't have it.
Shops have got aircon.
Terrible with it. So I'm going to get early night tonight. Early night. It's midnight. My age, I should be asleep by midnight. My age, I should be in slippers at 7:30. I should be having, like...
That's ageist.
Supper at 9.
Supper at 9? We've got a special wait. We've got a special schedule for the elderly. It's possible, you know, with my nan, because I was her carer, we did used to feed her on time. You know, I used to make sure these like regular routine meals were going in. But like, I think she'd have supper at 9.
And I should be going to bed with my hot water bottle at 10. At the latest. That's in the winter. In the summer, I should be going to bed with some ice.
Going to bed with some ice.
Cold as ice.
You're as cold as ice, willing to sacrifice your love.
My wife was ice.
His wife was ice.
You ever had a wife that's ice cold? Like,
have you ever had a wife that's ice cold? You know, bit of stand-up here from Alan, a bit of relatable stand-up. Have you ever had a wife that's ice cold? You know, like dead.
her hands would touch me when I was asleep. That's so cold. I think, how can a person be alive and so cold?
Weird. This is strange. He decided to marry her though. This was. I don't know if it might not be a deal breaker. You know, the cold hands in night time. It might not be a deal breaker, but like. Touching me in bed. I don't know how to break this down.
I never worked it out. I'm not suitable for marriage.
You're not suitable for marriage, no. Didn't like being touched in bed.
Oh dear. I don't get it. Oh, at my age, I'm not old. I'm not old. Coca-Cola and a biscuit.
Coca-Cola and a biscuit. What? The fake kind of Coca-Cola, though, that you've been recently, you mean? The fake kind in the fake can, the fake Coca-Cola. You'd be cold next to it. Maybe she's got, you know, hang on. What could you have next to the bed? She must be keeping something next to the bed. Like a paperweight or something like that. She puts her hand on and it's cold. And then she Alan's in bed thinking, oh, hello, I might get fruity tonight, And she then reaches over with the cold hand and places the cold hand and it just completely quells and quenches the little Alan that's growing in the bed. Whoa, it's cold. Oh, they're just my hands, Alan. Sorry. He's supposed to go live in 5 minutes. Big ups, we'll have a look at it then, yeah. Thank you, Carol Haskingson for the £3 super chat. Thank you, Carol. We'll have a look at it, yeah. We'll look at some of his live, but I'm not restreaming his whole live tonight because it's just going to be dire. It's going to be boring. It's going to be trudging over old ground. There's going to be the news involved. I don't even know which case he's studying tonight on his schedule.
I think as you get older, you sleep less and less and less.
This is more interesting, where he's a bit off the piece, you know, a bit freeform, having a chat.
I think as you get older, you sleep less and less and less. But more.
So maybe it is worth it for the patron. I think we're about to get gold here.
I think as you get older, you sleep less and less and less. But more often, like I sleep less, but I take loads of naps, you know?
That's more. That's more.
Can we sit there like 2 o'clock in the afternoon and I'm doing something and then I fall asleep. And then I wake up 2 hours later. Why did I fall asleep?
You mean you've been falling asleep in the daytime, Alan? That's because you've not been sleeping so well at night. Because you've been stressed and anxious and you've been getting up at 4 in the morning to listen to football podcasts, apparently. And you're doing your live streams at 10 o'clock at night to try and overlap with the American audience. And so you're up at midnight doing your patrons. And then I presume after this you're on a bit of a high, spending some of the money. You know, oh, well, we did a patron tonight and they gave me these tippies so I can do a few rounds of poker. And then it's football podcasts until dawn. And then it's falling asleep in the middle of the day. And you fell asleep on your own stream, didn't you, Alan? We clipped that. That was our favourite bit recently. You fell asleep on your own stream. So this doesn't sound like you need less and less sleep as you get older. It sounds like you might need more.
It's a good job I'm not working 9 to 5. Imagine going 9 to 5 and you just drop off to sleep at work.
Alan, you should be working. Like, it's a good job you're not working 9 to 5. What do you mean? They're paying. These are the people paying you in your patron, right? And you should be behind the scenes working on your content. Like, if you're not, and they're paying you patron, and you're admitting that in the daytime you're just asleep, waiting for the. I mean, I'm probably guilty of this myself equally, I suppose. You know, roll out of bed, switch on the stream all night, go back to bed. But you should be working behind the scenes on some of this stuff and admitting that you're basically sleeping in the day. And like, what's going on?
But there again, I do stay up late, don't I?
You do stay up late.
Very late.
Yeah, on the football podcasts.
Life's too short. Yeah, feet and hands. Feet, yeah, feet. Get those feet off of me. They're stone cold. I don't get it. They're so cold. Someone's like, why are women so cold-blooded? I don't know. Is it because you're half reptile? Are women half reptile?
It's a novel way to try and attract a mate. You're right, kitty cat. It's a novel way to try and attract a girlfriend, isn't it, Alan? Accuse women of being half reptile. I don't find... I'm struggling to think of any analogy. I mean, maybe some women that I've encountered have had cold hands at times, or feet, but it has not been a consistent theme, and I don't think of women as reptilian. But maybe women are half reptile. Maybe he's cracked it.
I don't know.
Bear in mind that everybody that supports him on his inner circle is a woman. Like, I think he's got one man in there. I don't even know if he's got... I think he's got one man in there that got gifted a membership. But everyone that's on his Patreon are women, aren't they? Like, why does he pop at women like this?
I mean, I'm warm-blooded. I am. I'm too hot. That's why I'm with blood pressure. Oh, you're hot. I'm always hot. Hands are always hot. Everything's hot. Get up early. Go to bed late. I like my new microphone. It's good, isn't it? I like my new camera. They don't like it because I got proper teeth, do they? They don't like it. They want to believe that I'm photoshopped. Well, you can't Photoshop live.
What? You can just have a filter on.
I hate to tell you that.
You're on StreamYard or whatever, isn't it? Streamlab or whatever. You've got AD in the bottom left. You've got what's this in the background? What do you mean you can't Photoshop live? Are you actually sat in front of a lake of blood?
What you see is what you get. If you were in the room with me now, this is my actual colour.
What?
My actual teeth.
I don't need to prove this to anyone, do I? That I could just mess about with the colour settings and change all the colour settings on the stream. Like,
My actual hand. Look, never done a day's work.
never done a day's work. That's not something to be proud of. What are you saying here?
If you were in the room with me now, this is my actual colour. My actual teeth. My actual hand. Look, never done a day's work. I've always used my mind to earn money, even though I'm dyslexic. I never did physical work as such.
Because you're a con man. You're not prepared to put in any work. It doesn't matter what job you do in life. Sometimes you've got to pick up the broom. It doesn't matter what job you're doing in life. Sometimes it's got to be you on the mop. Like, quite a lot of the time, because I was my own self-employed person as a hairdresser, I had to do more of the mopping and more of the fucking brooming, didn't I? But like, I've got calluses on my hands. Definitely had them. This is one where a nail went through. But I did some roofing. There's one where my dog bit me on there as well. I've got gamer thumb probably, and like on my wrist here from where I used the mouse. But definitely with hairdressing as well, I've got cuts. I know it sounds ridiculous, like, oh, you've got cuts on your hands because you're a hairdresser, oh, poor you. But like, you know, working a lot, occasionally cutting yourself, definitely got those. Like, I'm not like got some fisherman's hands, like with all, you know, barnacled, but they've done some jobs. I'm not proud of the fact that I never did any work. What?
I've done cooking, but I never did like digging a road or bricklaying, or, you know, those things that make your hands go rock hard.
Did cooking?
The secret I was going to tell, I'm keeping that. Oh, I keep. I think I told you already about. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's not really a secret. It's just like I was going to say how deceitful that the McCanns were with their back covering and stuff. But I already told you now, so too late.
Yeah, you've blown your load, haven't you? Ooh.
The secret is, I'll tell you the secret is that the police in Portugal know that Maddie died in the apartment. They know that.
Yeah, it's not a
They call
secret.
over.
That was their case. Listen, that's not a secret. They fucking wanted them as arguidos. They were like, this is what we think happened.
The best dogs in the world.
Yeah, the cadaver dogs. Yeah, not a secret.
Springer Spaniels. And those little doggies don't lie. They said to their master,
It's raining again.
Someone
I couldn't
died
be
in the-
happier.
Women everywhere sent tippies. One look at Alan makes us drier than the Sahara Desert. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Cult of the women there. Thank you. I was going to say thank you, Alan, now. My brain's starting to go. Thank you, Cult of the women. Thank you, all the women, for that £3 super chat.
This room. And their master said, right, he's never wrong. Someone died.
Like, maybe I should have, like, when I did my brief overview of the McCann thing, yeah, the cadaver dog stuff, I've done it in my, because I looked at the book that was made and they discussed it, and I actually showed the video of the cadaver dogs. Yes, the cadaver dogs indicated in the apartment. They'd levered up the tiles to get the indicator swabs. It was McCann DNA. It was either Kate, Jerry, or the child, and obviously the child is a combination of both their DNA, so that's why Kate and Jerry's signals come up. It doesn't mean that it was Kate or Jerry. It's obviously Madeline's DNA, and it was, yes, all this, yes, yes, yes.
Keeler and Eddie. Someone died in this room. So now we're bringing the other dog, who's looking for blood. So they got the smell in the room of blood, of death. They're bringing the other dog at another time, and that dog alerts to the same spot as the smell of death.
Why,
Behind the
like,
sofa, but they've hid it.
is he going to do this now for weeks and weeks? Because that's the story, and that's
Smell
it.
Bleach. Girl died here, and they've mopped up all the blood. Simple. Smell the bleach.
What's he on about bleach?
The dogs have told us it's blood. The other dog has told us that someone died in the spot. It's a smell of bleach. It's a sofa. It's a rock hard floor. The girl fell off. She died. Cracked her head open and died. Because she was left for hours. While she was laid motionless on the floor, bleeding to death. People were out drinking. They come back. They see her. She's dead. They remove the body and bleach the room, in my opinion.
In my opinion.
Then-
and the opinion of basically everyone, isn't it?
Amaral arrives and they said, oh, we smell bleach. You know, cleaned up the blood. Okay. So what we do is then, see these tiles? They're all covered in grouting, which means grouting is porous. So if we lift up the tiles, you will find the blood of Madeleine McCann under the tile, seeped through the grouting, even though they bleached it. So they rip up all the tiles, and guess what they find? The blood of Madeleine McCann.
It's like,
Wow.
yeah.
Got them. They're going to jail, bang to rights.
Yes.
All we got to do
This is what the police thought, yes.
is send samples to the laboratory, and they will say 999.9999% this is the blood of Madeleine McCann. They get arrested. So they get the samples. And they say, I'll tell you what, we'll send the samples to UK because we don't want to get accused of fixing the case with our own Portuguese laboratory. So we'll send them to the best laboratory in England. So they do that.
It's tiresome. It's like, welcome to Madeleine McCann in 2023. Like,
Inconclusive. Long story short, in England, they'd have been put in jail. In Portugal, it's got to be an exact match. In this country, they'd have been put in jail. And of all the alleles, most of them matched Nicola. They matched Maddie McCann. And the ones that didn't match were ruined with guess what? Bleach. So the ones that matched were 100% Madeline McCann. The ones they couldn't test were destroyed in bleach. So every one that could be tested was Madeline McCann. Because you have 100% match in Portugal, they couldn't arrest them. Ironically, if they did it in their own country, they'd be in jail now. And that's the truth. That's the truth, I swear to God. And that laboratory covered up the whole damn thing and said the results were inconclusive and la la la. And the
they
rest
didn't
is
cover it
history.
up, they just reported what they reported.
Based on those results, the Portuguese police made the McCanns Aguidas suspects.
Yes.
Because the results in their eyes were that Madeleine McCann died in the apartment and they had the proof of the smell of death and her blood. What more do you want? She's missing. Someone died in the apartment and her blood's under the files. I don't think you need any more than that, do you?
The body,
It
you
still
need
got away.
the corpse.
It still got away. And the mainstream media have never told you that story.
Yes, they have.
But I will over the next few months.
What's he on about?
They left those babies to their own devices. Not murder. It's an accident.
It's not like this is like some sort of open secret now, isn't it? Like,
One day, I'm hoping the truth will come out.
he hasn't got the exact, like, understanding the DNA markers and the way the lab results and stuff works. He hasn't got that completely correct because he's just, you know, giving like an overview. But that is what sort of basically happened. And you know that happened because in the police reports from the Portuguese police, that's what they said happened. And in the book written by the Portuguese policeman, that's what he said happened. And in like the documentaries and the YouTube videos and the, you know, that's what people have said has happened. So like Alan is clued up by like, it's not that, like, the thing that's annoying here is that Alan is not like it's okay to do what he's doing in a way, to like present the truth and do some research and, you know, present it. But in another way, he's presenting it as if he's discovering some secret and that he's the only one that knows it, when actually he's plagiarizing everyone else's work here. So, and like to do it now in 2023 and to think that there's a study group for this and that like he's the man, like you said in chat there, Alicia Marie, like the man that knows too much. Like, you know, it's like you might as well just go and watch a Netflix documentary and then you don't have to watch 6 weeks of Alan talking about it for the next 6 weeks. Like, it's just not very good again. Like,
I'm still here. Or one of the Tap House 9 goes, I can't stand this anymore. I've only got 6 months to live. I've got to tell the truth. That's my great hope.
but that's it. He's just said it now, right? So the thing about it is that what's he going to say for the next weeks and weeks? Oh, well, I've got this one thing that I'm going to spend half an hour rambling about today because we're trying to fill time for the hour for the patrons. Like he's just said the whole thing. That's the whole thing. Like, are you going to get deep on DNA evidence and explain to everyone exactly how DNA markers work? Are you qualified for that? Does it matter? You've just said the whole thing anyway.
That one of them can't die with it. They're living with it. But I'm hoping that one of them can't die with it. I wouldn't like to think I was going to die tomorrow and I kept this awful secret all those years.
All those millions of pounds. All those years not going to jail.
Of course, that's just my theory, but it's based on the police file.
It's not just your theory, which it's based on the police files. It's the police's theory.
Who told me that the infant Madeleine McCann died in the apartment and the body was occulted away, hidden away. That's what they said. I'm not lying to you. I'm not making it up.
Hidden the-
That's what it says in the files. I can't get sued for that.
The dog indicated in one of the cupboards, and it was basically that for a moment Madeline had been put in that cupboard, maybe in a bag, and then Jerry had moved her from there very quickly.
Repeating what it says in the files, that they refuse to show you in England. Refuse, point blank, to mention it in social media or media at any level.
I don't know if that's true.
It's got to be down to people like me,
This is social media.
who they can close down with fear. Oh yeah, they do.
They're not going to close you down with fear. Like, you're getting it from other social media outlets who have also been talking about it, Alan. Like, no one's closing me down. Like, it's just ridiculous.
They can get into your life. They can destroy your reputation. They can do all sorts to shut you up. But they can't shut me up. I'm too old. I'm not scared. I'm not scared.
You're irrelevant.
I'd rather tell people the truth than hide it away and talk about yesterday's murder. I'd rather spend time telling you the whole story than read a story in the paper and read it to you. No.
That's what you do when you... That's exactly what you do.
I won't be told what to do. I won't be controlled from anyone on my side or their side. I'll refuse it. I'll refuse.
We'll check in with him, yeah.
I'll refuse everything.
Refuse to take a deal.
Whistleblower. That's it.
Whistleblower.
AD, whistleblower. Condemned as a con man and a crook that's going straight to hell. Why? Because I tell the truth. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. But I am going to bed now. Thanks for listening to the Armchair Detective. I'll see you tomorrow. Friday. That isn't it? I'm not sure what we're doing tomorrow. You have to wait and see. Good night, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Pie. Not very good. Muck study group. Oh god. I keep going to that channel by mistake. You want Angry Alan now. You want him live, don't you? You want Angry Alan live. Alright, I'll go Angry Alan live. I'll find Angry Alan live.
DM shows where I play poker. DM shows my hotel. DM shows where I walk my dog. And his lover is super friendly with this murderer.
What's this?
And this just salacious, whoever she is, I'm told she's a troll of mine. I've never heard of her. Just by looking at a person or speaking to a person, you can never know what they're capable of. True.
Right. Why is he dressed like this? Why is his hair like this? He looks like he's just got out of a swimming pool or something. What is with the background? What the fuck is going on? Alan, honestly, I thought this was going to be boring because he's just going to talk about the Nicola Bully case and it's going to be boring and you might as well just go and watch his old videos to see what he said because he's only just going to show you them anyway. Like, he's been talking about me. We'll take it back to the start. We'll whip through it quick. We'll set him on playback speed 1.5. He looks like he's been covered in Vaseline.
I had a bit of a shock just before the show started. I've been sent a couple of emails that I have to address because of urgency for you, my supporters, and anyone involved in true crime.
Couple of urgent emails. Oh man, I want to get my popcorn.
Especially the creators in this corner of true crime, and especially my trolls. It seems they've been harbouring a murderer, a man that was jailed for murdering his wife.
A murderer?
And has been hanging around their channels, and they've befriended him. These are the channels that doxed me, where I live, my address, and put my daughter's pictures on the screen.
Well, Alan, this murderer could murder you.
They've been harbouring a murderer who came home drunk one night, had an argument over custody of the children, slit the wrist of his wife.
What?
And when she went to run away, he stabbed her in the back 8 times until she died.
What? This is horrific.
Now, I don't know this just salacious, but she's heavily involved. Evidently, she's a troll of mine. I've never heard of her. So, the ringleaders of this, and how they haven't checked out his past, I don't know.
Who?
They checked out everything about me.
Wait, Alan, you have now immediately an obligation to your audience, who are mainly women, right, to state who this person is, clearly say who they are on YouTube. If they come into the chat, we should block them. Like, if this is true, like, what, just salacious, is that the person who he's talking about, or is that somebody who's brought it to her attention? He needs to be clear about this, about what the fuck's going on, if it is legit this serious.
Big Dave.
My worry is that he's just talking BS because he's being wound up by trolls.
So, the ringleaders of this And how they haven't checked out his past, I don't know. They checked out everything about me. But this...
Well, because people on YouTube who are just in comments, I mean, assuming this is not another content creator, this is just someone in some comments, assuming that, then it's very hard to check everybody out, Alan, and it would be fucking creepy and weird if I were to be checking everyone out that was in my comments. Like, up to the point where we moderate their comments. Like, yes, if they say something over the line in comments, that gets moderated, but I'm not going to be asking them, like, you know, where are you from and what's your background and can you fill in this form? Like, they're just like people in comments, aren't they? So it's hard to do that. But as a community and in Discord, and as we go further, like, you know, things get sort of filtered out, don't they? Because people's behavior just doesn't get to be acceptable. But if someone was a murderer and they'd done their time and come out of prison, I wouldn't know about it and they didn't mention it. I wouldn't know about it and didn't mention it, because they didn't mention, like, it's strange. But now you found this out, I think it's very important we know who and what's going on, isn't it?
Dave, or Big D, has been going on the panels of Just Salacious, Helen Schaefer. God knows who other channels. If he's friends with them, I hope to God he's not friends with the Battery Boy.
Big D or Dave, apparently. I mean, it couldn't be more vague, could it? Big D or Dave.
Around Battery Boy's channel.
Battery Boy's channel? Who are you talking about? Me?
Helen Schaefer. God knows who other channels. If he's friends with them, I hope to God he's not friends with the Battery Boy.
Hope to God he's not friends with the Battery Boy. Right? Again, I don't think we've got a murderer in our chat, yeah? But you'd have to be clear about it. You can't just say, oh, I've heard this about this person. Like, otherwise, that is, like, fucking weird to be doing this. I don't think we've got a murderer. Unless it's Alan, you know, in our chat. I don't think we've got a murderer in our chat. This is hectic and weird. I need to eat food at the same time as I'm watching this. I'm going to rewind it a little bit and we're just going to quickly run in the kitchen. My sister's made some food and I'm really rude to not be in there eating it with everyone.
Checked out everything about me. But this Big Dave, or Big D, has been going on the panels of Just Salacious, Helen Schaefer. God knows who other channels. If he's friends with them, I hope to God he's not friends with the Battery Boy. I hope to God he doesn't hang around Battery Boy's channel. If you don't know who Battery Boy is, Battery Boy, the one that pretends I'm a P, that wrote songs about killing young girls and throwing them in the river, and sang a song about sex with my children, and put his dick in my mouth on screen, a picture of me, and sings Gary Glitter songs, and makes a living out of just watching my films. This is serious. I haven't got the full details. If I find he's connected to this Big D, this has got to be sorted out tonight. If anybody can tell me if this Big D has been seen on Battery Exposed channel, I need to know now.
Me?
Please email.
Me?
80 subs.
Why me?
007.
Should we go back and talk about having that thing in your mouth?
Watching my films. This is serious. I haven't got the full details. If I find he's connected to this Big D, this has got to be sorted out tonight.
If I'm connected to Big D,
songs about killing young girls and throwing them in the river.
I didn't write songs about killing people and throwing
them. I've never heard of her. So the ringleaders of this, and how they haven't checked out his past, I don't know.
I'm going to eat on camera. It's just rude, but I have to do it.
But this Big Dave, or Big D, has been going on the panels of Just Salacious, Helen Schaefer. God knows who other channels. If he's friends with them, I hope to God he's not friends with the Battery Boy. I hope to God he doesn't hang around Battery Boy's channel.
He's scared because he thinks I know where he... Well, hang on. How do I say this? He's scared because if Big D's around on our channel, then I can tell him where to go.
If you don't know who Battery Boy is, Battery Boy, the one that pretends I'm a P, that
pretending? You sung with the kids.
Wrote songs about killing young girls and throwing...
I wrote that song from the perspective of comedy voice. It's fine. It's up there on the internet. We can listen to it at the end of tonight if you want.
In the river, and sang a song about sex with my children.
And take it to New Yorker.
On screen.
I did what?
Children. And put his dick in my mouth on screen.
Put my dick in your mouth. Did we make a porno together that I didn't notice? Is there a sex video out there of me and Alan that I haven't noticed? Did Did I get roped into doing a sex video? I'm sure. I'm trying to rack my brain for sexual encounters I've had where I might have accidentally been having sex with Alan and I didn't notice, and someone videoed it and put it on the internet.
A picture of me, and sings Gary Glitter songs, and makes a living out of just watching my films.
No. Don't make a living out of watching your films. I do make a living out of being on the internet now. I'm really grateful for that. Thanks to these tippies, this is my job. Yes. It's not all I do. I think that's a bit unfair, isn't it? Let's go back to the murderer, though, eh? Because suddenly, my trolling of you seems less important. I don't seem like such a bad chuffer, do I? If someone's going around murdering people. So let's go back to the murderer.
This is serious. I haven't got the full details. If I find he's connected to this big D, this is going to...
Sending him straight to your house, Alan. If they contact me, is that what you're worried about? Hello, this is Super Chuff. Hello, this is Super Chuffer. Hello, I'm Murderer. Are you also on the phone like this? No, I could be hands-free if you want. Could you? Because I'm trying to eat my food. Go on then. So you say you're the murderer. I'm the murderer. Would you like Alan's address? Feeling fruity tonight? Go on then. Is it? Yeah. Is it? I'm off. Doing a murder. Do you want a t-shirt? We should have done those. Should have made those for the stream. After. What do you mean after? Well, I done a murder. You've already done one though. You are the murderer. Oh yeah, I done a murder. Yeah. Yeah, go on then. I'll take two. One for after. Because I'll have to get changed out of this one. After I do the murder. Alright.
Be sorted out tonight.
What am I eating? My sister's made vegan food. It's beef substitute pieces with Mexican style. There's beans in it and chili peppers and things. And I've wrapped it in a tortilla. Tortilla? Tortilla. I've wrapped it in one of those wraps. And then there's some little bits of lettuce in there as well. Like little lettuce. I'm so hungry. If I don't eat now and they've done all like yummy dinner, like, I feel bad. Who's done a murder? Look, this is important. I can't believe he's called his stream Nicola Bully Study Group B. He should have called it Nicola Bully Study Group is off tonight. Someone's been done in a murder in chat.
Full details. If I find he's connected to this big D, this is going to be sorted out tonight.
Look, I see him. Look at his face. Look at his face. Hello? Hello? I'm not doing this, I'm hands-free. I'm not answering. Why aren't you answering? Could be a murderer. Well, on the phone? Yeah. Couldn't you answer and find out who it is and then see? No, it could be a murderer. It needs to be sorted tonight. It's serious. People's lives are at stake here. Well, potentially Alan's.
This is serious. I haven't got the full details. If I find he's connected to this big D, this is going to be sorted out tonight.
Am I connected to the big D? It's got all vegetables in it as well. This has got to be sorted tonight. There's a murderer on the loose. Listen, a murderer. What do you think's more? Listen, what do you think's more expensive? A murder, like Hitman for Hire. What do you think's more expensive? A murderer or a lawyer?
If anybody can tell me if this big D has been seen on Battery Exposed channel, I need to know now.
Have any of you in chat done a murder? Have any of you in chat? I'm looking at you in chat. Amy, have you done a murder? Alicia, have you done it? Now we're all pointing fingers at each other, you see. It's like that Reservoir Dogs where they're all pointing the guns at each other. Dover and Dolly's mum, have you done a murder? Well, she could have done. Wouldn't put it past Dover and Dolly's mum. That's why she's a mod. Exmouth again says, Alan made Big D up. Exmouth again says, has Alan made Big D up? No one would be bothered going around his house anyway. Well, you know. Listen, a murder might be expensive, a lawyer might be expensive, but maybe just take off the little finger. Maybe I wonder if you'd do me a 2-for-1 on little fingers this week. Big D.
Please email 80 subs 007 at Gmail. Now, if you have any film of this murderer on his channel or Chuffer's channel,
I think he's taking this deadly serious. I don't think he's acting here. I think he's seriously rattled. I don't know why he's gone for the background. If there's a murderer on the loose, is this to confuse them? The murderer will be looking for them in the magic forest.
or associating with Diem. I need to know now. He's got to go to the police. All I do know is that she's admitted it. Schaefer is the one that harbours Diem from Norway. It's their own words.
I'm not going to read that out, Joe. Thanks for the 199 super chat. Joe's done a murder. Fucking hell. This couldn't have got any better. I was just saying this today on today's episode about how bad his content's been this last week, and how boring it's been. This isn't boring at all. Look at his face. Look at his face. He's popping off. He looks like he's had 2 or 3. I thought they were I thought they were your Nan's paracetamols. No, Dad, they're not Nan's paracetamols. They're my fucking disco biscuits. How many have you had? I've got to do my study group in a minute. Have you heard about the recent murders on YouTube? What?
Hearing that someone I knew is a friendly, funny, down-to-earth person, here she goes, minimising, committed a horrible killing 25 years ago. Oh, 25 years ago. It's a shock. Big D wasn't a close friend, distancing, but we had previously panelled on each other's channels.
Listen, someone could have done murders.
Again. I couldn't be happier.
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies.
Big tippies, thank you.
Alan Ancient History, you supported and funded a convicted PEDO on your channel with fatty boom boom bubbles. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
This is incredible. Alan needs a Valium quick. Big D's after him. Didn't Big D make the nuts? Didn't they make the peanuts where you pull off the things until it's revealed at the end it's a naked woman? And then it's not up there for long because they replace it quick, don't they? Because all the nuts are gone. You want it when it's about 3/4 of the way down. Stop buying nuts then. Just look at it.
And we comment on each other's posts.
So
you got to remember,
she's not at fault. Nobody's at fault here. If there has been a murderer commenting on their posts, then like it's not their fault for not knowing that they're a murderer. On the other side of the coin, right, this is going to sound fucking bad for some people. If it's the domestic violence situation, I would be a bit like, you know, that's enough for me. Thanks very much. No thanks. Not ever. But for some people, they believe that once someone's been to prison and served their time, that they've done their, like, we're to do a podcast on this with Steve one day. You know, like, people are free to go back on YouTube, like, so, I don't know, and since personally as well, this is a bit of one, since personally I have no knowledge of what so-and-so Big Dave is supposed to have done, other than what Alan just said, I'm going to reserve judgment on whether I throw Big D under the bus as like Charles Manson here. But Alan is pretty fucking convinced that he's a bad chuffer. Alan is shits. Alan has got the shits.
Diem is this woman's partner. Diem put my house on the screen. Diem shows where I play poker. Diem shows my hotel. Diem shows where I walk my dog. And his lover is super friendly with this murderer.
Murderer. Could murder
And
you.
this just salacious, whoever she is. I'm told she's a troll of mine. I've never heard of it.
When he gets on to you, Alan.
Just by looking at a person or speaking to a person, you can never know what they are capable of. True. Or
What
we
if
ever
he's
truly
outside
aware
the
of
house?
what we are capable of ourselves. I think I remember Big D once saying he didn't drink anymore. That speaks volumes on regret.
Yeah, but if you give him 2 bottles of Jack Daniels, he'll come around your house and kick your head in.
His crime was committed under the influence of alcohol against his ex-partner and left 2 young children without their mother. The courts declared it manslaughter. It was a terrible, violent act that affected numerous people, but is it unforgivable? Minimising. That's a difficult question. I know
there is a
Sandra Root-
huge debate about this. I think, I'm prepared to take on the big questions. I think that in society, yes, people should be able to move on from their crimes if they've done their time and whatever's been judged and, whatever's gone on. We have to have a system, yeah. Me personally, though, I don't have to, live with it and say, oh, so, personal choice, you can get free to go into the rest of society. But me personally, not really into it around my house, no thanks. Do you know what I mean? So, I think that's everyone's free to make that choice in society. So that's why it's important we have certain laws about, people knowing about what people's pasts have been like. So they should be free to make their own choices. And me personally, around my family and whatever, I wouldn't want a certain. I'd be free to let those people go on and make their own lives and have their own freedoms after they've served their terms. But don't really think it's right for me to be big friends with them myself. So thanks.
brings up her friend Sandra Rusek. What the hell did she bring Sandra Rusek into it when a man has murdered a woman from the back?
Murdered her from the back.
Even though Chris had done whatever. Still found yeah. The Ruseks are way more to forgive than Chris and I have any right to with Big D. How does she bring the Watts case into it?
You bring it into everything.
Big D, this aspect of his past, I think most of us probably would, if we know in his position, keep it quiet. Does that mean he's fake or just ashamed? Does it matter? Are you enabling him, Helen? After 25 years of Big D living within the law, I'm apt to believe he is not likely to commit a violent crime again. That's all right then. Have him around your house then.
He's coming around your
house. Have him on your channel. Send in the super chuffer. Your mate, super chuffer DM.
He's coming to your house.
It doesn't mean I'm excusing the violence. It means that Big D is still a friendly person. I know it with a terrible regret. Someone who hoped by speaking to strangers on a platform on YouTube might mean he could meet friends who wouldn't just see him as a killer. He could hide his past and just be normal. Only Big D knows for sure. Big D has come to true crime that talk about murders to befriend Schaefer. Who else has he befriended? Liam? This is sick. This is all I know at the present. This is all I know at the present time. But there are some comments under this which are interesting. Someone says there's nothing to do with the Ruseks. Keep her mouth out your mouth. I agree with that. Someone else says it's a much bigger picture. I'm in shock that you've had this man on your program or whatever. So I'm in shock too. So what is the connection between these guys? I don't know.
He's in the true crime
but
thing.
People on there do know the case. Some people do know the case.
What?
Someone has read the report, Helen, and to be fair, she tells it like it is. Big D had no history of violence. His ex moved back in. Things were tense. He used to drink. Culminated with him stabbing her 6 times, and killing her.
Fucking hell.
He served surprisingly short, 4.5 years. Don't know why.
I've got no idea what's going on there.
She thinks it's pathetic.
But
4.5
years doesn't sound like a long time, does it?
But we have to watch out for minimising our bias. These are the people that moan like hell that I had a convict that was in prison with Chris Watts on my channel.
No, it's because he was a pedo. And you knew about it and you defended it.
Felicity says to her, She's trying to minimise it, Chopper. Felicity says he was given a life sentence for murder. He got off on a small technicality, otherwise he'd still be in prison. He stabbed Maria 8 times in the back, not 6. The argument started over custody of the kids. He got the knife and lunged at her, cutting her wrist. He went out the room and got the knife and come back and cut her wrist. This is a big man taking on a small woman.
You should come around your house, Alan.
When he cut her wrist, she said, "You've just lost the kids." She got up to walk away and he stabbed her in the back. She then said, "You've definitely lost the kids now." He then stabbed her to death. The man is a coward.
I wouldn't be doing your show tonight, Alan. I'd be off hiding.
It was a retrial. So that's why he got such a short sentence, because there was a technicality. Whatever the circumstances, the young woman lost her life in an act of extreme violence. It's senseless and horrific. Big D was solely responsible for her death.
You see, you notice this as well. There are, Mark, you asking, is this the bully case that his subs came in for? We're off his Patreon now. Yeah, this is his actual episode tonight live, right? And you're right, this is nothing to do with the bully case, but it's interesting the way he relays the information exactly the same as when he does on all his other streams, because he's learning about this live right now, reading the tweets, reading the texts, and it's the same way he does all of his shows. So it's kind of like one of his shows. There's a murderer and we're going to learn about it now, or at least Alan is, and then he's going to tell you the information as he reads it.
Those poor children have had to grow up without a mother. What you got to remember, some women on here have shared their phone numbers and addresses with Big D because Schaefer introduced him to the public. Oh, it's my friend Big D.
You can't throw Ellen under the bus because she doesn't know whether somebody's got a past or not.
Some of her subscribers, and this salacious subscribers, gave them their phone number and address. And he was planning to meet up with them. Good grief.
Good grief.
Good grief. He even joked about it's quite peaceful without having his wife around. The wife he murdered. But he's open to forming friendships on here, Helen's channel and Salacious channel, with romantic interests. Oh my God. My only hope is, and I don't know yet, my only hope is they haven't given Big D to Battery Boy, the man that sings about having sex with my children and sings about murdering girls and putting them in rivers. If those two get together, we're stuffed. Now,
maybe I'll get him on, talk about his past. No, I'm not really interested to hear about these horrible things he's done. If that's legit what he's done, you know, I think he'd understand that. No, I'm not, like, if he's done his time, whatever, I've got no idea about what this man's talking about, yeah? So don't, if you're Big D, don't get the egg with Scotty Hottie because I'm misrepresenting your case. I don't hear your case, I'm hearing what Alan's saying. But, I'm not like the channel that has lots of people on that have done a lot of crimes talking to me and doing interviews. But Alan is a big armchair detective over here.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish and then flush.
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. Alan, leave MD out of this. The only Norwegian you need to worry about is Erling Haaland, who's scoring a hat-trick against Chelsea soon. Frigging idiot.
Thanks, Sid.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
This could be serious though, and if it is serious, then Big D needs to get himself over to Angry Alan's house, because Angry Alan deals with this sort of stuff all the time. Angry Alan's on Tellis.
I warned you months ago not to associate with this Scott Battery. You didn't listen. You piled in on him because you...
What's me got to do with this?
thought he was talking about me. And then when he did his Gary Glitter, hand down the trouser, made up a song about my daughter and having sex with her, the song about murdering a girl and putting her in the river, you all forgave him. He's halfway to being Big Dave. Don't you understand, you stupid people?
Stupid people.
YouTube is real. When you go real life, it's real. When you give them my address, it's real. When you, Grumpy Granny, put those pictures up of my beautiful daughter that will expand the interest in her.
Expand the interest in her? Expand something. Don't you start me.
You are putting her in danger. And I'm asking you, no, actually I can't. I'm telling you, Grumpy Granny, take those pictures down of my daughter tonight. Take them down now.
He's so
He's a
angry.
murderer.
He's so angry. He's choked his internet and he's streamed. Like he's in 720p, but it's not coming through in 720p.
Clipping his way around your channels. Your channels that hate me, that entice murder. You've got a murderer in your gang now. You're not happy just to say God's going to put me in hell and I'm going to get this friend, I'm going to get that, and I'm going to get put in jail. You're not happy with that. You're now hanging around with a murderer.
We're hanging hanging around with a murderer. Look, you can go to your house. I'd invite him over to your house for you, Alan. It's an open invitation for Big D to go to see Alan's house.
You're showing them pictures of my fucking daughter. Now get them down. Grumpy Granny, if I got to come to Australia, I'm telling you, get those pictures down tonight.
I wouldn't say it was threatening to that lady.
Please, for the love of God, get those pictures down tonight.
Big up in chat, Grumpy Granny.
This man's a murderer.
You're hanging around with me now, and you've been hanging around with the murderer, so like we're basically halfway to murderers now, Grumpy Granny. So which half do you want? Do you want burying the body, or do you want bashing the head in with the axe? Which half do you want? We've both got to take dismemberment. Dismemberment's a group project.
And if anybody knows Grumpy Granny, and you've got any influence on her, I'm not threatening her.
If I've got any influence on you, Grumpy Granny, then please can we have Volume 2 and Volume 3 as promised? They make him furious.
I'm asking her for the love and mercy, take those pictures down. You're associating with Scott, who sings songs about raping my children.
I didn't sing any songs about raping your children. That's taking it to a massive extreme.
Associating with Scott, that sings songs about killing young girls. You don't
Oh, I don't sing songs. It's not like I did an album.
think it's in his head. And now you got this murderer following your channels. Because of your hate for me, what are you building out there?
A murder of Frankenstein's monster of murder, who's going to be this conglomerate. He's going to be a bit of Grumpy Grannis. He's going to be a bit of Martin. He's going to be a bit of True Crime Walkie Talkies. He's going to be a bit of Val. He's going to be a bit of cartoon. He's going to have a cartoon face. And we're going to create this, and obviously he's going to have a bit of me in there as well as he's in Alan. We're going to create this, and every other detractor, Stinky Socks, and Regardation Police, and all these. We're going to have all these conglomerate bits, and it's going to create this huge Frankenstein murderer monster called Big D. And Big D is going to come around your house, and he's going to have sex with you for absolutely hours in that black room with the black bed and the black walls. And then he's going to have sex with you so much, and he's going to video it all, and there's going to be hours and hours of content. An AD study group is going to be just hours and hours of Big D having sex with you in the black room. You may or may not enjoy it. It's irrelevant. It's happening. Our giant Frankenstein's monster is going to be joining you for the rest of your life is sex. Welcome to Angry Alan's The Rest of My Life is Sex. With me and this guy, apparently, this fucking giant Big D conglomerate murderer monster. He's got loads of stitches. I'm about to need some. The show tonight. Oh, I'm so cross about my detractors. Oh, I'm so cross about the trolls. And Big D's going to grab him by the scruff of the neck and say, "Doesn't matter about what you're cross about anymore, Alan. What did we say the name of the show was? Now shut up." Angry Alan's going to be having a bit of a time. The tables are going to be, see how the turntables, Alan. You're going to see how the turntables. Sorry, he is live.
What are you building? You're using this, Scott, to build a disaster.
They won't like. Oh, some of the prudes won't like what I said there because the sex was involved. Oh, he suggested that Alan was going to get sexed by a giant Frankenstein's monster of conglomerate parts. That bad. That equals bad. Look, Jesus didn't suggest anyone was going to get fucking. Jesus didn't. Look, I'm going to have to say it, and we're just going to have to hear me say it. Jesus didn't suggest that anyone was going to get bummed to death by Frankenstein's monster, did he? So no, me and Jesus didn't do the same exact level of content, right?
It's
okay.
again. I couldn't be happier. Swish and then
Grandmaster Sid
Big up.
Sophos sent
Join the
tippies.
cult.
Grumpy Granny love you please. Can we have part 2, part 3, part 4, part 5 new picture videos please? Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thanks. Big ups. He's encouraging her. Sid's encouraging her. He's getting tippies to encourage her to do pictures of my daughter. It's over the line doing pictures of his... It's over the line doing pictures of his family. Look, there were just public content on Facebook, and about 200 of us that are really committed have a good look, and then Angry Alan gets really angry, and it's all in the game. Is it though? Is it just too far over the line? Look, chill. It's just chill. You chill. It's too far over the line. Well. Alan is like the line. Alan can't even see. Alan snorted the line. Fucking hell, the line doesn't exist for Alan. Alan's line has been a smudged grey blurred smudge for his entire life. Line, don't give me line. The only line Alan understands is a cocaine line in the dirty toilets of his grotty pub. I see what you're saying. What, you're supposed to be on the other side, though, aren't you? I know, but it does make him cross, doesn't it? That's the main thing. Look. You're encouraging him. It's pictures of my daughter. There's a murderer coming, Alan. There's a murderer coming to... God, do I have to say it again? To bum you to death on the internet. And you're worried about pictures on the fucking Facebook.
This Scott, you've got to get away from him. I don't know how you're going to do it, but you're going to have to.
You got to get away from him. He's about to go plutonic, uranium, nuclear, thermomike device, weapon of mass destruction. No form, no function. Enter the weapon without a... Look, Alan.
You don't know what's going on in that case. It's a police case.
It's a police case. It's one of those police cases. It's a police case.
You have no idea what you're supporting. You're still doing it tonight. What are you going to do about it? Liam, Schaefer, are you going to distance yourself from Scott? Or are you going to continue to back somebody that's trying to entice people like murderers?
Get murdering him.
And Grumpy Granny, you're a
murder
teacher.
him.
You're a teacher.
Do him a
I warned
murder.
you that what you're doing is putting my family in danger, and you didn't even listen. Well, perhaps you'll listen now.
Murder him. Do him a murder.
If any of you know
Come
the
off
association between Big D and Scott, I need to know.
There isn't it. Listen, Alan. If anyone knows the association between Big D and Scotty Otti, then you be sure to let everyone know. Hey.
Now.
Oh dear.
He's given out my address. He's put my address to people that come and kill people that are peas.
Wait. So you don't have to worry because you're not a paedophile?
Telling me this Big D hasn't seen any of this? You soon have to find out all about me. You can't even check out this guy as a known murderer. That a lot of people know about it. You don't even check him out. You make
What has this got to do with the Nicola Bully case?
him your friend. You introduce him to your subscribers. You give him love interest on your channels.
Alan's not actually... Is he dressed underneath that jacket? You know when people wear a jacket but no top underneath? It's a bit... Why is he wearing a zip-up Adidas? I thought it was hot. I thought it was too warm the other day. Why is he wearing a zip-up Adidas black... Is he naked underneath it? Has he just come out of the black room himself?
I'm going to leave it there because I don't know the full details. I will be back tomorrow with a full show on this.
Oh, brilliant!
And whatever I...
Oh, love it. Oh, please, Alan. Please do. We need to start checking every single person that comes into chat and comments on the videos. Yeah, good one over at Dolly's mom. Everyone could be a murderer now. Oh no. Oh no, everyone could be a murderer. I shouldn't worry. If you're in chat, don't worry that everyone's a murderer. It's fine. No one's a murderer.
gets going to the police tonight. But if you've got anything on these people, these retrobates, screenshots of Big D in any of these channels, conversations between Big D.
How on earth, right? Could you imagine, right? I don't care, even if I've been talking to Big D every day till the cows come home and he turned out to be a murderer. It's not on me that he did a murder. I didn't do anything. I haven't done a murder. But could you imagine if someone watching Alan's show tonight, 200 people that are watching it, if someone would say, oh, that interesting you said that, Alan, because the other day I was in one of these channels that trolls you and I was photographing their chat and Big D was present in that photo. I remember because they said something. I was supposed to be doing something else in my life, but instead I was photographing chat from weeks ago in troll channels. I mean, who are you asking for this, Alan? Who are you talking to?
Salacious, Chris, Schaefer, Diem, Super Chuffer. Have you got any connections?
Me?
I need them now.
I tell you what I love about this as well, right? Alan, the perfect crime for a number one. Like, if you thought that I was involved in someone who's a murderer coming around your house, do you think that there will be internet connections online of, like, me with the internet murderer sending them to your house? Oh, but you just did it then in a video. Come off it. I was just having a laugh. We're just doing a stream. But, like, do you think there would be any actual connections between me and, like, on the internet? Like, perfect crime here, Alan. You know, think about your con man crook ways.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish!
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. Grumpy Granny, we need more daughter pictures.
My daughter.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Nearly worn that last one out. She is pretty though, isn't she? Like, when Regardation Police put this video together and when I saw this picture like this, I thought, actually, well, she is pretty. You know, a little trip to New York would be nice, wouldn't it? You know, I'm swinging back around to the idea now. Big ups Regardation Police for that video. Armchair Detective in his own words. XIV. I can't read the numbers. XIV. No. My daughter's in the video again. My daughter. He's in the Regardation Police as well video, Alan. You want to watch all of their videos, Alan, if you could. Alan, you'll like them. I think you'll like them. Let's carry on hearing about this murderer that, like, I think the perfect crime, I was saying, there would be no connection between me and Alan being murdered by some nut, would there, Alan, for it to be the perfect crime. But a not perfect crime would be if I'd gone on the internet and, like, you know, ordered a murder on the internet and you just found out about it in a YouTube chat. So I would put myself slightly above the level of revealing my crime on the internet on a YouTube chat if I were to commit a crime. But I'm not to commit the crimes because I'm the good boy. He did call me, was that the first time he called me Super Chuffer? Good catch, Karen Yankee. Maybe so. I mean, I think right at the start he called it once or twice when he felt less threatened by me.
Screenshot.
But yeah, I got brought up.
Police tonight. But if you've got anything on
it's weird as well because it's like, again, like, I don't know how this has anything to do with me, like in the real world. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. And it's just like, right, this person here's done this, and then they were on here, and then there's a YouTube video that they've done, and they're like, everyone in you, right, basically everyone you in chat now, you're basically potentially responsible for anything that happens between people that have been on my stream in the past and anything else in the world. So just check any of my, before you go chatting any further, you might want to check all of my old YouTube videos and see who appears in them, and if any of those people you want to follow up on them as well. Like, it just
MG
what?
sent tippies. Oh my gosh, brilliant. Alan, one giant Mr. Stay Puffed Marshmallow Man. Comin Archer. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Is this like where he's imagined his own destiny and he's like, you know, imagined it until it exists? He's Peter. Was it Peter or was it Ray? What were you thinking? The Stay Puft Marshmallow Man is inoffensive. Not when it's giant, tall. Don't cross the streams.
These retrobates, screenshots of Big D in any of these channels, conversations between Big D and Salacious, Schaefer, Diem, Super Chuffer. If you've got any connections, I need them now in screenshot.
I need them now.
It's the only way we're going to get it stopped.
Who's got this? Someone's got the case file out. Yeah, I've got all the screenshots of all the chats where this potential murderer was talking to these people. No one knew he was a murderer, so I was keen to just capture every chat ever, and I've got them all documented, and I'm ready to go through my database and inventory of what are you talking about?
Is to get it stopped. This is serious. This isn't like, oh, somebody calling names in the playground. This isn't like he said, she said. This is a murderer who stabbed a woman in the back 8 times.
Listen, also singing kids and singing on Smule with the kids, that's really serious. You know, it's not just calling names in the playground here, Alan. Some of the stuff you've done is really bad.
Hanging around with Schaefer, who's adopted carer of this Diem, who doesn't work. She doesn't work. He doesn't work. All they do is hate me.
You don't work.
Big D. I don't know his name, but I'm sure somebody will tell you. I do know his name, but I'm not prepared to give it out.
Raining again. I couldn't
What?
be happier.
Sally Lovejoy sent tippies. Big D has his own channel. The crime was 27 years ago. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thanks for the tippies. I'll be wary of just taking every just as much as I'm wary of taking what Alan said to be true. I'm wary to we'll look into it, I suppose. Big D has his own channel. The case, the crime was 27 years ago. For me, it doesn't again. I'm respectful of people. If I was working as a hairdresser, I'd and someone told me this story, I'd be like, okay, I'll cut your hair and all that, but I'm not going to be drinking with you in the pub really and inviting you around to meet my family, because just I'm not going to say that to someone's face, maybe to that extent, the way I would do on the internet, say to everybody's face in the world. But my real heartfelt feelings would be, I'm not wanting to punish them unduly beyond what the system has ascribed. I'm not the judge in that case, but at the same time, I'd just be wary of people who've done bad crimes, because I myself and my friendship group, none of us have done bad crimes, and I'm not really, I don't, it'd be something I'd find to be outside of the sort of norms, and it'd be kind of extreme. So for me personally, I wouldn't be celebrating this and being right, fuck it then, let's all go for a beer. It's a very delicate situation though as well. These are people's lives, and real people have to live with the consequences of their crimes. So I'm not saying that everyone needs to be ostracized from general society, but maybe some people would overlook these things and form relationships with them, but maybe not me. So it's just how it is. And I'm sorry if that sounds harsh to people who have done bad crimes, but I don't feel that sorry, because they did the bad crimes, so that's what you get for doing the bad crimes, and I'm sure they understand that's what comes with the territory of having to live with the crimes that they've done. So, interesting conversation really, isn't it? Not one that Alan's having. Alan's having a meltdown.
He's a well-known murderer, guys, and he's on their channels as a panelist. And Schaefer goes on his channel as a panelist. And you saw the forgiveness she gave him there. She connects him with Chris Watts and says, oh, well, if the Ruseks can forgive, surely...
The problem for me is the nature, if Alan's telling the truth about that, which I don't know, is the nature of the crime and who it's committed against. That's the problem for me the most, because there are many well-known murderers who people quite happily talk to and even give them nice jobs. There are many well-known political people who have basically caused lots of deaths. I mean, would you say war crimes are murders? But there are many political people who've done that, but there are also people who are like serial killers who have been done interviews on the tellis. I'm trying to think of murderers, people who've done murders that I consider killing people generally to be bad, don't I? So I was thinking of murders. War isn't murder though, is it? Because it's war. There must be quite a few glamorized murderers though, mustn't there? That do the good murders of murdering the bad people, maybe. And again, maybe this is the wrong time for me to be digging into my brain for this, because we're at the end of quite a long broadcast and Alan's just going nuts, so maybe we should get back to this.
We can forgive.
Alan does think the murderer is after him. He clearly thinks the murderer is after him. He clearly thinks that this man is going to turn up at his house and murder him.
Are you mad, Schaefer? You don't even have a job. You sit in that place sponging off my country, and you bring over this bloke from Norway and he sponges off you.
Whoa. Mr. Paid loads of tax.
One of you pretends to have a job, and one of you doesn't got a job. He pretends he's got a job, he hasn't. He's not doing anything. And you say you don't have a job because you don't want one. But you do want to cause trouble for me and my life and my family. Well, I'm not having this. I'm not having this.
Not getting murdered.
This is worse than too far. It's only today they're using God's name. Just today they're using God's name.
You were using God's name in your posts. Me and God have got a good deal going on. I'm a good chuffer. I know the rules.
And yet I'm the bad man, right?
You're the bad man.
Let me tell you what they were saying today about me. It's gone to their head now. It's gone way above hate. It's gone to an obsession of these older women. I'm not going to call them names. These older women who, by the way, were all big supporters of mine at one time. Oh, yeah.
So that's worse for you because they now hate you?
Oh, I've seen films with Fitz saying how wonderful I am. I've seen Schaefer supporting me. All of them were my supporters. But they didn't get what they want. So they turned me into their hate figure. Like some sort of Misty film. Play Misty for me, right? That's what they are, all of them. Mad fit woman. If my father was making videos like this, I would report him to the police. But why don't you report Scott to the police that made films about having sex with my daughters there, fit? Why don't you report him for doing that? Because it's okay, is it? Why don't you report him for making up songs about killing, drugging women and throwing them in the rivers? Why don't you report that, fit? That's okay, is it? Here's my video.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish and then whoosh.
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. Scott. Seriously, this moron. Funded a convicted child pedo and interviewed him on his channel. That is a fact. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
That is a fact. Alan had a convicted sex offender on his show, and then when he was told that he had a relationship with a 13-year-old girl who obviously couldn't consent, Alan said, well, it was consenting, and it's, you know, it's all right, really. So that actually happened. Also, this actually happened as well. So I'm going to call that Alan Smule and my daughter, and this one with the song. Well, we just play this. I'm fed up of this being going over and over and over without being fully represented by the song. But the whole concept of the song is it's a comment on, at the time, incel culture, thotty culture, and like being the character that's portrayed in the song is disillusioned with all relationships and women because they feel like, oh, you know, they're not like women are like thotty. It's like an incel singing a song. That's the best way I can describe it. It's like an incel singing a song. So we'll listen to it. I was can tell me, and I'm never hurt enough to feel like the incel. So I'm not the incel myself. It's like a parody song sung in a funny voice. Worst thing in the world, and I should be taken off the internet. Or if you understand it instinctively as like not a serious piece.
What are you, stoned or stupid?
And again, I'm not the best person in the world, like music creator, but it's just a song.
Well, this one's about a girl I knew. Let's say for argument's sake, she's a big bitch, real good looking though, the kind of girl makes you want to hit her. While you do the wild thing, you're thinking, could I get away with choking her this time? A fine wine, and to I hypno, dump her
not in Kansas anymore.
So there you go. It's not a horrible, bad thing that Alan keeps making it out to be. But if he wants to promote it, all the more power to him.
You and support a Battery Boy. You're as bad as they are. Crazy granny out in Australia. She's praying for me. You can say and do nasty things to the cows come on, but I will not stop praying for you. So you need to reject the darkness inside you and turn to God.
You read this community post that you posted earlier, yeah.
God, you speak of God to me. You've got pictures of my daughter that you had taken down. You're putting them back up. You talk to me about God and darkness. You're putting my family in danger. Cartoon girl, well, she says I'm under the influence of Satan. He needs divine intervention. Sadly, he's a lost soul. I will pray for him. Cartoon girl, what are you doing? You support Helen. You speak to Helen, don't you? And Diem, who support a bloody murder.
Listen, it's real straightforward, Alan. Thou shalt not lie. Thou shalt not steal. You know the bit that people always make the joke out of about coveting thy neighbour's ass? You're a big one for that as well. You know? Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not push people in the river. Thou shalt not take all the monies off the fucking people you grift on the internet and piss it away on poker. Thou shalt not use kids' tragic deaths as bonfire fuel for your drama views. Thou shalt not make up weird BS to maintain your own ego that you're getting a certain number of views on the internet. Thou shalt not say that your daughter's been sexually abused on the internet, which she would, like, for me, I'd rather my dad wasn't on the internet saying, oh, my son's been sexually abused on the internet by this man. If that wasn't the case, I'd rather that than some other man put up some photographs of my... Because, Alan, you put up photographs from my Patreon. Not my Patreon, sorry, my Facebook. Like, my own photographs from my Facebook. You did that. You posted them, and there were other people in them as well. No, anyway, but you posted them on your community post from my Facebook. Thou shalt not basically be a massive hypocrite. Like, just, I think Alan should not be yelling about the Bible and God and stuff like this when good people have gone out of their way to say that they have some sense of compassion and mercy based on their religious beliefs, that even for their worst enemy, someone they've been publicly opposed for a very long time, they're willing to go out of their way to say, in moments of reflection, I have a place in my heart that could, as I said, the right words are grace, mercy, kindness for you, Alan, even you, and the hope that you might change. And your response to it is, fuck you, God, fuck you and God. You think you and God? Let me tell you about God. Me and God and you and fuck you. I'm going to get murdered.
Women in the back. Cartoon girl. You would pick your friends a bit easier. And as for Val, I hope you rot in hell for what you're doing to good people of the world. Val, shut it.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish and then
Big ups,
MG sent tippies. Alan looks like has escaped from somewhere in his plastic slippers. More so than he normally does know.
Yeah, he does a bit,
Missed
doesn't
you,
he?
Scotty. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thanks very much. That's a good spot as well. If you ran into Alan on the street or at, like, you know, the Shell garage in the middle of the night, the petrol station at the middle of the night, like, he's there, he hasn't got his undershirt on, he's wearing this, has he stolen that Adidas top from just off someone's washing line on his way escaping the facility? Is that what's happened here?
Your mate Schaefer is friends with a murderer. You go on about narcissist.
You want to see his chat? I can't keep up with his chat. I hate it. I'm guessing that most of them will be, you know, digging what he's saying because they're that far down the pipe.
And women haters, he stabbed her in the back 8 times, Helen. That's your mate Schaefer's friend, who she's prepared to forgive. I'm not, because Schaefer's boyfriend told everybody where I live.
Wait,
right.
You would have forgiven him had her boyfriend not told everyone where you live. Got it.
I'll do a whole show on this tomorrow when I collect my evidence. That's why I'm asking you to send me it. Any screenshots that connect these people together. The police need it now.
I'm surprised in chat. Most of you think this is just drama.
They don't. They know what they do. They have no clue. By hating somebody,
Did a poll there, and most of you thought this was just drama. Not really. There's a murder. I'm not sure a murderer's out to get him, but like, I think if he was doing this for drama, he would have called the video title "A Murderer is Out to Get Me" instead of Nicola Bulley Inquest Study Group Part 1.
No,
because what's funny about this as well, what's really funny about it is, like, if you create what's called legacy content, and Alan should theoretically have done this, but somehow hasn't. If you go back across my channel, even on this one, even in a way on this one, you should be able to scroll back or even click oldest and go through, and there should be content there that if you click on it, not so much on this channel, Battery Exhausted, which started out as a scrapbook, but maybe more so on the Super Chuffer channel, you go back to oldest, and it doesn't matter where and when you click, you should be able to watch it, and it should just make sense as an episode. You can just watch that as a stream or a video. Yeah, that's called legacy content. Doesn't matter when you enter into it, you can watch it and it's okay, it's content. Some stuff that's not so good for legacy content, like topical media content, like, you know, what happened this week on the news, because next week it's not this week on the news, is it? Unless you do it from a sort of overview historical context. Like, some content drifts away, and YouTube, it very much pushes towards the more, you know, whatever's uploaded today, isn't it, is the new stuff, and last week's videos are not as interesting. But you can create ongoing legacy content because new people come to your channel and they go and look at your old stuff, and if it's interesting, you can go and look at your old stuff. It reminds me of the Orgazoid. Big ups Joe. Yeah, so Alan is not creating legacy content necessarily, but what he has made an attempt to do here today is, this is Nicola Bulley Study Group B, the Inquest Main Points Part 1. So if in 7, 8 weeks, 10 weeks you join the study group, you should be able to go back over the legacy content, and it should be nicely organised and ordered, and there's Part 1, and you join Part 1, and this is what Part 1 is. He destroys his own content from within. Like, he just can't help it. You think he's just seeing money signs, says Saz. A new excuse to say blame the troll. Do you think Nancy's going to pay him money because he might get murdered? That Orgazoid's a great comment as well. Jez wanking him off for cash. Alan's the one that does the... Anyway.
No idea. They don't know who they're talking to. It's like going on Facebook and putting my address on there and saying this man is a PO. This is where he lives. And think it's okay. It's not okay. You're playing a dangerous game with a loaded revolver, and someone's going to get hurt. But it won't be you, Helen, will it? It'll be someone you and your boyfriend have doxed.
I haven't seen any super chats come up, no. Not on your stream, no.
Calm. Let's take a minute's breath here.
It's calm. Let's take a minute. No one, like, could you imagine if you're watching him and he's doing this, and you in your own home are getting wound up? Is that a big cat behind him? I just realised, is that a cat's face? Imagine you're getting wound up as well. Oh, Alan, they've said this about Alan. Oh my God, you need to calm down. Like Alan's getting himself wound up. The stress. Look at the neck going on as well. The neck. The stress.
I want you all to think.
And this other thing, like, Helen's created a monster because someone was talking in her chat and she didn't know anything about what they'd done in the past, is ridiculous.
I can't do any more about this tonight. I don't know what I can.
Don't know what you can.
They are mentally ill. They are mentally ill. And they don't even know it. They're telling me that God's going to strike me down. Yeah.
He didn't strike down Savile, did he?
If any of those come anywhere near my family, I'm telling you, I will have nothing left to live for.
What does that mean?
I want you to think of Nicola Bulley, who has 2 girls.
Right.
Those 2 girls will never grow up with their mother. She will never see their wedding.
What?
She will never see them grow. Just like this poor woman who was murdered will never see her children grow.
We're going into Nicola Bullis now.
They're living with that now today.
Fucking hell, Alan.
Nicola Bulley is a case I stopped doing out of respect for the parents.
From family and friends to complete strangers, across the country and the world.
And I'm going to tell you why I've had to come back.
Skipping through this now because, you know, this is the reason he's had to come back, because in the Telegraph newspaper they put a timeline that he can play on his channel. That's why he's had to come back.
Supposed to have gone missing by slipping in that bit of ground you saw by that bench. Somehow, she fell in without leaving a mark.
Oh, Alan.
Crap alibis.
It's
There's a release of sufficient adrenaline that
He's
may,
unzipped his zip. He's unzipped his zip. He is naked under that.
in some instances, call the heart to. I don't get it. How people believe in this. I don't get it. Let's have a look at another Sky thing while I recover my composure.
Now, Nicola's body was found 23 days after she vanished, about a mile and a half.
Great.
downstream.
There'll soon come a day when it's all going to go. Bold 80. I don't care. I'll get a week. No one. Anyway, so hard questions over 2 days. I would call it a stitch up. I had my haircut today, look. God, there's not much left. I used to have a number 2, and then it's number 1, and now it's a number half. There'll soon come a day when it's all going to go. Bold 80. I don't care. I'll get a week. No one. Anyway, so both experts agreed this was highly optimistic. A more realistic figure was on the.
So there you go. You don't have to watch him because it's rubbish.
Otherwise, she just goes, oops, what have I done and stood up? Was she?
We all know there's inconsistencies in the Nicola Bully case. If you want to see serious content about it, I suggest you check the rest of the internet or look out for stuff that we're going to do in the future. I'm hoping to get Eddie on the stream. You want a wig. The problem is it's hot in here and I've moved everything and tidied everything, so there's no wig handy to. There's no wig here handy to me. Not right now. They're all over there, tidied up over there, and it's hot for my head. So I'm sorry about that, but he gets a wig. Imagine he did. Like, it'd be insane. Yeah, I think we've had enough Alan. I think we've done a good show. I think if you want more Alan and you tuned in a bit late, you can go back and watch the start of it. I think the thing you really should go and watch, if I was, not me singing the songs, which is on Sentries, but it's there if you want it. What I think you should go and watch myself, if you haven't already, is channels, super chat for shilling for myself, the Colts episode. Copy that link. That episode about Colts. That's a banger. It's a banger. Like AD's, I was wondering whether AD's people are in a cult and whether AD's like a cult leader, and I didn't point the whole episode about it, and we really should do a follow-up episode just to talk about it, you know. But I think he, like, if it wasn't for the divinity, the lack of divinity, then he would, in lots of different ways, be like a cult leader. And I wondered whether I need to do more investigation into, because there's group psychology and there's cults, and cults are specific because of this religious aspect about how they can become I was learning, because Steve was teaching, a sect, a denomination, a religion of their own. But I was wondering if there's something non-religious but could still be called a cult about the whole thing. And like Alan's like a great example of it, where you've got this one special leader. He still does a lot of the things the cult does. You have to do your work. You have to be brought into line. Alan illuminates things for you. He's the special one in the middle. You literally have to financially support him. There's still a lot of cult-like attitudes go on, you know. Yeah, so if you haven't seen that episode, go and watch it. I imagine quite a lot of you already have, but if you haven't, like, now's a good time to go and watch it because it's a banger. Yeah, and I think our work here tonight is done. Certainly you don't have to go and watch any more Alan. Like, you know how bad it is. Honestly, I'll try my hardest, I promise. I'll try my hardest to keep an eye on it and to timestamp any funny moments and to make sure that I bring them up in the next week's Angry Alan Hour, or 5 hours or whatever it's been. 5.5 hours. But in the meantime, I'll also, yeah, here's another one. If you don't want to watch that Colts video and you've already seen that, if you don't want to watch that, then another one on this channel that you're watching now is a video about Jurian Ryder selling shoes. And you might not know who he is, you might not have watched that, so you can get and watch that yourself. And I'm going to bring other lol cows into the carousel. I'm going to start talking about other people who are idiots as well, a bit more too, as well as Alan, because he is a bit fucking boring. Although it was fun when he thought today he's going to get murdered. I want to see how that pans out. He's going to do a whole episode on it tomorrow, so maybe we cover that, you know. Maybe I'm forced to spend my time reviewing a paranoid chuffer. Maybe that, you know. But yeah, you've been good. Thank you very much for all the tippies. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for all that stuff. I'm going to try and switch on memberships. People have been complaining they want memberships, and I will listen to that and just switch them on. I'm loath to. I will have to offer something because it doesn't let you do nothing. So we'll do a membership stream once in a while, a members stream once in a while, and everyone can feel really privileged that they're in it. But yeah, otherwise, thank you very much for all the tippies. And I will probably, if he does an episode where tomorrow's episode is I'm being stalked by a murderer, I will be obliged to cover that. You know, his patrons have not been that bad, but his actual episodes about his study group, they've been awful. And there's more different content coming up on all my different platforms. Look out for it. I really need to put my foot into gear on the main channel. And of course, we've now officially started the Angry Alan art competition. That's official. 2 weeks from today is the closing date. I'd like the entries into Discord, please. That's the place you get the entries in. So I'll post it here one more time, the Discord, and the entries go in the Angry Alan art space. Please at one of the mods, Dover and Dolly's mom, Slinky Socks. Have we got more mods on Discord now that I'm missing out? I might be getting confused. We might have to add some more. Please at the mods and say at #entry. You're allowed 2 entries each, so mods will just have to keep an eye on that. And then if the mods can just put those pictures into a folder or a file or something like that between you. So you know what I mean. You're now the spanners doing all the hard work, but like, just to make it clear and easy what I have to look at for the stream. We'll just make sure that we've got all the entrants tagged, and then there's two ways to win. I want something on a t-shirt for the show. So if your artwork is the t-shirt artwork that wins, it goes on a t-shirt. You win £100 for being the best one, and we get the t-shirt artwork, and I put it on all of my merchandise, and we sell it through the stream, and I make a little bit of money on the merchandise, and you don't see any of that money from the merchandise because you won the competition and got £100, and that's the deal. So if you don't like that deal, don't win the competition for £100, please. But it goes on a t-shirt. Because of the t-shirts, it can't be Alan's face that can win, because that's selling his face, and that's his property, intellectual property. So the Angry Alan faces will make up their own separate gallery, and there will be a special prize for the winner of the Angry Alan faces, okay? And the winner has to take the money on PayPal as well. That's another rule, because I'm PayPaling you the monies. So they're the rules. Make sure you get your entries into the Angry Alan art competition. 2 entries each. One is the one that goes on the t-shirt for the merchandise that is worth £100, and the other one is Angry Alan himself, and in any artistic way you want. Any artistic way you want. It can be digital art, it can be made out of macaroni. We want to have them on the screen, on the stream, so that we can rate them, talk about them. The people in the chat will do a poll and choose who's going to win the competition. So make sure that you're in that stream to rate the things, and I hope I've got enough of them so that we have, like, you know, enough things to look at and rate, and then we've got something good to put on the t-shirts, and someone gets £100 and everyone's happy. So that's the Angry Alan art competition. Make sure you put your entries into Discord for that. Thank you very much. 2 weeks from today we will collate all the entries, and then next week after that we'll do the stream and show you who won and give out the monies. I'll probably give out the monies beforehand, behind the scenes, so that we know it's been received, so that on the day of the competition... Oh no, maybe I shouldn't do that. We'll work out how we're going to do that, because I want them to feel like they've definitely had the monies. Like, there's the monies, well done. But it might take a day to clear on PayPal. And like, I don't want people being like, whoa, wait, you didn't give me the monies. Right, but yeah, we'll work it out. We'll do the monies. It's got to be PayPal anyway. Yeah, I think you've all had a good time. I think that's been a good one. There's stuff for you to watch. If you haven't watched these other things that I've done recently, Jury and Ryder Selling Shoes, and on the Super Chuffer channel, the Colts podcast, get and watch those, okay? You be good, my little puckos, and if you can't be good, you're naughty.